She felt the wrongness there, too, and felt it pass out of the reach of her mind. At the same time, she felt birds go quiet all that long distance away. What was most disturbing was to turn just then, just as the bird song stopped, and find Damon turning at the same instant to look at her. The sunglasses kept her from knowing what he was thinking. The rest of his face was a mask. Stefan, she thought helplessly, longingly. How could he have left her? With this? With no warning, no idea of his destination, no way of ever contacting him again. It might have made sense to him, with his desperate desire not to make her into something he loathed in himself. But to leave her with Damon in this mood, and all of her previous powers gone. Your own fault, she thought, cutting short the flood of self-pity. You were the one who harped on brotherhood. You were the one who convinced him Damon was to be trusted. Now you deal with the consequences. Damon, she said, I've been looking for you. I wanted to ask you about Stefan. You do know that he's left me. Of course. I believe the saying goes, for your own good. He left me to be your bodyguard. Then you saw him 2 nights ago? Of course. And, of course, you didn't try to stop him. Things could have turned out better for you, Elena thought. She had never wished more for the abilities she'd had as a spirit, not even when she'd realized Stefan was really gone and beyond her all-too-human reach. Well, I'm not just letting him leave me, she said flatly. For my own good or for any other reason. I'm going to follow him. But first I need to know where he might have gone. You're asking me? Yes, please, Damon, I have to find him. I need him. She was starting to choke up, and she had to be stern with herself. But just then, she realized that Matt was whispering very softly to her. Elena, stop. I think we're just making him mad. Look at the sky. Elena felt it herself. The circle of trees seemed to be leaning in all around them, darker than before, menacing. Elena tilted her chin slowly, looking up. Directly above them, gray clouds were pooling, piling in on themselves. Cirrus, overwhelmed by cumulus, turning to thunderheads, centered exactly over the spot where they stood. On the ground, small whirlwinds began to form, lifting handfuls of pine needles and fresh green summer leaves off saplings. She had never seen anything like it before, and it filled the clearing with a sweet but sensuous smell, redolent of exotic oils and long, dark winter nights. Looking at Damon then, as the whirlwinds lifted higher and the sweet scent encircled her, resinous and aromatic, closing in until she knew it was soaking into her clothes and being impressed into her very flesh. She knew she had overstepped herself. She couldn't protect Matt. Stefan told me to trust Damon in his note in my diary. Stefan knows more about him than I do, she thought desperately. But we both know what Damon wants, ultimately, what he's always wanted, me, my blood. Damon, she began softly and broke off. Without looking at her, he held out a hand with the palm toward her. Wait. There's something I have to do, he murmured. He bent down, every movement as unconsciously and economically graceful as a panther's, and picked up a small, broken branch of what looked like ordinary Virginia pine. He waved it slightly, appraisingly, hefting it in his hand as if to feel weight and balance. It looked more like a fan than a branch. Elena was now looking at Matt, trying with her eyes to tell him all the things she was feeling, foremost of which was that she was sorry. Sorry that she had gotten him into this. Sorry that she'd ever cared for him. Sorry that she'd kept him bound into a group of friends who were so intimately intertwined with the supernatural. Now I know a little bit of what Bonnie must have felt this last year, she thought, being able to see and predict things without having the slightest power to stop them. Matt, jerking his head, was already moving stealthily toward the trees. No, Matt. No. No. He didn't understand. Neither did she. except to feel that the trees were only keeping their distance because of Damon's presence here. If she and Matt were to venture into the forest, if they left the clearing or even stayed in it too long, Matt could see the fear on her face, and his own face reflected grim understanding. They were trapped. Unless, too late, Damon said sharply. I told you there's something I have to do. He had apparently found the stick he was looking for. Now he raised it, shook it slightly, and brought it down in a single motion, slashing sideways as he did. And Matt convulsed in agony. It was a kind of pain he had never dreamed of before. Pain that seemed to come from inside himself, but from everywhere, every organ in his body, every muscle, every nerve, every bone, releasing a different type of pain. His muscles ached and cramped as if they were strained to their ultimate flexion, but were being forced to flex farther still. Inside, his organs were on fire. Knives were at work in his belly. His bones felt the way his arm had when he had shattered it once, when he was 9 years old and a car had broadsided his dad's. And his nerves. If there was a switch on nerves that could be set from pleasure to pain, his had been set to anguish. The touch of clothes on his skin was unbearable. The currents of air passing were agony. He endured 15 seconds of it and passed out. Matt! For her part, Elena had been frozen, her muscles locked, unable to move for what seemed like forever. Suddenly released, she ran to Matt, pulled him up into her lap, stared into his face. Then she looked up. Damon, why? Why? Suddenly she realized that although Matt wasn't conscious, he was still writhing in pain. She had to keep herself from screaming the words, to only speak forcefully. Why are you doing this, Damon? Stop it! She stared up at the young man dressed all in black jeans with a black belt, black boots, black leather jacket, black hair, and those damned Ray-Bans. I told you, Damon said casually. It's something I need to do. To watch. Painful death. Death? Elena stared at Damon in disbelief, and then she began gathering all her power in a way that had been so easy and instinctual just days ago, while she had been mute and not subject to gravity, and that was so difficult and so foreign right now. With determination, she said, If you don't let him go, now, I'll hit you with everything I've got. He laughed. She'd never seen Damon really laugh before, not like this. And you expect that I'll even notice your tiny power? Not that tiny. Elena weighed it grimly. It was no more than the intrinsic power of any human being, the power that vampires took from humans along with the blood they drank. But since becoming a spirit, she knew how to use it, how to attack with it. I think you'll feel it, Damon. Let him go. Now! Why do people always assume that volume will succeed when logic won't? Damon murmured. Elena let him have it. Or at least she prepared to. She took the deep breath necessary, held her inner self still, and imagined herself holding a ball of white fire, and then Matt was on his feet. He looked as if he'd been dragged to his feet, and was being held there like a puppet, and his eyes were involuntarily watering, but it was better than Matt writhing on the ground. You owe me, Damon said to Elena casually. I'll collect later. To Matt he said in the tones of a fond uncle, with one of those instantaneous smiles that you could never be quite sure you saw. Lucky for me that you're a hardy specimen, isn't it? Damon. Elena had seen Damon in his let's play with weaker creatures mood, and it was the one she liked least. But there was something off today, something she couldn't understand. Let's get down to it, she said, while the hairs on her arms and the back of her neck rose again. What do you really want? But he didn't give the answer she expected. I was officially appointed as your caretaker. I'm officially taking care of you, and for one thing, I don't think you should be without my protection and companionship while my little brother is gone. I can handle myself, Elena said flatly, waving a hand so that they could get down to the real issue. You're a very pretty girl, dangerous and, flash smile. Unsavory elements could be after you. I insist you have a bodyguard. Damon, right now the thing I need most is to be protected from you. You know that. What is this really about? The clearing was pulsing, almost as if it were something organic, breathing. Elena had the feeling that beneath her feet, beneath Meredith's old, rugged hiking boots, the ground was moving slightly, like a great sleeping animal, and the trees were like a beating heart. For what? The forest? There was more dead wood than live here, and she could swear that she knew Damon well enough to know that he didn't like trees or woods. It was at times like this that Elena wished she still had wings and the knowledge, the hand motions, the words of white power, the white fire inside her that would allow her to know the truth without trying to figure it out, or to simply blast annoyances back to Stonehenge. It seemed that all she'd been left with was being a greater temptation to vampires than ever, and her wits. Wits had worked up until now. Maybe if she didn't let Damon know how afraid she was, she could win a stay of execution for them. Damon, I thank you for being concerned about me. Now, would you mind leaving Matt and me for a moment so that I can tell if he's still breathing? From inside the Ray-Bans, she thought she could discern a single flash of red. Somehow I thought you might say that, Damon said. And, of course, it's your right to have consolation after being so treacherously abandoned. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, for example. Elena wanted to swear. Carefully she answered, Damon, if Stefan appointed you as my bodyguard, then he hardly treacherously abandoned me, did he? You can't have it both. Just indulge me in one thing, all right? Damon said in the voice of one whose next words are going to be careful, or don't do anything I wouldn't do. There was a silence. The dust devils had stopped whirling. The smell of sun-warmed pine needles and pine resin in this dim place was making her languid, dizzy. The ground was warm, too, and the pine needles were all aligned, as if the slumbering animal had pine needles for fur. Elena watched dust motes turn and sparkle like opals in the golden sunlight. She knew she wasn't at her best right now, not her sharpest. Finally, when she was sure her voice would be steady, she asked, What do you want? A kiss. Chapter 22. Bonnie was disturbed and confused. It was dark. All right. A voice that was brusque and calming at once was saying, That's 2 possible concussions, 1 puncture wound in need of a tetanus shot, and, well, I'm afraid I've got to sedate your girl, Jim, and I'm going to need help, but you're not allowed to move at all. You just lie back and keep your eyes shut. Bonnie opened her own eyes. She had a vague memory of falling forward onto her bed, but she wasn't at home. She was still at the Saito house, lying on a couch. As always when in confusion or fear, she looked for Meredith. Meredith was just returning from the kitchen with a makeshift ice pack. She put it on Bonnie's already wet forehead. I just fainted, Bonnie explained, as she herself figured it out. That's all. I know you fainted. You cracked your head pretty hard on the floor, Meredith replied, and for once her face was perfectly readable. Worry and sympathy and relief were all visible. She actually had tears pooling in her eyes. Oh, Bonnie, I couldn't get you in time. Isabel was in the way, and those tatami mats don't cushion the floor much. And you've been out for almost half an hour. You scared me. I'm sorry. Bonnie fumbled a hand out a blanket she seemed to be wrapped in, and gave Meredith's hand a squeeze. It meant Velociraptor sisterhood is still in action. It also meant thank you for caring. Jim was sprawled on another couch holding an ice pack to the back of his head. His face was greenish-white. He tried to stand up, but Dr. Alpert, it was her voice that was both crusty and kind, pushed him back onto the couch. "You don't need any more exertion," she said, "but I do need an assistant. Meredith, can you help me with Isabel? It sounds as if she's going to be quite a handful." "She hit me in the back of the head with a lamp," Jim warned them. "Don't ever turn your back on her." "We'll be careful," Dr. Alpert said. "You two stay here," Meredith added firmly. Bonnie was watching Meredith's eyes. She wanted to get up to help them with Isabel, but Meredith had that special look of determination that meant it was better not to argue. As soon as they left, Bonnie tried to stand up, but immediately she began to see the pulsating gray nothingness that meant she was going to pass out again. She lay back down, teeth gritted. For a long time there were crashes and shouts from Isabel's room. Bonnie would hear Dr. Alpert's voice raised, and then Isabel's, and then a third voice, not Meredith, who never shouted if she could help it, but what sounded like Isabel's voice, only slowed down and distorted. Then, finally, there was silence, and Meredith and Dr. Alpert came back carrying a limp Isabel between them. Meredith had a bloody nose, and Dr. Alpert's short pepper and salt hair was standing on end, but they had somehow gotten a T-shirt onto Isabel's abused body, and Dr. Alpert had managed to hang on to her black bag as well. "Walking wounded, stay where you are. We'll be back to lend you a hand," the doctor said in her terse way. Next, Dr. Alpert and Meredith made another trip to take Isabel's grandmother with them. "I don't like her color," Dr. Alpert said briefly, "or the tick of her talker. We might as well all go get checked out." A minute later, they returned to help Jim and Bonnie to Dr. Alpert's SUV. The sky had clouded over, and the sun was a red ball not far from the horizon. "Do you want me to give you something for the pain?" the doctor asked, seeing Bonnie eyeing the black bag. Isabel was in the very back of the SUV, where the seats had been folded down. Meredith and Jim were in the two seats in front of her, with Grandma Saito between them, and Bonnie, at Meredith's insistence, was in the front with the doctor. No, it's okay," Bonnie said. Actually, she had been wondering whether the hospital actually could cure Isabel of infection any better than Mrs. Flowers' herbal compresses could. But although her head throbbed and ached, and she was developing a lump the size of a hard-boiled egg on her forehead, she didn't want to cloud her thinking. There was something nagging at her, some dream or something she'd had while Meredith said she'd been unconscious. What was it? "All right then, seatbelts on. Here we go." The SUV pulled away from the Saito house. "Jim, you said Isabel has a 3-year-old sister asleep upstairs. So I called my granddaughter, Janila, to come over here. At least it will be somebody in the house." Bonnie twisted around to look at Meredith. They both spoke at once. "Oh, no, she can't go in. Especially not into Isabel's room. Look, please, you have to," Bonnie babbled. "I'm really not sure if that's a good idea, Dr. Alpert," Meredith said. No less urgently, but much more coherently. "Unless she does stay away from that room and maybe has someone with her, a boy would be good." "A boy?" Dr. Alpert seemed bewildered, but the combination of Bonnie's distress and Meredith's sincerity seemed to convince her. "Well, Tyrone, my grandson, was watching TV when I left. I'll try to get him." "Wow," Bonnie said involuntarily. "That's the Tyrone who's offensive tackle on the football team next year, huh? I heard that they call him the Tyraminator." "Well, let's say I think he'll be able to protect Janila," Dr. Alpert said after making the call. "But we're the ones with the, overexcited girl in the vehicle with us. From the way she fought the sedative, I'd say she's quite a Terminator herself." Meredith's mobile phone beeped out of the tune it used for numbers not in its memory, and then announced, "Mrs. T. Flowers is calling you. Will you take the—" In a moment, Meredith had hit the talk button. "Mrs. Flowers," she said. The hum of the SUV kept anything Mrs. Flowers might be saying from Bonnie and the others. So Bonnie went back to concentrating on two things: what she knew about the victims of the Salem witches, and what that elusive thought while she was unconscious had been, all of which promptly flew away when Meredith put down her mobile phone. What was it? What? Bonnie couldn't get a clear view of Meredith's face in the dusk, but it looked pale, and when she spoke, she sounded pale, too. Mrs. Flowers was doing some gardening, and she was about to go inside, when she noticed that there was something in her begonia bushes. She said it looked as if someone had tried to stuff something down between the bush and a wall, but a bit of fabric stuck up. Bonnie felt as if the wind had been knocked out of her. What was it? It was a duffel bag full of shoes and clothes. Boots, shirts, pants, all Stefan's. Bonnie gave a shriek that caused Dr. Alpert to swerve and then recover, the SUV fishtailing. Oh, my God! Oh, my God, he didn't go! Oh, I think he went all right, just not of his own free will, Meredith said grimly. Damon! Bonnie gasped and slumped back into her own seat, tears welling up in her eyes and overflowing. I couldn't help wanting to believe. Had gotten worse? Dr. Alpert asked, tactfully ignoring the conversation that had not included her. No, well, yes, it is, Bonnie admitted. Here, open the bag and give me a look inside. I've got samples of this and that. All right, here you go. Anybody see a water bottle back there? Jim listlessly handed one over. Thanks, Bonnie said, taking the small pill and a deep gulp. She had to get her head right. If Damon had kidnapped Stefan, then she should be calling for him, shouldn't she? God only knew where he would end up this time. Why hadn't any of them even thought of it as a possibility? Well, first, because the new Stefan was supposed to be so strong, and second, because of the note in Elena's diary. That's it, she said, startling even herself. It had all come flooding back, everything that she and Matt had shared. Meredith, she said, oblivious to the side look which Dr. Alpert gave her. While I was unconscious, I talked with Matt. He was unconscious, too. Was he hurt? God, yes. Damon must have been doing something awful, but he said to ignore it, that something had been bothering him about the note Stefan left for Elena ever since he saw it. Something about Stefan talking to the English teacher about how to spell judgment last year. And he just kept saying, look for the backup file. Look for the backup before Damon does. She stared at Meredith's dim face, aware as they cruised slowly to stop at an intersection that Dr. Alpert and Jim were both staring at her. Tact had its limits. Meredith's voice broke the silence. Doctor, she said, I'm going to have to ask you something. If you take a left here and another one at Laurel Street, and then just drive for about 5 minutes to Old Wood, it won't be too far out of your way, but it'll let me get to the boarding house where the computer Bonnie's talking about is. You may think I'm crazy, but I need to get to that computer. I know you're not crazy. I'd have noticed it by now. The doctor laughed mirthlessly. And I've heard some things about young Bonnie here. Nothing bad, I promise, but a little difficult to believe. After seeing what I saw today, I think I'm beginning to change my opinion about them. The doctor abruptly took a left turn, muttering, Somebody's taken the stop sign from this road, too. Then she continued to Meredith. I can do what you ask. I'd drive you all the way to the old boarding house. No, that would be much too dangerous. But I've got to get Isabel to a hospital as soon as possible. Not to mention Jim, I think he really does have a concussion, and Bonnie, Bonnie said, enunciating distinctly, is going to the boarding house, too. No, Bonnie. I'm going to run, Bonnie, do you understand that? I'm going to run as fast as I can, and I can't let you hold me up. Meredith's voice was grim. I won't hold you up, I swear. You go ahead and run. I'll run, too. My head feels fine now. If you have to leave me behind, you keep on running. I'll be coming after you. Meredith opened her mouth and then closed it again. There must have been something in Bonnie's face that told her any kind of argument would be useless, Bonnie thought, because that was the truth of the matter. Here we are, Dr. Alpert said a few minutes later. Corner of Laurel and Old Wood. She pulled a small flashlight out of her black bag and shone it in each of Bonnie's eyes, one after another. Well, it still doesn't look as if you have a concussion. But you know, Bonnie, that my medical opinion is that you shouldn't be running anywhere. I just can't force you to accept to take treatment if you don't want it. But I can make you take this. She handed Bonnie the small flashlight. Good luck. Thank you for everything, Bonnie said, for an instant laying her pale hand on Dr. Alpert's long-fingered dark brown one. You be careful, too, of fallen trees, and of Isabel, and of something red in the road. Bonnie, I'm leaving. Meredith was already outside the SUV. And lock your doors, and don't get out until you're away from the woods, Bonnie said as she tumbled down from the vehicle beside Meredith. And then they ran. Of course, all that Bonnie had said about Meredith running in front of her, leaving her behind, was nonsense, and they both knew it. Meredith seized Bonnie's hand as soon as Bonnie's feet had touched the road and began running like a greyhound, dragging Bonnie along with her, at times seeming to whirl her over dips in the road. Bonnie didn't need to be told how important speed was. She wished desperately that they had a car. She wished a lot of things, primarily that Mrs. Flowers lived in the middle of town and not way out here on the wild side. At last, as Meredith had foreseen, she was winded, and her hand so slick with sweat that it slipped out of Meredith's hand. She bent almost double, hands on her knees, trying to get her breath. Bonnie, wipe your hand. We have to run. Just give me a minute. We don't have a minute. Can't you hear it? Come on. I just need to get my breath. Bonnie, look behind you and don't scream. Bonnie looked behind her, screamed, and then discovered that she wasn't winded after all. She took off, grabbing Meredith's hand. She could hear it now, even above her own wheezing breath and the pounding in her ears. It was an insect sound, not a buzzing, but still a sound that her brain filed under bug. It sounded like a whip, whip, whip of a helicopter, only much higher in pitch, as if a helicopter could have insect-like tentacles instead of blades. With that one glance, she had made out an entire gray mass of those tentacles, with heads in front, and all the heads were open to show mouths full of white, sharp teeth. She struggled to turn on the flashlight. Night was falling. She had no idea how long it would be until moonrise. All she knew was that the trees seemed to make everything darker, and that they were after her and Meredith. The Malach. The whipping sound of tentacles beating the air was much louder now, much closer. Bonnie didn't want to turn around and see the source of it. The sound was pushing her body beyond all sane limits. She couldn't help hearing over and over Matt's words, like putting my hand in a garbage disposal and turning it on. Like putting my hand in a garbage disposal. Her hand and Meredith's were covered with sweat again, and the gray mass was definitely overtaking them. It was only half as far away as it had been at first, and the whipping noise was getting higher pitched. At the same time, her legs felt like rubber, literally. She couldn't feel her knees, and now they felt like rubber dissolving into gelatin. Zip, 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 zip. It was the sound of one of them closer than the rest. Closer, closer. And then it was in front of them, its mouth open in an oval shape with teeth all around the perimeter. Just like Matt had said. Bonnie had no breath to scream with, but she needed to scream. The headless thing with no eyes or features, just that horrible mouth, had turned ahead of them and was coming right for her. And her automatic response, to beat at it with her hands, could cost her an arm. Oh, God, it was coming for her face. There's the boarding house, gasped Meredith, giving her a jerk that lifted her off her feet. Run! Bonnie ducked, just as the Malach tried to collide with her. Instantly, she felt tentacles, whip, 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 into her curly hair. She was abruptly yanked backward to a painful stumble, and Meredith's hand was torn out of hers. Her legs wanted to collapse. Her guts wanted her to scream. Oh, God, Meredith, it's got me! Run! Don't let one get you! In front of her, the boarding house was lit up like a hotel. Usually it was dark, except for maybe Stefan's window and one other. But now it shone like a jewel just beyond her reach. Bonnie, shut your eyes. Meredith hadn't left her. She was still here. Bonnie could feel vine-like tentacles gently brushing her ear, lightly tasting her sweaty forehead, working toward her face, her throat. She sobbed. And then there was a sharp, loud crack mixed with a sound like a ripe melon bursting, and something damp scattered all over her back. She opened her eyes. Meredith was dropping a thick branch she had been holding like a baseball bat. The tentacles were already sliding out of Bonnie's hair. Bonnie didn't want to look at the mess behind her. "Meredith, you—" "Come on, run!" And she was running again. All the way up the gravel boarding house driveway. All the way up the path to the door. And there, in the doorway, Mrs. Flowers was standing with an old-fashioned kerosene lamp. Get in, she said, and as Meredith and Bonnie skittered to a stop, sobbing for air, she slammed the door shut behind them. They all heard the sound that came next. It was like the sound the branch had made, a sharp crack, plus a bursting, only much louder, and repeated many times over, like popcorn popping. Bonnie was shaking as she took her hands away from her ears and slid down to sit on the entry hall rug. "What in heaven's name have you girls been doing to yourselves?" Mrs. Flowers said, eyeing Bonnie's forehead, Meredith's swollen nose, and their general state of sweaty exhaustion. "It takes too long to explain," Meredith got out. "Bonnie, you can sit down, upstairs." Somehow or other Bonnie made it upstairs. Meredith went at once to the computer and turned it on, collapsing on the desk chair in front of it. Bonnie used the last of her energy to pull off her top. The back was stained with nameless insect juices. She crumpled it into a ball and threw it into a corner. Then she fell down on Stefan's bed. What exactly did Matt say? Meredith was getting her breath back. "He said, look in the backup, or look for the backup file, or something. Meredith, my head. It isn't good." "Okay, just relax. You did great out there." "I made it because you saved me. Thanks. Again." "Don't worry about it." "I don't understand," Meredith added in her talking to herself murmur. "There's a backup file of this note in the same directory, but it's no different. I don't see what Matt meant." "Maybe he was confused," Bonnie said reluctantly. "Maybe he was just in a lot of pain and sort of off his head. Backup file, backup file. Wait a minute. Doesn't Word automatically save a backup in some weird place, like under the administrator directory or somewhere?" Meredith was clicking rapidly through directories. Then she said in a disappointed voice, "No, nothing there." She sat back, letting her breath out sharply. Bonnie knew what she must be thinking. Their long and desperate run through danger couldn't all be for nothing. It couldn't. Then slowly Meredith said, "There are a lot of temp files in here for one little note." "What's a temp file?" "It's just a temporary storage of your file while you're working on it. Usually it just looks like gibberish, though." The clicking started again. "But I must as well be thorough." "Oh," she interrupted herself. The clicking stopped. And then there was dead silence. "What is it?" Bonnie said anxiously. More silence. "Meredith, talk to me. Did you find a backup file?" Meredith said nothing. She seemed not even to hear. She was reading with what looked like horrified fascination. Chapter 23. A cold frisson went down Elena's back, the most delicate of shivers. Damon didn't ask for kisses. This wasn't right. "No," she whispered. "Just one." "I'm not going to kiss you, Damon." "Not me." "Him." Damon denoted him with a tilt of his head toward Matt. "A kiss between you and your former knight." "You want what?" Matt's eyes snapped open and he got the words out explosively before Elena could open her mouth. "You'd like it." Damon's voice had dropped to its softest, most insinuating tones. "You'd like to kiss her. And there's no one to stop you." "Damon." Matt struggled up out of Elena's arms. He seemed as not entirely recovered, perhaps 80% of the way there, but Elena could hear his heart laboring. Elena wondered how long he'd lain, feigning unconsciousness to get his strength back. "The last thing I knew, you were trying to kill me," That doesn't exactly get you on my good side. Second, people just don't go around kissing girls because they're pretty or their boyfriend takes a day off. Don't they? Damon hiked an eyebrow in surprise. I do. Matt just shook his head, dazed. He seemed to be trying to keep one idea fixed in his mind. Will you move your car so we can leave? He said. Elena felt as if she were watching Matt from very far away, and as if he was caged somewhere with a tiger and didn't know it. The clearing had become a very beautiful, wild, and dangerous place, and Matt didn't know that either. Besides, she thought with concern, he's making himself stand up. We need to leave, and quickly, before Damon does anything else to him. But what was the real way out? What was Damon's real agenda? You can go, Damon said. As soon as she kisses you, or you kiss her, he added, as if making a concession. Slowly, as if he realized what it was going to mean, Matt looked at Elena, and then back at Damon. Elena tried to communicate silently with him, but Matt wasn't in the mood. He looked Damon in the face and said, No way. Shrugging, as if to say, I did everything I could, Damon lifted the shaggy pine rod. No, cried Elena. Damon, I'll do it. Damon smiled the smile and held it for a moment, until Elena looked away and went to Matt. His face was still pale, cool. Elena leaned her cheek against his and said almost soundlessly into his ear, Matt, I've dealt with Damon before, and you can't justify him. Let's play along, for now. Then maybe we can get away. And then she made herself say, For me, please. The truth was that she knew too much about stubborn males, too much about how to manipulate them. It was a trait she'd come to hate. Right now she was too busy trying to think of ways to save Matt's life, to debate the ethics of pressuring him. She wished it were Meredith or Bonnie instead of Matt. Not that she would wish such pain on anyone, but Meredith would be coming up with plans C and D, even as Elena came up with A and B. And Bonnie would already have lifted tear-filled, heart-melting brown eyes to Damon. Suddenly Elena thought of the single red flash she'd seen under the Ray-Bans, and she changed her mind. She wasn't sure she wanted Bonnie around Damon now. Of all the guys she'd known, Damon had been the only one Elena couldn't break. Oh, Matt was stubborn, and Stefan could be impossible sometimes, but they both had brightly colored buttons somewhere inside them, labeled, Push Me. And you just had to fiddle with the mechanism a little. Okay, sometimes more than a little. And eventually, even the most challenging male could be mastered. Except one. All right, kiddies, enough time out. Elena felt Matt pulled from her arms and held up. She didn't know by what, but he was standing. Something held him in place, upright, and she knew it wasn't his muscles. So where were we? Damon was walking back and forth with the Virginia pine branch in his right hand, tapping it on his left palm. Oh, that's right, as if making a great discovery. The girl and the stalwart knight are going to kiss. In Stefan's room, Bonnie said, For the last time, Meredith, did you find a backup file for Stefan's note or not? No, Meredith said in a flat voice. But just as Bonnie was about to collapse again, Meredith said, I found a different note completely. A letter, really. A different note. What does it say? Can you stand up at all? Because I think you'd better have a look at this. Bonnie, who had only just gotten back her breath, managed to hobble over to the computer. She read the document on the screen, complete except for what seemed to be its final words, and gasped. Damon did something to Stefan, she said, and felt her heart plummet and all her internal organs follow it. So Elena had been wrong. Damon was evil through and through. By now, Stefan might even be dead, Meredith said, her mind obviously following the same track that Bonnie's had taken. She lifted dark eyes to Bonnie's. Bonnie knew that her own eyes were wet. How long? Meredith asked. Has it been since you called Elena or Matt? I don't know. I don't know what time it is. But I called twice after we left Caroline's house and once at Isabel's. And when I've tried after that, I either get a message that their mailboxes are full or it won't connect at all. That's about exactly what I've gotten. If they went near the old wood, well, you know what it does to phone reception. And now, even if they come out of the woods, we can't leave them a message because we've filled up their voicemail. Email, Meredith said. Good old email. We can use that to send Elena a message. Yes. Bonnie punched the air. Then she deflated. She hesitated for an instant and then almost whispered, No. Words from Stefan's real note kept echoing in her mind. I trust Matt's instinctive protectiveness for you. Meredith's judgment and Bonnie's intuition tell them to remember that. You can't tell her what Damon's done, she said, even as Meredith began busily typing. She probably already knows. And if she doesn't, it'll just make more trouble. She's with Damon. Matt told you that? No, but Matt was out of his mind with pain. Couldn't it have been from those bugs? Meredith looked down at her ankle where several red welts still showed on the smooth olive flesh. It could be, but it wasn't. It didn't feel like the trees either. It was just pure pain. And I don't know, not for certain, how I know that it's Damon doing it. I just know. She saw Meredith's eyes unfocus and knew that she was thinking about Stefan's words too. Well, my judgment tells me to trust you, she said. By the way, Stefan spells judgment the preferred American way, she added. Damon spells it with an E. That may have been what was bothering Matt. As if Stefan would really leave Elena alone with everything that's been going on, Bonnie said indignantly. Well, Damon fooled all of us and made us think so, Meredith pointed out. Meredith tended to point out things like that. Bonnie started suddenly. I wonder if he stole the money. I doubt it, but let's see. Meredith pulled the rocking chair away, saying, Grab me a hanger. Bonnie grabbed one from the closet and grabbed herself one of Elena's tops to put on at the same time. It was too big, since it was Meredith's top given to Elena, but at least it was warm. Meredith was using the hooked end of the wire hanger on all sides of the floorboard that looked most promising. Just as she managed to pry it up, there was a knock at the open door. They both jumped. It's only me, said the voice of Mrs. Flowers from behind a large duffel bag and a tray of bandages, mugs, sandwiches, and strong-smelling cheesecloth bags, like the one she'd used on Matt's arm. Bonnie and Meredith exchanged a glance, and then Meredith said, Come in, and let us help you. Bonnie was already taking the tray, and Mrs. Flowers was dumping the duffel bag on the floor. Meredith continued prying the board up. Food, Bonnie said gratefully. Yes, turkey and tomato sandwiches. Help yourselves. I'm sorry I was away so long, but you can't hurry the poultice for swellings, Mrs. Flowers said. I remember long ago, my younger brother always said, Oh, my goodness gracious. She was staring at the place where the floorboard had been. A good-sized hollow was filled with $100 bills, neatly wrapped in packets with bank bands still around them. Wow, Bonnie said. I never saw so much money. Yes, Mrs. Flowers turned and began distributing cups of cocoa and sandwiches. Bonnie bit into a sandwich hungrily. People used to simply put things behind the loose brick in the fireplace, but I can see that the young man needed more space. Thank you for the cocoa and sandwiches, Meredith said after a few minutes, spent wolfing them down, while working on the computer at the same time. But if you want to treat us for bruises and things, well, I'm afraid we just can't wait. Oh, come. Mrs. Flowers took a small compress that smelled to Bonnie like tea and pressed it to Meredith's nose. This will take the swelling down in minutes. And you, Bonnie. Sniff out the one that's for that bump on your forehead. Once again, Meredith's and Bonnie's eyes met. Bonnie said, Well, if it's only a few minutes, I don't know what we're doing next anyway. She looked the poultices over and picked a round one that smelled of flowers and musk to put on her forehead. Exactly right, Mrs. Flowers said without turning around to look. And of course the long thin one is for Meredith's ankle." Meredith drank the last of her cocoa, then reached down to gingerly touch one of the red marks. "That's okay," she began when Mrs. Flowers interrupted. "You're going to need that ankle at full capacity when we go out." "When we go out?" Meredith stared at her. "Into the old wood," Mrs. Flowers clarified. "To find your friends." Meredith looked horrified. "If Elena and Matt are in the old wood, then I agree. We have to go look for them, but you can't go, Mrs. Flowers. And we don't know where they are anyway." Mrs. Flowers drank from the cup of cocoa in her hand, looking thoughtfully at the one window that wasn't shuttered. For a moment, Meredith thought she hadn't heard or didn't mean to answer. Then she said slowly, "I dare say you all think I'm just a batty old woman who's never around when there's trouble at hand." "We would never think that," Bonnie said staunchly. But thinking that they'd found out more about Mrs. Flowers in the last 2 days than in the entire 9 months since Stephen had moved in here, before that all she'd ever heard were ghost stories or rumors about the crazy old lady in the boarding house. She'd been hearing them since she could remember. Mrs. Flowers smiled. "It's not easy having the power and never being believed when you use it. And then I've lived for so long, and people don't like that. It worries them. They start to make up ghost stories or rumors." Bonnie felt her eyes go round. Mrs. Flowers just smiled again and nodded gently. "It's been a real pleasure having a polite young man in the house," she said, taking the long poultice from the tray and wrapping it around Meredith's ankle. "Of course I had to get over my prejudices. Dear Mamma always said that if I kept the place, I might have to take in boarders, and to be sure not to take in foreigners. And then, of course, the young man is a vampire as well." Bonnie almost sprayed cocoa across the room. She choked, then went into a spasm of coughing. Meredith had her no expression on. "But after a while I got to understand him better and to sympathize with his problems," Mrs. Flowers continued, ignoring Bonnie's attack of coughing. "And now the blonde girl is involved as well. Poor young thing. I often speak to Mamma," still with the accent on the second syllable, "about it." "How old is your mother?" Meredith asked. Her tone was one of polite inquiry, but to Bonnie's experienced eyes, her expression was one of slightly morbid fascination. "Oh, she died back at the turn of the century." There was a pause, and then Meredith rallied. "I'm so sorry," she said. "She must have lived a long—" "I should have said the turn of the previous century. Back in 1901 it was." This time it was Meredith who had the choking fit, but she was more quiet about it. Mrs. Flowers' gentle gaze had drifted back to them. "I was a medium in my day. On vaudeville, you know. So hard to achieve a trance in front of a room full of people. But yes, I really am a white witch. I have the power. And now, if you've finished your cocoa, I think it's time we went into the old wood to find your friends. Even though it's summertime, my dears, you'd both better dress warmly," she added. "I have." Chapter 24. No peck on the lips was going to satisfy Damon, Elena thought. On the other hand, Matt was going to need outright seduction before he would give in. Fortunately, Elena had broken the Matt Honeycutt code long ago, and she planned to be remorseless in using what she had learned on his weakened, susceptible body. But Matt could be far too stubborn for his own good. He allowed Elena to put her soft lips against his. He allowed her to put her arms around him. But when Elena tried to do some of the things he liked most, like running her nails down his spine, or touching her tongue tip lightly to his closed lips, he clamped his teeth shut. He wouldn't put an arm around her. Elena let go of him and sighed. Then she felt a crawling sensation between her shoulder blades, as if she were being watched, but 100 times stronger. She glanced back to see Damon standing at a distance with his Virginia pine rod, but she couldn't find anything unusual. She glanced back once more, and had to cram a fist into her mouth. Damon was there, right behind her, so close that you couldn't have gotten 2 fingers between the front of her body and the front of his. She didn't know why her arm hadn't hit him. Her whirl actually trapped her in between 2 male bodies. But how had he done it? There had been no time to travel the distance of the clearing from where Damon had been standing to 1 inch behind her in the second that she had glanced away. Nor had there been any sound as he walked across the pine needles toward them. Like the Ferrari, he was just there. Elena swallowed the scream that was desperately trying to get out of her lungs and tried to breathe. Her own body was rigid with fear. Matt was trembling slightly behind her. Damon was leaning in, and all she could smell was the sweetness of pine resin. Something's wrong with him. Something's wrong. You know what? Damon said, leaning forward even farther so that she had to lean backward against Matt, so that even spooned against Matt's shaking body, she was looking straight into the Ray-Bans from a distance of 3 inches. That gets you a grade of a D-. Now Elena was shaking as well as Matt, but she had to get a grip on herself, had to meet this aggression head-on. The more passive she and Matt were, the more time Damon had to think. Elena's mind was in feverish, scheming mode. He may not be reading our minds, she thought, but he can certainly tell if we're telling the truth or lying. That's normal for a vampire who drinks human blood. What can we make of that? What can we do with it? That was a greeting kiss, she said boldly. It's to identify the person that you're meeting so you'll always know them afterwards. Even prairie hamsters do it. Now, please, could we move just a little, Damon? I'm getting crushed. And this is just much too provocative a position, she thought, for everybody involved. 1 more chance, Damon said. And this time he didn't smile. I want to see a kiss, a real kiss, between you, or else. Elena twisted in the tight space. Her eyes searched Matt's. They had, after all, been boyfriend and girlfriend for quite a while last year. Elena saw the look in Matt's blue eyes. He wanted to kiss her, as much as he could want anything after that pain. And he realized that she'd had to go through all that fancy footwork to save him from Damon. Somehow we'll get out, Elena thought to him. Now will you cooperate? Some boys didn't have buttons in the selfish sensations area of their brain. Some, like Matt, had buttons labeled honor or guilt. Now Matt held still as she took his face between her hands, tilting it down and going up on her toes to kiss him, because he'd grown so much. She thought of their first real kiss, in his car on the way home from a minor school dance. He'd been terrified, his hands damp, his whole interior quaking. She'd been cool, experienced, gentle. And so she was now, drawing a warm tongue tip to melt his frozen lips apart. And just in case Damon was eavesdropping on her thoughts, she kept them strictly on Matt, on his sunshiny looks and his warm friendship, and on the gallantry and courtesy that he had always shown to her, even when she broke up with him. She wasn't aware when his arms went around her shoulders, or when he took control of the kiss, like a person dying of thirst who's finally found water. She could see it clearly in his mind. He'd never thought he'd kiss Elena Gilbert like this again. Elena didn't know how long it lasted. Finally, she unwound her arms from around Matt's neck and stepped back. And then she realized something. It was no accident that Damon had sounded like a film director. He was holding up a palm-sized video camera, staring into the viewfinder. He'd captured the whole thing. With Elena clearly visible, she had no idea what had happened to the disguising baseball cap and dark glasses. Her hair was disordered and her breathing came quickly, involuntarily. The blood had risen to the surface of her skin. Matt didn't look much more together than she felt. Damon looked up from the viewfinder. What do you want that for? Matt growled in tones completely unlike his normal voice. The kiss had affected him too, Elena thought, more so than her. Damon picked up his branch again and again, waved the end of it like a Japanese fan. Pine aroma wafted by Elena. He looked considering, as though he might ask for a retake, then changed his mind, smiled brilliantly at them, and tucked the video camera into a pocket. All you need to know is that it was a perfect take. Then we're leaving. The kiss seemed to have given Matt new strength, even if it was for saying the wrong types of things. Right now. Oh, no. But keep that dominant, aggressive attitude as you remove her shirt. What? Damon repeated the words in the tones of a director giving an actor complicated instructions. Undo the buttons of her shirt, please, and take it off. You're crazy. Matt turned and looked at Elena, stopped aghast to see the expression on her face, the single tear running down the eye not hidden. Elena. He moved around, but she moved too. He couldn't get her to look him in the face. At last she stopped, stood with her eyes down and leaking tears. He could feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. Elena, let's fight him. Don't you remember how you fought the bad things in Stefan's room? But this is worse, Matt. I've never felt anything this bad before, this strong. It's pressing on me. You don't mean we should give in to him? That was what Matt said, and he sounded as if he were on the verge of being ill. What his clear blue eyes said was simpler. They said no, not if he kills me for refusing. I mean, Elena turned suddenly back to Damon. Let him go, she said. This is between you and me. Let's settle it ourselves. She was damned well going to save Matt, even if he didn't want to be saved. I'll do what you want, she thought as hard as she could to Damon, hoping he would pick some of it up. After all, he'd bled her against her will, at least initially, before. She could live through him doing it again. Yes, you'll do everything I want, Damon said, proving that he could read her thoughts even more clearly than she'd imagined. But the question is, after how much? He didn't say how much what. He didn't have to. Now I know I just gave you an order, he added, half turning toward Matt, but with his eyes still on Elena, because I can still see you picturing it in your mind, but... Elena saw the look in Matt's eyes then, and the flaming of his cheeks, and she knew, and immediately tried to hide the knowledge from Damon, what he was going to do. He was going to commit suicide. If we can't talk you out of it, we can't talk you out of it, Meredith said to Mrs. Flowers. But there are things out there. Yes, dear, I know. And the flaming of his cheeks, and she knew, and immediately tried to hide the knowledge from Damon, what he was going to do. He was going to commit suicide. If we can't talk you out of it, we can't talk you out of it, Meredith said to Mrs. Flowers. But there are things out there. Yes, dear, I know. And the sun is going down. It's a bad time to be outside. But as my mother always said, 2 witches are better than 1. She gave Bonnie an absent smile. And as you very kindly did not say before, I am very old. Why, I can remember the days before the first motor cars and airplanes. I might have knowledge that would help you in your quest for your friends. And on the other hand, I am dispensable. You certainly are not, Bonnie said fervently. They were using up Elena's wardrobe now, piling on the clothes. Meredith had picked up the duffel bag with Stefan's clothes in it and dumped it on his bed. But the first time she picked up a shirt, she dropped it again. Bonnie, you might take something of Stefan's with you as we go, she said. See if you get any impressions from it. Maybe you too, Mrs. Flowers? She added. Bonnie understood. It was one thing to let somebody call themselves a witch. It was another thing to call someone very much your senior one. The last layer of Bonnie's wardrobe was one of Stefan's shirts, and Mrs. Flowers tucked one of his socks in her pocket. But I won't go out the front door, Bonnie said adamantly. She couldn't even bear to imagine the mess. All right, so we'll go out the back, Meredith said, flipping Stefan's lamp off. Come on. They were actually walking out the back door when the front doorbell rang. They all three exchanged glances. Then Meredith wheeled. It could be them, and she hastened back to the dim front of the house. Bonnie and Mrs. Flowers followed more slowly. Bonnie shut her eyes as she heard the door open. When there were no immediate exclamations about the mess, she opened them a slit. There was no sign that anything unusual had happened outside the door. No smashed insect bodies, no dead or dying bugs on the front porch. Hairs on the back of Bonnie's neck rose. Not that she wanted to see the Malach, but she did want to know what had happened to them. Automatically, one hand went to her hair to feel if a tendril had been left behind. Nothing. I'm looking for Matthew Honeycutt. The voice cut into Bonnie's reverie like a hot knife through butter, and Bonnie's eyes snapped all the way open. Yes. It was Sheriff Rich Mooseburger, and he was all there, from shiny boots to crisp collar. Bonnie opened her mouth, but Meredith spoke first. This is not Matt's house, she said, her tone quiet, her voice even. In fact, I have already been to the Honeycutt house, and to the Sules house, and the McCulloughs. Every one of them, in fact, suggested that if Matt weren't at one of those places, he might be out here with you. Bonnie wanted to kick him in the shins. Matt hasn't been stealing stop signs. He would never, ever, ever do something like that. And I wish to God I knew where he was, but I don't. None of us do. She stopped, with a feeling that she might have said too much. And your names are? Mrs. Flowers took over. This is Bonnie McCullough and Meredith Sules. I am Mrs. Flowers, the owner of this boarding house, and I believe I can second Bonnie's remarks about the stop signs. In fact, this is more serious than missing road signs, ma'am. Matthew Honeycutt is under suspicion of assaulting a young woman. There is considerable physical evidence to support her story, and she claims that they have known each other since childhood, so there can be no mistake as to identity. There was a moment of stunned silence, and then Bonnie almost shouted, She who? Miss Caroline Forbes is the complainant, and I would in fact suggest if any of the three of you should happen to see Mr. Honeycutt, that you advise him to turn himself in, before he is taken by force into custody. He took a step toward them, as if threatening to come through the door, but Mrs. Flowers silently barred the way. In fact, Meredith said, regaining her composure, I'm sure you realize that you need a warrant to enter these premises. Do you have one? Sheriff Mossberg didn't answer. He made a sharp little right turn, walked down the pathway to a sheriff's car, and disappeared. Chapter 25. Matt lunged at Damon in a rush that clearly demonstrated the skills that had gotten him a college football scholarship. He accelerated from utter stillness to a blur of motion, trying to tackle Damon, to bring him down. Run! He shouted at the same instant. Run! Elena stood still, trying to come up with Plan A after this disaster. She had been forced to watch Stefan's humiliation at Damon's hands at the boarding house, but she didn't think she could stand to see this. But when she looked again, Matt was standing about a dozen yards from Damon, white-faced and grim, but alive and on his feet. He was preparing to rush Damon again, and Elena couldn't run. She knew that it would probably be the best thing. Damon might punish Matt briefly, but most of his attention would be turned to hunting her down. But she couldn't be sure, and she couldn't be sure that the punishment wouldn't kill Matt, or that he would be able to get away before Damon found her and had leisure time to think of him again. No, not this Damon, pitiless and remorseless as he was. There must be some way. She could almost feel wheels spinning in her own head. And then she saw it. No, not that. But what else was there to do? Matt was, indeed, rushing Damon again. And this time, as he went for him, lithe and unstoppable and fast as a darting snake, she saw what Damon did. He simply sidestepped at the last moment, just when Matt was about to ram him with a shoulder. Matt's momentum kept him going, but Damon simply turned in place and faced him again. Then he picked up his damned pine branch. It was broken at the end where Matt had trampled it, Damon frowned at the stick, then shrugged, lifting it. And then both he and Matt stopped frozen. Something came sailing in from the sidelines to settle on the ground between them. It lay there, stirring in the breeze. It was a maroon and navy Pendleton shirt. Both of the boys turned slowly toward Elena, who was wearing a white lacy camisole. She shivered slightly and wrapped her arms around herself. It seemed unusually cold for this time of evening. Very slowly, Damon lowered the pine branch. "Saved by your innamorata," he said to Matt. "I know what that means, and it's not true," Matt said. "She's my friend, not my girlfriend." Damon just smiled distantly. Elena could feel his eyes on her bare arms. "So, on to the next step," he said. Elena wasn't surprised. Heartsick, but not surprised. Neither was she surprised to see, when Damon turned to look from her to Matt and back, a flash of red. It seemed to be reflected on the inside of his sunglasses. "Now," he said to Elena, "I think we'll put you over there on that rock, sort of half for climbing. But first, another kiss." He looked back at Matt. "Get with the program, Matt. You're wasting time. First, maybe you kiss her hair, then she throws your head back and you kiss her neck, while she puts her arms around your shoulders." Matt, thought Elena. Damon had said Matt. It had slipped out so easily, so innocently. Suddenly, her entire brain, and her body too, seemed to be vibrating as if to a single note of music, seemed to be flooded by an icy shower bath. And what the note was saying was not shocking, because it was something that somehow, at a subliminal level, she already knew. That's not Damon. This wasn't the person she had known for, was it really only 9 or 10 months? She had seen him when she was a human girl, and she had defied him and desired him in equal measure. And he had seemed to love her best when she was defying him. She had seen him when she was a vampire, and had been drawn to him with all her being, and he had cared for her as if she were a child. She had seen him when she was a spirit, and from the afterlife she had learned a great deal. He was a womanizer. He could be callous. He drifted through his victims' lives like a chimera, like a catalyst, changing other people while he himself remained unchanging and unchanged. He mystified humans, confused them, used them, leaving them bewildered, because he had the charm of the devil. And never once had she seen him break his word. She had a rock-bottom feeling that this wasn't something that was a decision. It was so much a part of Damon, lodged so deep in his subconscious, that even he couldn't do anything to change it. He couldn't break his word. He'd starve first. Damon was still talking to Matt, giving him orders. And then take off her... So what about his word to be her bodyguard, to keep her from harm? He was talking to her now. "So you know when to throw your head back, after he... Who are you?" "What?" "You heard me. Who are you? If you had really seen Stefan off, and promised him to take care of me, none of this would have happened. Oh, you might be messing with Matt, but not in front of me. You're not... Damon's not stupid. He knows what a bodyguard is. He knows that watching Matt in pain hurts me as well. You're not Damon. Who are you?" Matt's strength, and fast as a rattlesnake's speed, hadn't done any good. Maybe a different approach would work. As Elena spoke, she had been very slowly reaching up to Damon's face. Now, with one motion, she pulled his sunglasses off. Eyes red as fresh new blood shone out at her. "What have you done?" she whispered. "What have you done to Damon?" Matt was out of the range of her voice, but had been inching around, trying to get her attention. She wished fervently that Matt would just make a run for it himself. Here, he was just another way for this creature to blackmail her. Without seeming to move quickly, the Damon thing reached down and snatched the sunglasses from her hand. It was too fast for her to resist. Then he seized her wrist in a painful grip. "This would be a lot easier on both of you if you'd cooperate," he said casually. "You don't seem to realize what might happen if you make me angry." His grip was forcing her down, forcing her to kneel. Elena decided not to let it. But unfortunately, her body didn't want to cooperate. It sent urgent messages of pain to her mind, of agony, of burning, searing agony. She had thought that she could ignore it, could stand to let him break her wrist. She was wrong. At some point, something in her brain blacked out completely, and the next thing she knew, she was on her knees, with a wrist that felt 3 times the right size and burned fiercely. "Human weakness," Damon said scornfully. "It will get you every time. You should know better than to disobey me by now." Not Damon, Elena thought, so vehemently that she was surprised the impostor didn't hear her. "All right." Damon's voice continued above her as cheerfully as if he'd simply given her a suggestion. "You go sit on that rock, leaning backward, and Matt, if you'll just come over here, facing her." The tone was of polite command, but Matt ignored it and was beside her already, looking at the finger marks on Elena's wrist as if he didn't believe them. Matt stands up, Elena sits, or the opposite one gets the full treatment. "Have fun, kiddies." Damon had the palm camera out again. Matt consulted Elena with his eyes. She looked at the impostor and said, enunciating carefully, "Go to hell, whoever you are." "Been there, done that. Bought the brimstone." The not Damon creature rattled off. He gave Matt a smile that was both luminescent and terrifying. Then he waggled the pine branch. Matt ignored it. He waited, his face stoic for the pain to hit. Elena struggled up to stand by him. Side by side, they could defy Damon, who seemed for a moment to be out of his mind. "You're trying to pretend you're not afraid of me, but you will be. If you had any sense, you would be now." Belligerently, he took a step toward Elena. "Why aren't you afraid of me? Whoever you are, you're just an oversized bully. You've hurt Matt, you've hurt me. I'm sure you can kill us, but we're not afraid of bullies. You will be afraid." Now Damon's voice had dropped to a menacing whisper. "Just wait." Even as something was ringing in Elena's ears, telling her to listen to those last words, to make a connection. Who did that sound like? The pain hit. Her knees were knocked out by it. But she wasn't just kneeling now. She was trying to roll into a ball, trying to curl around the agony. All rational thought was swept from her head. She sensed Matt beside her, trying to hold her. She could no more communicate with him than she could fly. She shuddered and fell to her side, as if having a seizure. Her entire universe was pain, and she only heard voices as if they came from far away. "Stop it!" Matt sounded frantic. "Stop it! Are you crazy? That's Elena, for God's sake! Do you want to kill her?" And then the not Damon thing, advising him mildly, "I wouldn't try that again." But the only sound Matt made was a scream of primal rage. "Caroline?" Bonnie was raging, pacing back and forth in Stefan's room while Meredith did something else with the computer. "How dare she?" "She doesn't dare try to attack Stefan or Elena outright. There's an oath," Meredith said. "So she's thought this up to get at all of us." "But Matt—" "Oh, Matt's handy," Meredith said grimly. "And unfortunately there's the matter of the physical evidence on both of them." "What do you mean? Matt doesn't—" "The scratches, my dear," put in Mrs. Flowers, looking sad. "From your razor-toothed bug. The poultice I put it on will have healed them so that they'll look like a girl's fingernail scratches, about now. And the mark it left on your neck," Mrs. Flowers coughed delicately. It looks like what in my day was called a love bite. Perhaps a sign of a tryst that ended in force. Not that your friend would ever do anything like that. And remember how Caroline looked when we saw her, Bonnie? Meredith said dryly. Not the crawling around. I'll bet anything she's walking just fine now. But her face. She had a black eye coming in and a swollen cheek. Perfect for the time frame. Bonnie felt as if everyone was 2 steps ahead of her. What time frame? The night the bug attacked Matt. It was the morning after that the sheriff called and talked to him. Matt admitted that his mother hadn't seen him all night, and that neighborhood watch guy saw Matt drive up to the house and basically pass out. That was from the bug poison. He'd just been fighting the Malach. We know that. But they'll say he'd just come back from attacking Caroline. Caroline's mother will hardly be fit to testify. You saw how she was. So who's to say that Matt wasn't over at Caroline's? Especially if he was planning assault. We are. We can vouch for him. Bonnie suddenly stumbled to a halt. No. I guess it was after he left that this was supposed to have happened. But no, this is all wrong. She took up pacing again. I saw one of those bugs up close, and it was exactly the way Matt described. And what's left of it now? Nothing. Besides, they'll say that you would say anything for him. Bonnie couldn't stand just walking aimlessly around anymore. She had to get to Matt, had to warn him, if they could even find him, or Elena. I thought you were the one who couldn't wait a minute to find them, she said accusingly to Meredith. I know, I was. But I had to look something up, and besides, I wanted one more try at that page only vampires are supposed to read. The she-knows-she one. But I've tweaked the screen in all the ways I can think of, and if there's something written here, I certainly can't find it. Best not to waste more time on it, then, Mrs. Flowers said. Come, get into your jacket, my dear. Shall we take the yellow wheeler or not? For just a moment, Bonnie had a wild vision of a horse-drawn vehicle, a sort of Cinderella carriage, but not pumpkin-shaped. Then she remembered seeing Mrs. Flowers' ancient Model T painted yellow, parked inside what must be the oldest stables that belonged to the boarding house. We did better when we were on foot than we or Matt did in a car, said Meredith, giving the computer monitor controls a final vicious click. We're more mobile than... Oh my God, I did it! Did what? The website. Come look at this. Both Bonnie and Mrs. Flowers came over to the computer. The screen was bright green with thin, faint, dark green writing. How did you do it? Bonnie demanded as Meredith bent to get a notebook and pen to copy down what they saw. I don't know. I just tweaked the color settings one last time. I'd already tried it for power saver, low battery, high resolution, high contrast, and every combination I could think of. They stared at the words. Tired of that lapis lazuli? Want to take a vacation in Hawaii? Sick of that same old liquid cuisine? Come and visit she-knows-she. After that came an ad for the Death of Death, a place where vampires could be cured of their cursed state and become human again. And then there was an address. Just a city road, no mention of what state, or for that matter, what city. But it was a clue. Stefan didn't mention a road address, Bonnie said. Maybe he didn't want to scare Elena, Meredith said grimly. Or maybe, when he looked at the page, the address wasn't there. Bonnie shivered. She-knows-she. I don't like the sound of it. And don't laugh at me, she added to Meredith defensively. Remember what Stefan said about trusting my intuition? Nobody's laughing, Bonnie. We need to get to Elena and Matt. What does your intuition tell you about that? It says that we're going to get into trouble, and that Matt and Elena are in trouble already. Funny, because that's just what my judgment tells me. Are we ready now? Mrs. Flowers handed out flashlights. Meredith tried hers and found it had a strong, steady beam. Let's do it, she said, automatically flipping off Stefan's lamp again. Bonnie and Mrs. Flowers followed her down the stairs, out of the house, and onto the street they had run from not so long ago. Bonnie's pulse was racing, her ears ready for the slightest whip-whip sound. But except for the beams of their flashlights, the old wood was completely dark and eerily silent. Not even the sound of birdsong broke the moonless night. They plunged in, and in minutes they were lost. Matt woke up on his side, and for a moment didn't know where he was. Outdoors, ground, picnic, hiking, fell asleep. And then he tried to move, and agony flared like a geyser of flame, and he remembered everything. That bastard, torturing Elena, he thought. Torturing Elena. It didn't go together, not with Damon. What was it Elena had been saying to him at the end that had made him so angry? The thought nagged at him, but it was just another unanswered question, like Stefan's note in Elena's diary. Matt realized that he could move, if very slowly. He looked around, moving his head by careful increments until he saw Elena, lying near him like a broken doll. He hurt, and he was desperately thirsty. She would feel the same way. The first thing was to get her to a hospital. The kind of muscular contractions brought on by that degree of pain could break an arm or even a leg. They were certainly strong enough to cause a sprain or dislocation, not to mention Damon spraining her wrist. That was what the practical, sensible part of him was thinking. But the question that kept going around in his mind still made him reel in complete astonishment. He hurt Elena. The way he hurt me? I don't believe it. I knew he was sick, twisted, but I never heard of him hurting the girls. And never, never, Elena. Never. But me, if he treats me the way he treats Stefan, he'll kill me. I don't have a vampire's resilience. I have to get Elena out of this before he kills me. I can't leave her alone with him. Instinctively, somehow, he knew that Damon was still around. This was confirmed when he heard some little noise, turned his head too fast, and found himself staring at a blurred and wobbling black boot. The blur and wobble were the result of turning too quickly, but as quickly as he'd turned, he'd suddenly felt his face pressed into the dirt and pine needles on the ground of the clearing. By the boot, it was on his neck, grinding his face into the dirt now. Matt made a wordless sound of pure fury and grabbed at the leg above the boot with both hands, trying to get a purchase and throw Damon off. But while he could grasp the smooth leather of the boot, moving it in any direction was impossible. It was as if the vampire in the boot could turn himself to iron. Matt could feel the tendons in his throat stand out, his face turn red, and his muscles bunch under his shirt as he made a violent effort to heave Damon off. At last, exhausted, chest heaving, he lay still. In that very same instant, the boot was lifted. Exactly, he realized, at the moment when he was too tired to lift his head himself. He made a supreme effort and lifted it a few inches, and the boot caught him under the chin and lifted his face a little higher. What a pity, Damon said with infuriating contempt. You humans are so weak. It's no fun to play with you at all. Stefan will come back, Matt got out, looking up at Damon from where he was unintentionally groveling on the ground. Stefan will kill you. Guess what? Damon said conversationally. Your face is all messed up on one side, scratches, you know? You've got sort of a Phantom of the Opera thing going on. If he doesn't, I will. I don't know how, but I will. I swear it. Careful what you promise. Just as Matt got his arm working enough to prop him up, exactly then, to the millisecond, Damon reached out and grabbed him painfully by a handful of hair, yanking his head up. Stefan, Damon said, looking straight down into Matt's face and forcing Matt to look up at him, no matter how Matt tried to turn his face away. It was only powerful for a few days because he was drinking the blood of a very powerful spirit who hadn't yet adapted to Earth yet. But look at her now. He twisted his grip on Matt's hair again, more painfully. Some spirit, lying there in the dirt. Now the power is back where it should be. Do you understand? Do you, boy? Matt just stared at Elena. How could you do that? He whispered finally. An object lesson in what it means to defy me. And surely you wouldn't want me to be sexist and leave her out, Damon titched. You have to keep up with the times. Matt said nothing. He had to get Elena out of this. Worrying about the girl. She's just playing possum now, hoping I'll ignore her and concentrate on you. You're a liar, so I'll concentrate on you. Speaking of keeping up with the times, you know, except for the scratches and things. You're a fine-looking young man. At first the words meant nothing to Matt. When he understood them, Matt could feel his blood freeze in his body. As a vampire, I can give you an informed and honest opinion. And as a vampire, I'm getting very thirsty. There's you, and then there's the girl who's still pretending to be asleep. I'm sure you can see what I'm getting at. I believe in you, Elena, Matt thought. He's a liar, and he'll always be a liar. Take my blood, he said wearily. Are you sure? Now Damon sounded solicitous. If you resist, the pain is horrible. Just get it over with. Whatever you like. Damon knelt, fluidly on one knee, at the same time twisting his grip on Matt's hair, making Matt wince. The new grip dragged Matt's upper body across Damon's knee, so that his head was thrown back, his neck arched and exposed. In fact, Matt had never felt so exposed, so helpless, so vulnerable in his life. You can always change your mind, Damon taunted him. Matt shut his eyes, stubbornly, saying nothing. At the last moment, though, as Damon bent with fangs exposed, Matt's fingers almost involuntarily, almost as if it were something his body was doing, apart from his mind, clenched themselves into a fist, and he suddenly, unpredictably, brought the fist swinging up to deal a violent blow to Damon's temple. But serpent quick, Damon reached up and caught the blow almost nonchalantly in an open hand, and held Matt's fingers in a crushing grip, just as razor-sharp fangs opened a vein in Matt's throat, and an open mouth fastened on his exposed throat, sucking and drinking the blood that sprayed upward. Elena, awake but unable to move from where she had fallen, unable to make a sound or turn her head, was forced to listen to the entire exchange, forced to hear Matt's groan as his blood was taken against his will, as he resisted to the last. And then she thought of something that, as dizzy and frightened as she was, almost made her pass out in fear. Chapter 26. Ley lines. Stefan had spoken of them, and with the influence of the spirit world still on her, she had seen them without trying. Now, still lying on her side, channeling what remained of that power to her eyes, she looked at the earth, and that was what made her mind go gray in terror. As far as she could see, there were lines converging here from all directions, thick lines that glowed with a cold phosphorescence, medium-sized lines that had the dull shine of bad mushrooms in a cellar, and tiny lines that looked like perfectly straight cracks of the outer surface layer of the world. They were like veins and arteries and nerves just under the skin of the clearing beast. No wonder it seemed alive. She was lying on a massive convergence of ley lines, and if the cemetery was worse than this, she couldn't imagine what it might look like. If Damon had somehow found a way to tap into that power, no wonder he seemed different, arrogant, undefeatable. Ever since he had released her to drink Matt's blood, She had kept shaking her head, trying to shake off the humiliation with it. But now, finally, she stopped as she tried to calculate a way to make use of this power. There had to be a way to do it. The grayness wouldn't clear from her vision. Finally, Elena realized that it was not because she was faint, but because it was getting dark, twilight outside the clearing, true darkness coming into it. She tried again to lift herself up, and this time she succeeded. Almost immediately a hand was extended to her, and automatically she took it, letting it draw her to her feet. She faced, whoever it was, Damon or whatever was using his features or his body. Despite the almost darkness, he still wore those wraparound sunglasses. She could make nothing out of the rest of his face. "No," the thing in the sunglasses said. "You're going to come with me." It was nearing full dark, and they were in the clearing that was a beast. This place, it was unwholesome. She was afraid of the clearing as she had never been afraid of a person or creature. It resounded with malevolence, and she couldn't shut her ears to it. She had to keep thinking, and keep thinking straight, she thought. She was terribly frightened for Matt, frightened that Damon had taken too much blood or had played too hard with his toy, breaking it. And she was afraid of this Damon thing. She was also worried about the influence this place might have had on the real Damon. The woods around them shouldn't have any effect on vampires, except to hurt them. Was the possible Damon inside the possessor hurt? If he could understand anything of what was happening, could he distinguish that hurt from his hurt and anger at Stefan? She didn't know. She did know that there had been a terrible look in his eyes when Stefan had told him to get out of the boarding house. And she did know that there were creatures in the forest, Malach, that could influence a person's mind. She was afraid, deeply afraid, that the Malach were using Damon now, blackening his darkest desires and twisting him into something horrible, something he had never been, even at his worst. But how could she be sure? How could she know whether or not there was something else behind the Malach, something that controlled them? Her soul was telling her that this might be the case, that Damon might be completely unconscious of what his body was doing, but that might just be wishful thinking. Certainly all she could sense around her were small, evil creatures. She could feel them encircling the clearing, strange, insect-like beings like the one that had attacked Matt. They were in a furor of excitement, whipping their tentacles around to make a noise almost like a buzzing helicopter. Were they influencing Damon now? Certainly he had never before hurt any of the other humans she knew the way he had today. She had to get all three of them out of this place. It was diseased, contaminated. Once again she felt a wave of longing for Stefan, who might know what to do in this situation. She turned slowly to look at Damon. "May I call someone to come and help Matt? I'm afraid to leave him here. I'm afraid they'll get him." Just as well to let him know that she knew they were hiding in the liverwort and the rhododendron and the mountain holly bushes all around. Damon hesitated. He seemed to consider it. Then he shook his head. "We wouldn't want to give them too many clues to where you are," he said cheerily. "It'll be an interesting experiment to see if the Malach do get him, and how they do it." "It wouldn't be an interesting experiment for me." Elena's voice was flat. "Matt is my friend." "Nevertheless, we'll leave him here for now. I don't trust you, even to give me a message to Meredith or Bonnie to send on my phone." Elena didn't say anything. As a matter of fact, he was right not to trust her, as she and Meredith and Bonnie had worked out an elaborate code of harmless-sounding phrases as soon as they knew that Damon was after Elena. A lifetime ago for her, literally, but she could still remember them. Silently, she simply followed Damon to the Ferrari. She was responsible for Matt. "You're not putting up much of an argument this time, and I wonder what you're plotting." I'm plotting that we might as well get on with it. If you'll tell me what it is, she said, more bravely than she felt. Well, now what it is up to you. Damon gave Matt a kick in the ribs in passing. He was now pacing in a circle around the clearing, which seemed smaller than ever, a circle which didn't include her. She took a few paces toward him and slipped. She didn't know how it happened. Maybe the giant animal breathed. Maybe it was just the slick pine needles under her boots. But one moment she was heading for Matt, and the next her feet had gone out from under her, and she was heading for the ground with nothing to grab onto. And then, smoothly and unhurriedly, she was in Damon's arms. With centuries of Virginian etiquette behind her, she automatically said, "Thank you." "My pleasure." Yes, she thought. That's all it means. It is his pleasure, and that's all that matters. That was when she noticed that they were headed for her Jaguar. "Oh, no, we don't," she said. "Oh, yes, we will, if I please," he said. "Unless you want to see your friend Matt suffer like that again. At some point, his heart will give out." "Damon." She pushed her way out of his arms, standing on her own feet. "I don't understand. This isn't like you. Take what you want and go." He just kept looking at her. "I was doing just that." "You don't have to." For the life of her, she couldn't keep a tremor out of her voice. "Take me anywhere special to take my blood, and Matt won't know. He's out." For a long moment there was silence in the clearing. Utter silence. The night birds and the crickets stopped making their music. Suddenly Elena felt as if she were on some kind of thrill ride that plummeted down, leaving her stomach and organs still at the top. Then Damon put it in words. "I want you. Exclusively." Elena braced herself, trying to keep a clear head despite the fog that seemed to be invading it. "You know that that's not possible." "I know that it was possible for Stefan. When you were with him, you didn't think about anything but him. You couldn't see, you couldn't hear, couldn't feel anything but him." Elena's gooseflesh now covered her whole body. Speaking carefully around the obstruction in her throat, she said, "Damon, did you do something to Stefan?" "Now, why would I want to do something like that?" Very low, Elena said. "You and I both know why." "Do you mean—" Damon started out speaking casually, but his voice grew more intense as he gripped her shoulders. "So that you would see nothing but me? Hear nothing but me? Think of nothing but me?" Still quietly, still controlling her terror, Elena said, "Take off the sunglasses, Damon." Damon glanced upwards and around as if to reassure himself that no last ray of sunlight could pierce the green-gray world that surrounded them. Then, with one hand, he stripped off the sunglasses. Elena found herself looking into eyes that were so black there seemed to be no difference between iris and pupil. She turned a switch in her brain, did something so that all her senses were tuned into Damon's face, his expression, the power circulating through him. His eyes were still as black as the depths of an unexplored cave. No red. But then he'd had time, this time, to get ready for her. I believe what I saw before, Elena thought, with my own eyes. "Damon, I'll do anything. Anything you want, but you have to tell me. Did you do something to Stefan?" "Stefan was still high on your blood when he left you," he reminded her, and before she could speak to deny this, "and to answer your question precisely, I don't know where he is. On that you have my word. But in any case, it's true, what you were thinking earlier," he added, as Elena tried to step away, to get out of the grip he had on her upper arms. "I'm the only one, Elena. The only one you haven't conquered. The only one you can't manipulate. Intriguing, isn't it?" Suddenly, in spite of her fear, she was furious. Then why hurt Matt? He's just a friend. What's he got to do with it? Just a friend. And Damon began to laugh the way he had before, eerily. Well, I know he didn't have anything to do with Stefan leaving, Elena snapped. Damon turned on her, but by then the clearing was so dim that she couldn't read his expression at all. And who said I did? But that doesn't mean I'm not going to make use of the opportunity. He picked Matt up easily and held up something that shone silver from his other hand. Her keys. From her jeans pocket, taken, no doubt, when she was lying unconscious on the ground. She could tell nothing from his voice either, except that it was bitter and grim. All usual if you were talking about Stefan. With your blood in him, I couldn't have killed my brother if I had tried the last time I saw him, he added. Did you try? As a matter of fact, no. You have my word on that as well. And you don't know where he is. No. He hefted Matt. What do you think you're doing? Taking him with us. He's hostage for your good behavior. Oh, no, Elena said flatly, pacing. This is between you and me. You've hurt Matt enough. She blinked, and once again almost screamed to find Damon much too close, much too fast. I'll do whatever you want, but not here out in the open and not with Matt around. Come on, Elena, she was thinking. Where's that vampy behavior when you want it? You used to be able to vamp any guy now. Just because he's a vampire, you can't do it? Take me somewhere, she said softly, intertwining her arm with his free one. But in the Ferrari. I don't want to go in my car. Take me in the Ferrari. Damon paced back to the trunk of the Ferrari, unlocked it and looked inside. Then he looked at Matt. It was clear that the tall, well-built boy wasn't going to fit into the trunk. At least, not with all his limbs attached. Don't you even think about it, Elena said. Just put him in the Jaguar with the keys and he'll be safe enough. Lock him in. Elena fervently prayed that what she was saying was true. For a moment, Damon said nothing. Then he looked up with a smile so brilliant she could see it in the dusk. All right, he said. He dumped Matt on the ground again. But if you try to run while I move the cars, I'll run him over. Damon, will you never understand? Humans don't do that to their friends, Elena thought as he brought the Ferrari out so he could bring the Jaguar in, so he could dump Matt in it. All right, she said in a small voice. She was afraid to look at Damon. Now, what do you want? Damon inclined from the waist in a very graceful bow, indicating the Ferrari. She wondered what would happen once she got in. If he were any normal attacker, if there wasn't Matt to think about, if she didn't fear the forest even more than she feared him. She hesitated, and then got into Damon's car. Inside, she pulled her camisole out of her jeans to conceal the fact that she wasn't wearing a seatbelt. She doubted Damon ever wore a seatbelt or locked his doors or anything like that. Precautions weren't his thing. And now she prayed that he had other matters on his mind. Seriously, Damon, where are we going? She said as he got into the Ferrari. First, how about one for the road? Damon suggested, his voice fake jocular. Elena had expected something like this. She sat passively as Damon took her chin in fingers that trembled slightly and tilted it up. She shut her eyes as she felt the double snake-bite pinch of razor-sharp fangs piercing her skin. She kept her eyes shut as her attacker fastened his mouth on the bleeding flesh and began to drink deeply. Damon's idea of one for the road was just what she would have expected, enough to put both of them in danger. But it wasn't until she actually began to feel as if she would pass out any minute that she shoved at his shoulder. He held on for a few more very painful seconds just to show who was boss here. Then he let go of her, licking his lips avidly, his eyes actually gleaming at her through the Ray-Bans. "Exquisite," he said. "Unbelievable. Why, yeah, tell me I'm a bottle of single malt scotch," she thought. "That's the way to my heart." "Can we go now?" she asked pointedly. And then, as she suddenly remembered Damon's driving habits, she added deliberately, "Be careful. This road twists and turns a lot." It had the effect she had hoped for. Damon hit the accelerator and they shot out of the clearing at high speed. Then they were taking the sharp turns of the old wood faster than Elena had ever driven through here, faster than anyone had dared go with her as a passenger before. But still, they were her roads. From childhood on, she had played here. There was only one family who lived right on the perimeter of the old wood, but their driveway was on the right side of the road, her side, and she got herself ready for it. He would take the sudden curve to the left just before the second curve that was the Dunstons' driveway, and on the second curve, she would jump. There was no sidewalk edging Old Wood Road, of course, but at that point, there was a heavy growth of rhododendron and other bushes. All she could do was pray that she didn't snap her neck on impact. Pray that she didn't break an arm or leg before she limped through the few yards of woods to the driveway. Pray that the Dunstons were home when she pounded on their door, and pray that they listened when she told them not to let the vampire in behind her. She saw the curve. She didn't know why the Damon thing couldn't read her mind, but apparently he couldn't. He wasn't speaking, and his only precaution against her trying to get out seemed to be speed. She was going to get hurt, she knew that. But the worst part of any hurt was fear, and she wasn't afraid. As he rounded the curve, she pulled the handle and pushed open the door as hard as she could with her hands, while she kicked it as hard as she could with her feet. The door swung open, quickly being caught by centrifugal force, as were Elena's legs, as was Elena. Her kick alone took her halfway out of the car. Damon grabbed for her and got only a handful of hair. For a moment, she thought he would keep her in, even without keeping hold of her. She tumbled over and over in the air, floating, remaining about 2 feet off the ground, reaching out to grab fronds, branches of bushes, anything she could use to slow her velocity. And in this place, where magic and physics met, she was able to do it, to slow while still floating on Damon's power, although it took her much farther from the Dunstons' house than she wanted. Then she did hit the ground, bounced, and did her best to twist in the air, to take the impact on her buttock or the back of a shoulder. But something went wrong, and her left heel hit first. God! And tangled, swinging her around completely, slamming her knee into concrete. God! God! Flipping her in the air and bringing her down on her right arm so hard it seemed to be trying to drive it into her shoulder. She had the wind knocked out of her by the first blow and was forced to hiss air in by the second and third. Despite the flipping, flying universe, there was one sign she couldn't miss. An unusual spruce growing into the road that she had noticed 10 feet behind her when she'd exploded out of the car. Tears were pouring uncontrollably down her cheeks as she pulled at tendrils of bush that had entangled her ankle, and a good thing, too. A few tears might have blurred her vision, made her afraid, as she had been with the last 2 explosions of pain, that she might pass out. But she was out on the road. Her eyes were washed clear. She could see the spruce and the sunset both directly ahead, and she was thoroughly conscious. And that meant that if she headed for the sunset, but at a 45-degree angle to her right, she couldn't miss the Dunstons' driveway, house, barn, cornfield were all there to guide her after perhaps 25 steps in the woods. She had barely stopped rolling when she was pulling at the bush that had thwarted her, and getting to her feet just as she pulled the last entangling stems from her hair. The calculation about the Dunstans' house happened instantaneously in her head, even as she turned and saw the crushed swath she'd cut through the greenery and the blood on the road. At first, she looked at her skinned hands in bewilderment. They couldn't have left such a gory trail. And they hadn't. One knee had been skinned, flayed, really, right through her jeans, and one seriously messed up leg, less bloody but causing her sheets of pain like white lightning even while she was not trying to move it. 2 arms with quite a lot of skin removed. No time to find out how much, or to figure out what she'd done to her shoulder. A screech of brakes ahead. Lord, he's slow. No, I'm fast, hyped up by pain and terror. Use it. She ordered her legs to sprint into the forest. Her right leg obeyed, but when she swiveled her left and it hit the ground, fireworks went off behind her eyes. She was in a state of hyper-alertness. She saw the stick even as she was falling. She rolled over once or twice, which caused dull red flares of pain to go off in her head, and then she was able to grab it. It might have been specially designed for a crutch, around underarm height and blunt on one end but sharp on the other. She tucked it under her left arm and somehow willed herself up from her place in the mud, boosting off with her right leg and catching herself on the crutch so that she scarcely had to touch her left foot to the ground. She'd got turned around in the fall and had to twist to right herself again. But there she saw it, the last remains of sunset and the road behind her. Head 45 degrees right from that glow, she thought. Thank God. It was her right arm that was messed up. This way she could support herself with her left shoulder on the crutch. Still, without a moment's hesitation, without giving Damon an extra millisecond to follow her, she plunged in her chosen direction into the forest. Into the old wood. Chapter 27. When Damon woke up, he was wrestling with the wheel of the Ferrari. He was on a narrow road heading almost straight into a glorious sunset, and the passenger door was waving open. Once again, only the combination of almost instantaneous reflex and perfectly designed automobile allowed him to keep out of the wide, muddy ditches on either side of the one-lane road. But he managed it, and ended up with the sunset at his back, gazing at the long shadows down the road, and wondering what the hell had just happened to him. Was he sleep driving now? The passenger door, why was it open? And then something happened. A long, thin thread, slightly waving, almost like a single strand of gossamer, lit up as the reddish sunlight hit it. It was dangling from the top of the passenger window, which was shut, with the roof down. He didn't bother to pull the car to one side, but stopped in the middle of the road and went around to look at that hair. In his fingers, held toward the light, it turned white, but turned toward the dark of the forest, it showed its true color, gold. A long, slightly waving golden hair. Elena. As soon as he had identified it, he got back into the car and began to backtrack. Something had ripped Elena right out of his car without putting so much as a scratch on the paint. What could have done that? How had he managed to get Elena to go for a spin anyway? And why couldn't he remember? Had they both been attacked? When he backtracked, however, the marks by the passenger side of the road told the entire grisly story. For some reason, Elena had been frightened into jumping out of the car, or some power had pulled her. And Damon, who now felt as if there were steam rising from his skin, knew that in all the woods there were only 2 creatures that could have been responsible. He sent out a scouting probe, a simple circle that was meant to be undetectable, and almost lost control of the car again. Merde! That blast had come out as a sphere-shaped killing strafe. Birds were dropping out of the sky. It tore through the old wood, through Fell's Church, which surrounded it, and into the areas beyond, before finally dying out hundreds of miles away. Power? He wasn't a vampire. He was death incarnate. Damon had a vague thought of pulling over and waiting until the turmoil inside himself had stopped. Where had such power come from? Stefan would have stopped, would have dithered around, wondering. Damon just grinned savagely, gunned the engine, and sent thousands of probes raining from the sky, all attuned to catch a fox-shaped creature running or hiding in the old wood. He got a hit in a tenth of a second. There. Under a black cohosh bush, if he wasn't mistaken. Under some unspeakable bush, anyway. And Shinichi knew he was coming. Good. Damon sent a wave of power directly at the fox, catching it in a kekai, a sort of invisible rope barrier that he tightened deliberately, slowly, around the struggling animal. Shinichi fought back with killing force. Damon used the kekai to pick him up bodily and slam the little fox body into the ground. After a few of these slams, Shinichi decided to stop fighting and played dead instead. That was fine with Damon. It was the way he thought Shinichi looked best, except for the bit about playing. At last, he had to stash the Ferrari between two trees and ran swiftly to the bush where Shinichi was now fighting the barrier around him to get into human form. Standing back, eyes narrowed, arms crossed on his chest, Damon watched the struggle for a while. Then he let up enough on the Kekai's field to allow the change. And the instant Shinichi became human, Damon's hands were around his throat. "Where is Elena? Kono bakayaro." In a lifetime as a vampire, you learned a lot of curse words. Damon preferred to use those of a victim's native language. He called Shinichi everything he could think of, because Shinichi was fighting, and was calling telepathically for his sister. Damon had some choice things to say about that in Italian, where hiding behind your younger twin sister was, well, good for a lot of creative cursing. He felt another fox shape racing at him, and he realized that Misao intended to kill. She was in her true shape as a kitsune, just like the russet thing he tried to run over while driving with Damaris. A fox, yes, but a fox with 2, 3, 6 tails altogether. The extra ones usually were invisible, he gathered, as he nearly caught her in a kekai as well. But she was ready to show them, ready to use all her powers to rescue her brother. Damon contented himself with holding her as she struggled vainly within the barrier, and saying to Shinichi, "Your baby sister fights better than you, Bakayaro. Now give me Elena." Shinichi changed forms abruptly and leaped for Damon's throat, sharp white teeth in evidence, top and bottom. They were both too keyed up, too high on testosterone, and Damon on his new power to let it go. Damon actually felt the teeth scrape his throat before he got his hands around the fox's neck. But this time Shinichi was showing his tails, a fan that Damon didn't bother to count. Instead, he stomped one neat boot on the fan and pulled with his other 2 hands. Misao, watching, shrieked in anger and anguish. Shinichi thrashed and arched, golden eyes fixed on Damon's. In another minute, his spine would crack. "I'll enjoy that," Damon told him sweetly, "because I'll bet that Misao knows whatever you know. Too bad you won't be here to see her die." Shinichi, rabid with fury, seemed willing to die and condemn Misao to Damon's mercies, just to avoid losing the fight. But then, his eyes darkened abruptly, his body went limp, and words appeared faintly in Damon's mind. "Hurts. Can't. Think." Damon regarded him gravely. Now Stefan, at this point, would release a good deal of the pressure on the kitsune so the poor little fox could think. Damon, on the other hand, increased the pressure briefly, then released it back to the previous level. "Is that better?" he asked solicitously. "Can the cute little foxy think now?" "You bastard." Angry as he was, Damon suddenly remembered the point of all this. What happened to Elena? Her trail runs out, up against a tree. Is she inside it? You have seconds to live, now talk. Talk, seconded another voice. And Damon barely glanced up at Misao. He'd left her relatively unguarded, and she'd found power and room to change into her human shape. He took it in instantaneously, dispassionately. She was small-boned and petite, looking like any Japanese schoolgirl, except that her hair was just like her brother's, black-tipped with red. The only difference was that the red in her hair was lighter and brighter, a truly brilliant scarlet. The bangs that fell into her eyes had blazing, fiery tips, and so did the silky dark hair falling over her shoulders. It was striking, but the only neurons that lit in Damon's mind in response were connected to fire and danger and deception. She might have fallen into a trap, Shinichi managed. A trap, Damon frowned. What kind of trap? I'll take you to where you can look into them, Shinichi said evasively. And the fox can suddenly think again. But you know what? I don't think you're cute at all, Damon whispered, then dropped the kitsune on the ground. Shinichi, as a human, fountained up, and Damon dropped the barrier just long enough to let the fox in human form try to take his head off with one punch. He leaned away from it easily, and returned it with a blow that knocked Shinichi back into the tree hard enough to bounce. Then, while the kitsune was still dazed and glassy-eyed, he picked him up, slung him over one shoulder, and started back to the car. What about me? Misao was trying to curb furious and sound pathetic, but she really wasn't very good at it. You're not cute either, Damon said recklessly. He could get to like this superpower thing. But if you mean, when do you get out? It's when I get Elena back, safe and healthy with all her bits attached. He left her cursing. He wanted to get Shinichi to wherever they had to go while the fox was still dazed and in pain. Elena was counting. Go straight 1, go straight 2, untangle crutch from creeper 3, 4, go straight 5. It was definitely getting darker now. Go straight 6, caught by something in hair. Yank, 7, 8, go straight, damn, a fallen tree. Too high to scramble over. She'd have to go around it. All right, to the right, 1, 2, 3, a long tree, 7 steps, 7 steps back. Now, sharp right turn and keep walking. Much as you'd like to, you can't count any of those steps. So you're at 9. Straighten yourself because the tree was perpendicular. Dear heaven, it's pitch dark now. Call that 11 and... She was flying. What had caused her crutch to slip? She didn't know, couldn't tell. It was too dark to go frisking around, maybe finding herself a case of poison oak. What she had to do was to think about things, to think so that this all-pervading hellish pain in her left leg would quiet down. It hadn't helped her right arm either, that instinctive windmilling, trying to catch something and save herself. God, that fall had hurt. The whole side of her body hurt so much. But she had to get to civilization because she believed only civilization could help Matt. You have to get up again, Elena. I'm doing it. Now. She couldn't see anything, but she had a pretty good idea which way she'd been pointed when she'd fallen, and if she was wrong, she would hit the road and be able to backtrack. 12, 13, she kept counting, kept talking to herself. When she reached 20, she felt relief and joy. Any minute now, she'd hit the driveway. Any minute now, she'd hit it. It was pitch black out, but she was careful to scuff the ground so she would know the minute she hit it. Any minute now. When Elena reached 40, she knew she was in trouble. But where could she have gone so far wrong? Every time some small obstacle had made her turn right, she turned carefully left the next time. And there was that whole line of landmarks in her way. The house, the barn, the small cornfield. How could she have gotten lost? How? It had only been half a minute in the forest. Only a few steps in the old wood. Even the trees were changing. Where she had been, near the road, most of the trees had been hickory or tulip. Now she was in a thicket of white oaks and red oaks and conifers, old oaks, and on the ground needles and leaves that muffled her foothops into soundlessness. Soundlessness. But she needed help. "Mrs. Dunstan? Mr. Dunstan? Kristen? Jake?" She threw the names out into a world that was doing its best to muffle her voice. In fact, in the darkness, she could discern a certain swirling, wispy grayness that seemed to be... Yes, it was fog. "Mrs. Dunstan? Mr. Dunstan? Kristen? Jake?" She needed shelter. She needed help. Everything hurt. Most of all, her left leg and right shoulder. She could just imagine what a sight she would make, covered in mud and leaves from falling every few feet, her hair in a wild mop from being caught on trees, blood everywhere. One good thing, she certainly didn't look like Elena Gilbert. Elena Gilbert had long, silky hair that was always perfectly coiffed or charmingly dishabillé. Elena Gilbert set the fashions in Fell's Church and would never be seen wearing a torn camisole and jeans covered with mud. Whoever they thought this forlorn stranger was, they wouldn't think she was Elena. But the forlorn stranger was feeling a sudden qualm. She'd walked through woods all her life and never had her hair caught once. Oh, of course she had been able to see then, but she didn't remember having to step out of her way often to avoid it. Now it was as if the trees were deliberately reaching down to catch and snag her hair. She had to hold her body clumsily still and try to whip her head away in the worst cases. She couldn't manage to stay upright and get the tendril torn out as well. But painful as the tearing at her hair was, nothing scared her like the grabbing at her legs. Elena had grown up playing in this forest, and there had always been plenty of room to walk without hurting herself. But now, things were reaching out. Fibrous tendrils were grabbing at her ankle just where it hurt most. And then it was agony to try to rip with her fingers at these thick, sap-coated, stinging roots. "I'm frightened," she thought, putting into words at last what all her feelings had been since she stepped into the darkness of the old wood. She was damp with dew and sweat. Her hair was as wet as if she'd been standing in the rain. It was so dark. And now her imagination began to work. And unlike most people's imaginations, it had genuine, solid information to work with. A vampire's hand seemed to tangle in her hair. After an endless time of agony in her ankle and her shoulder, she had twisted the hand out of her hair to find another curling stalk. All right. She would ignore the pain and get her bearings here. Here, where there was a remarkable tree, a massive white pine that had a huge hole in its center, big enough for Bonnie to get into. She would put that flat at her back and then walk straight west. She couldn't see stars because of the cloud cover, but she felt that west was to her left. If she were correct, it would bring her to the road. If she were wrong, and it was north, it would take her to the Dunstans. If it were south, it would eventually take her to another curve of the road. If it were east, well, it would be a long walk, but it would eventually take her to the creek. But first, she would gather all her power, all the power she'd been unconsciously using to dull the pain and give her strength. She would gather it and light up this place so she could see if the road was visible, or, better, a house from where she stood. It was only a human's power, but, again, the knowledge of how to use it made all the difference, she thought. She gathered the power in one tight, white ball, and then loosed it, twisting to look around before it dissipated. Trees, trees, trees. Oaks and hickories, white pine and beech. No high ground to get to. In every direction, nothing but trees, as if she were lost in some grimly enchanted forest and could never get out. But she would get out. Any of those directions would take her to people eventually, even east. Even east, she could just follow the stream until it led to people. She wished she had a compass. She wished she could see the stars. She was trembling all over, and it wasn't just from the cold. She was injured, she was terrified, but she had to forget about that. Meredith wouldn't cry. Meredith wouldn't be terrified. Meredith would find a sensible way to get out. She had to get help for Matt. Gritting her teeth to ignore the pain, Elena started off. If any of her wounds had happened to her in isolation, she would have made a big fuss about it, sobbing and writhing over the injury. But with so many different pains, it had all melted into one terrible agony. Be careful now. Make sure you're going straight and not tilting off at an angle. Pick your next target in your straight line of sight. The problem was that by now, it was too dark to see much of anything. She could just make out deeply grooved bark straight ahead. A red oak, probably. All right, go to it. Hop. Oh, it hurts. Hop, the tears washing down her cheeks. Hop. Just a little farther. Hop. You can make it. Hop. She put her hand out on shaggy bark. All right, now. Look straight in front of you. Ah, something gray and rough and massive ahead. Maybe a white oak. Hop to it. Agony. Hop. Somebody help me. Hop. How long will it take? Hop. Not that far now. Hop. There. She put her hand on the wide, rough bark. And then she did it again. And again. And again and again and again. What is it? Damon demanded. He'd been forced to let Shinichi lead once they were out of the car again. But he still kept the Kakai loosely around him, and he still watched every move the fox made. He didn't trust him as far as, well, the fact was, he didn't trust him at all. What's behind the barrier? He said again, more roughly, tightening the noose around the kitsune's neck. Our little cabin, Misao's and mine. And it wouldn't possibly be a trap, would it? If you think so, fine. I'll go in alone. Shinichi had finally changed into a half-fox, half-human form, black hair to his waist, with ruby-colored flames licking up from the ends. One silky tail with the same coloration behind him, waving behind him, and two silky crimson-tipped, twitching ears on top of his head. Damon approved aesthetically, but more important, he now had a ready-made handle. He caught Shinichi by the tail and twisted. Stop that! I'll stop it when I get Elena, unless you waylaid her deliberately. If she's hurt, I'm going to take whoever harmed her and cut him into slivers. His life is forfeit. No matter who it was? No matter who. Shinichi was quivering slightly. Are you cold? Just admiring your resolve. More inadvertent quivering, almost shaking his entire body. Laughter? At Elena's discretion, I would keep them alive, but in agony, Damon twisted the tail harder. Move! Shinichi took another step, and a charming country cabin came into view, with a gravel path leading up between wild creepers that loaded the porch and hung down like pendants. It was exquisite. Even as the pain grew, Elena began to have hope. No matter how turned around she was, she had to come out of the forest at some point. She had to make it. The ground was solid, no sign of mushiness or slanting downward. She wasn't headed for the creek. She was headed for the road, she could tell. She fixed her sights on a distant, smooth-barked tree. Then she hopped to it, the pain almost forgotten in her new feeling of certainty. She fell against a massive, peeling ash-gray tree. She was resting against it when something bothered her, her dangling leg. Why wasn't it bumping painfully against the trunk? It had knocked continually against all the other trees when she turned to rest. She pulled back from the tree, and as if she knew it were important, gathered all her power and let it go in a burst of white light. The tree with the huge hole in it, the tree she had started from, was in front of her. For a moment, Elena stood completely still, wasting power, holding the light. Maybe it was some different... No, she was on the other side of the tree, but it was the same one. That was her hair caught in the peeling gray bark. That dried blood was her handprint. Below it was where her bloody leg had left a mark, fresh. She'd walked straight out and come straight back to this tree. No! It was the first vocalized sound she'd made since she'd fallen out of the Ferrari. She'd endured all that pain in silence, with little gasps or sharp breaths. But she'd never cursed and screamed. Now she wanted to do both. Maybe it wasn't the same tree. No, no, no! Maybe her power would come back, and she'd see that she'd only hallucinated. No, 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 no. It just wasn't possible. No! Her crutch slipped from under her arm. It had dug into her armpit so deeply that the pain there rivaled the other pains. Everything hurt, but worse was her mind. She had a picture in her mind of a sphere, like the Christmas snow globes you shook to make snow or glitter fall through liquid. But this sphere had trees all over the inside, from top to bottom, side to side, all trees, all pointing toward the middle, and herself wandering inside this lonely sphere. No matter where she went, she'd find more trees, because that was all there were in this world she'd stumbled into. It was a nightmare, but something like it was real. The trees were intelligent, too, she realized. The little creeping vines, the vegetation. Even now it was pulling her crutch away from her. The crutch was moving as if being passed from hand to hand by very small people. She reached out and just barely grabbed the end of it. She didn't remember having fallen to the ground. But here she was. And there was a smell, a sweet, earthy, resinous aroma. And here were creepers testing her, tasting her. With delicate little touches, they wound into her hair so that she couldn't pick her head up. Then she could feel them tasting her body, her shoulder, her bloody knee. Nothing about it mattered. She squeezed her eyes shut, her body heaving with sobs. The creepers were pulling at her wounded leg now, and instinctively she jerked away. For a moment the pain woke her up, and she thought, I've got to get to Matt. But the next moment that thought was dulled, too. The sweet, resinous smell remained. The creepers felt their way across her moving chest, across her breasts. They encircled her stomach. For a moment the pain woke her up, and she thought, I've got to get to Matt. But the next moment that thought was dulled, too. The sweet, resinous smell remained. The creepers felt their way across her moving chest, across her breasts. They encircled her stomach. And then they began to tighten. By the time Elena realized the danger, they were restricting her breathing. She couldn't expand her chest. As she let out her breath, they only tightened again, working together, all the little creepers like one giant anaconda. She couldn't tear them away. They were tough and springy, and her nails couldn't cut through them. Working her fingers under a handful, she pulled as hard as she could, scraping with her nails and twisting. Finally, one fiber sprang loose with the sound of a harp string breaking and a wild whipping in the air. The rest of the creepers pulled tighter. She was having to fight to get air now, fight not to contract her chest. Creepers were delicately touching her lips, swaying over her face like so many thin cobras. Then suddenly striking and going taut around her cheek and head. I'm going to die. She felt a deep regret. She had been given the chance of a second lifetime, a third if you counted her life as a vampire, and she hadn't done anything with it. Nothing but pursue her own pleasure. And now Fell's Church was in peril, and Matt was in immediate danger, and not only was she not going to help them, she was going to give up. and die right here. What would be the right thing to do, the spiritual thing? Cooperate with evil now, and hope she'd have the chance to destroy it later? Maybe. Maybe all she needed to do was to ask for help. The feeling of breathlessness was leaving her lightheaded. She would never have believed it of Damon, that he would put her through all this, that he would allow her to be killed. Just days ago she had been defending him to Stefan, Damon and the Malach. Maybe she was his offering to them. They certainly demanded a lot. Or maybe it was just that he wanted her to beg for help. He might be waiting in the darkness quite close, his mind centered on hers, waiting for a whispered, "Please." She tried to spark the last of her power. It was almost depleted, but like a match, with repeated striking, she managed to get a tiny white flame. Now she visualized the flame going into her forehead, into her head, inside. There. Now. Through the fiery agony of not being able to draw a breath, she thought, Bonnie, hear me." No answer. But she wouldn't hear one. "Bonnie, Matt is in a clearing in a lane off the old wood. He may need blood or some other help. Look for him, in my car. Don't worry about me. It's too late for me. Find Matt." And that's all I can say, Elena thought wearily. She had a vague, sad intuition that she hadn't gotten Bonnie to hear her. Her lungs were exploding. This was a terrible way to die. She was going to be able to exhale one more time, and then there would be no more air. "Damn you, Damon," she thought, and then she concentrated all her thoughts, all her mind's reach, on memories of Stefan, on the feeling of being held by Stefan, on Stefan's sudden leaping smile, on Stefan's touch. Green eyes, leaf green, a color like a leaf held up to sunlight. The decency he had somehow managed to retain untainted. "Stefan, I love you. I'll always love you. I've loved you. I love..." Chapter 28. Matt had no idea what time it was, but it was deep dusk under the trees. He was lying sideways in Elena's new car, as if he'd been tossed in and forgotten. His entire body was in pain. This time he awoke and immediately thought, "Elena." But he couldn't see the white of her camisole anywhere, and when he called, first softly, then shouting, he got no answer. So now he was feeling his way around the clearing, on hands and knees. Damon seemed to have gone, and that gave him a spark of hope and courage that lit up his mind like a beacon. He found the discarded Pendleton shirt, considerably trampled, but when he couldn't find another soft, warm body in the clearing, his heart crashed down somewhere around his boots. And then he remembered the Jaguar. He fumbled frantically in one pocket for the keys, came up empty, and finally discovered, inexplicably, that they were in the ignition. He lived through the agonizing moment when the car wouldn't start, and then was shocked to see the brightness of its headlights. He puzzled briefly about how to turn the car while making sure he wasn't running a limp Elena over, then dug through the glove compartment box, flinging out manuals and pairs of sunglasses. And one lapis lazuli ring. Someone was keeping a spare here, just in case. He put it on. It fit well enough. At last his fingers closed over a flashlight, and he was free to search the clearing as thoroughly as he wanted to. No Elena. No Ferrari either. Damon had taken her somewhere. All right then, he would track them. To do that, he had to leave Elena's car behind, but he had already seen what these monsters could do to cars, so that wasn't saying much. He would have to be careful with the flashlight, too. Who knew how much charge the batteries had left? For the hell of it, he tried calling Bonnie's mobile phone, and then her home phone, and then the boarding house. No signal, even though according to the phone itself, there should have been. No need to question why either. This was the old wood, messing with things as usual. He didn't even ask himself why it was Bonnie's number he called first, when Meredith would probably be more sensible. He found the tracks of the Ferrari easily. Damon had sped out of here like a bat. Matt smiled grimly as he finished the sentence in his mind. And then he'd driven as if to get out of the old wood. This was easy. It was clear that either Damon had been going too fast for proper control, or that Elena had been fighting. Because in a number of places, mainly around corners, the tire tracks showed up clearly against the soft ground beside the road. Matt was especially careful not to step on anything that might be a clue. He might have to backtrack at some point. He was careful, too, to ignore the quiet noises of the night around him. He knew the Malach were out there, but he refused to let himself think about them. And he never even asked himself why he was doing this, deliberately going into danger instead of retreating from it, instead of trying to drive the Jaguar out of the old wood. After all, Stefan hadn't left him as bodyguard. But then you couldn't trust anything that Damon might say, he thought. And besides, well, he'd always kept one eye out for Elena, even before their first date. He might be clumsy, slow, and weak in comparison to their enemies now, but he would always try. It was pitch dark now. The last remnants of twilight had left the sky, and if Matt looked up, he could see clouds and stars, with trees leaning in ominously from either side. He was getting toward the end of the road. The Dunstans' house should be coming up on the right pretty soon. He'd ask them if they'd seen blood. At first his mind flew to ridiculous alternatives, like dark red paint. But his flashlight had caught reddish-brown stains on the roadside, just as the road made a sharp curve. That was blood on the road there, and not just a little blood. Being careful to walk well around the red-brown marks, running his flashlight over and over the far side of the road, Matt began to put together what must have happened. Elena had jumped. Either that, or Damon had pushed her out of a speeding car, and after all the trouble he'd taken to get her, that didn't make much sense. Of course, he might have already bled her until he was satisfied. Matt's fingers went up to his sore neck instinctively. But then, why take her in the car at all? To kill her by pushing her out? A stupid way to do it. But maybe Damon had been counting on his little pets to take care of the body. Possible, but not very likely. What was likely? Well, the Dunstans' house was coming up on this side of the road, but you couldn't see it from here. And it would be just like Elena to jump out of a speeding car as it rounded a sharp corner. It would take brains and guts and a breathtaking trust in sheer luck that it wouldn't kill her. Matt's flashlight slowly traced the devastation of a long hedge of rhododendron bushes just off the road. My God, that's what she did. Yeah, she jumped out and tried to roll. Gee, she was lucky not to break her neck. But she kept rolling, grabbing at roots and creepers to stop herself. That's why they're all torn up. A bubble of elation was rising in Matt. He was doing it. He was tracking Elena. He could see her fall as clearly as if he'd been there. But then she got flipped by that tree root, he thought, as he continued to follow her trail. That would have hurt. And she'd slammed down and rolled on the concrete for a bit. That must have been agony. She'd left a lot of blood here, and then back into the bushes. And then what? The rhododendron showed no more signs of her fall. What had happened here? Had Damon reversed the Ferrari fast enough and gotten her back? No, Matt decided, examining the earth carefully. There was only one set of footprints here, and it was Elena's. Elena had gotten up here, only to fall down again, probably from injury. And then she'd managed to get up again, but the marks were weird. A normal footprint on one side, and a deep but small indentation on the other. A crutch. She found herself a crutch. Yeah, and that dragging mark was the mark of her bad foot. She walked up to this tree, and then around it, or hopped, actually, that's what it looked like. And then she'd headed for the Dunstans. Smart girl. She was probably unrecognizable by now, and anyway, who cared if they noticed the resemblance between her and the late, great Elena Gilbert? She could be Elena's cousin from Philadelphia. So she'd gone. 1, 2, 3, 8 steps. And there was the Dunstan house. Matt could see lights. Matt could smell horses. Excitedly, he ran the rest of the way, taking a few falls that didn't do his aching body any good, but still heading straight for the back porch light. The Dunstans weren't front porch people. When he got to the door, he pounded on it almost frenziedly. He'd found her. He'd found Elena. It seemed a long time before the door opened a crack. Matt automatically wedged his foot in the crack while thinking, yes, good, you're cautious people. Not the type to let a vampire in after you've just seen a girl covered in blood. Yes, what do you want? It's me, Matt Honeycutt, he said to the eye that he could see peering out of the slit of open door. I've come for the girl. What girl are you talking about? The voice said gruffly. Look, you don't have to worry. It's me. Jake knows me from school and Kristen knows me too. I've come to help. Something in the sincerity of his voice seemed to strike a chord in the person behind the door. It was open to reveal a large, dark-haired man who was wearing an undershirt and needed a shave. Behind him, in the living room, was a tall, thin, almost gaunt woman. She looked as if she had been crying. Behind both of them was Jake, who'd been a year senior to Matt at Robert E. Lee High. Jake, Matt said. But he got no answer back except a dull look of anguish. What's wrong? Matt demanded, terrified. A girl came by here a while ago. She was hurt, but you let her in, right? No girls come by here, said Mr. Dunstan flatly. She had to have. I followed her trail. She left a trail in blood. Do you understand? Almost up to your door. Matt wasn't letting himself think. Somehow, if he kept telling the facts loudly enough, they would produce Elena. More trouble, Jake said, but in a dull voice that went with his expression. Mrs. Dunstan seemed the most sympathetic. We heard a voice out in the night, but when we looked, there was no one there, and we have troubles of our own. It was then, right on cue, that Kristen burst into the room. Matt stared at her with a feeling of déjà vu. She was dressed up something like Tammy Bryce. She had cut off the bottoms of her jean shorts until they were practically non-existent. On top, she was wearing a bikini top, but with, Matt hastily turned his eyes away, 2 big round holes cut where Tammy had had round pieces of cardboard. And she decorated herself with glitter glue. God! She's only, 12, 13? How could she possibly be acting this way? But the next moment, his whole body was vibrating in shock. Kristen had pasted herself against him and was cooing. Matt, honey butt, you came to see me. Matt breathed carefully to get over his shock. Matt, honey butt? She couldn't know that. She didn't even go to the same school as Tammy did. Why would Tammy have called her and told her something like that? He shook his head as if to clear it. Then he looked at Mrs. Dunstan, who had seemed kindest. Can I use your phone? He asked. I really need to make a couple of calls. The phone's been down since yesterday, Mr. Dunstan said harshly. He didn't try to move Kristen away from Matt, which was odd because he was clearly angry. Probably a fallen tree. And you know mobile phones don't work out here. But Matt's mind spun into overdrive. You really mean that no teenage girl came up to your house asking for help? A girl with blonde hair and blue eyes? I swear I'm not the one who hurt her. I swear I want to help her. Matt, honeybutt, I'm making a tattoo just for you. Still pressed up behind him, Kristen extended her left arm. Matt stared at it, horrified. She had obviously used needles or a pin to prick holes in her left forearm, and then opened a fountain pen's cartridge of ink to supply the dark blue color. It was your basic prison-type tattoo, done by a child. The straggling letters, M-A-T, were already visible, along with a smudge of ink that was probably going to be another T. No wonder they weren't thrilled about letting me in, Matt thought, dazed. Now Kristen had both arms around his waist, making it hard to breathe. She was on tiptoe, talking to him, whispering rapidly some of the obscene things Tammy had said. He stared at Mrs. Dunstan. Honest, I haven't even seen Kristen for... it must be nearly a year. We had an end-of-the-year carnival, and Kristen helps with the pony rides, but... Mrs. Dunstan was nodding slowly. It's not your fault. She's been acting the same way with Jake, her own brother, and with her father. But I'm telling you the truth. We haven't seen any other girl. No one but you has come to the door today. Okay. Matt's eyes were watering. His brain, attuned first of all to his own survival, was telling him to save his breath, not to argue, telling him to say, Kristen, I really can't breathe. But I love you, Matt, honey, but I don't want you to ever leave me, especially for that old whore. That old whore with worms in her eye sockets. Again, Matt felt the sense of the world rocking. But he couldn't gasp. He didn't have the air. Pop-eyed, he turned helplessly toward Mr. Dunstan, who was closest. Can't breathe. How could a 13-year-old be so strong? It was taking both Mr. Dunstan and Jake to pry her off of him. No, even that wasn't working. He was beginning to see a gray network pulsating before his eyes. He needed air. There was a sharp crack that ended with a meaty sound, and then another. Suddenly, he could breathe again. No, Jacob, no more! Mrs. Dunstan cried. She let him go. Don't hit her any more. When Matt's vision cleared, Mr. Dunstan was doing up his belt. Kristen was wailing. Just you wait! Just you wait! You'll be sorry! Then she rushed from the room. I don't know if this helps or makes it worse, Matt said when he'd gotten his breath back. But Kristen isn't the only girl acting this way. There's at least one other one in the town. All I care about is my Kristen, Mrs. Dunstan said, and that thing isn't her. Matt nodded. But there was something he needed to do now. He had to find Elena. If a blonde girl does come to the door and asks for help, will you please let her in? He asked Mrs. Dunstan. Please. But don't let any guys in. Not even me if you don't want, he blurted. For a moment, his eyes and Mrs. Dunstan's eyes met, and he felt a connection. Then she nodded and hastened to get him out of the house. All right, Matt thought. Elena was headed for here, but she didn't quite get here, so look at the signs. He looked, and what the signs showed him was that within a few feet of the Dunstan property, she had inexplicably turned sharply right, deeply into the forest. Why? Had something scared her? Or had she... Matt felt sick to his stomach. Somehow been tricked into hobbling on, until at last she left all human help behind. All he could do was to follow her into the woods. Chapter 29. Elena! Something was bothering her. Elena! Please, no more pain. She couldn't feel it right now. but she could remember. Oh, no more fighting for air. Elena! No, just let it be. Mentally, Elena pushed away the thing that bothered her ears and her head. Elena, please! All she wanted was sleep. Forever. Damn you, Shinichi. Damon had picked up the snow globe with the miniature forest when Shinichi found Elena's smudged glow radiating from it. Inside it, dozens of spruce, hickory, pine, and other trees grew, all from a perfectly transparent inner membrane. A miniature person, given that someone could be miniaturized and placed into such a globe, would see trees ahead, trees behind, trees in every direction, and could walk a straight line and come back to their starting point no matter which way they went. It's an amusement, Shinichi had said sullenly, watching him intently from under his lashes. A toy for children, usually. A play trap. And you find this amusing? Damon had smashed the globe against the driftwood coffee table in the exquisite cabin which was Shinichi's secret hideout. That was when he had discovered why these were games for children. The globe was unbreakable. After that, Damon had taken a moment, just one moment, to get hold of himself. Elena had perhaps seconds to live. He needed to be precise with his words. After that single moment, a long flow of words had spilled out from his lips, mostly in English, and mostly without unnecessary curses or even insults. He didn't care about insulting Shinichi. He had simply threatened, no, he had sworn, to carry out on Shinichi the kind of violence that he had seen sometimes in a long life filled with humans and vampires with skewed imaginations. Eventually, it had gotten through to Shinichi that he was serious, and Damon had found himself inside the globe with a drenched Elena in front of him. She was lying at his feet, and she was worse off than his worst fears had allowed him to picture. She had a dislocated right arm with multiple fractures, and a hideously shattered left tibia. Horrified as he had been to imagine her staggering through the forest of the globe, blood streaming from her right arm, from shoulder to elbow, left leg dragging behind her like a wounded animal's, this was worse. Her hair had been soaking with sweat and mud, straggling over her face, and she'd been out of her mind, literally, delirious, talking to people who weren't there, and she was turning blue. She had been able to snap exactly one creeper with all her effort. Damon clawed up huge armfuls of them, ripping them from the earth viciously if they tried to fight or wrap around his wrists. Elena gasped in one deep breath, just as suffocation would have killed her, but she didn't regain consciousness. And she wasn't the Elena he remembered. When he'd picked her up, he'd felt no resistance, no acceptance, nothing. She didn't know him. She was delirious with fever, exhaustion, and pain, but in one moment of half-consciousness had kissed his hand through her damp, disheveled hair, whispering, "Matt, find Matt." She didn't know who he was. She scarcely knew who she was, but her concern was for her friend. The kiss had gone through his hand and up his arm like the touch of a branding iron. And since then, he'd been monitoring her mind, trying to divert the agony she was feeling away anywhere, into the night, into himself. He turned back to Shinichi and in a voice like an icy wind said, "You'd better have a way to cure all her wounds. Now." The charming cabin was surrounded by the same evergreens, hickory, and pines as grew in the snow globe. The fire burned violet and green as Shinichi poked it. "This water is just about ready to boil. Make her drink tea made with this." He handed Damon a blackened flagon, once beautifully chaste silver, now a battered remnant of what it had been, and a teapot with some broken leaves and other unsavory-looking things at the bottom. "Make sure she drinks a good 3/4 of a cup, and she'll fall asleep and wake up almost as good as new." He dug an elbow into Damon's ribs. "Or you can just let her have a few sips. Heal her part way, and then let her know it's in your power to give her more. Or not, depending on how cooperative she is." Damon remained silent and turned away. "If I have to look at him," he thought, "I'll kill him. And I might meet him again." "And if you really want to accelerate the healing, add some of your blood. Some people like to do it that way," Shinichi added, his voice picking up speed with excitement again. "See how much pain a human can take, and then, when they're dying, you can just feed them tea and blood and start over. If they remember you from last time, which they hardly ever do, they'll usually go through more pain just to get a chance to fight you." He giggled, and Damon thought he sounded not quite sane. But when he had suddenly turned to Shinichi, he had to hold himself very still inside. Shinichi had become a blazing, glowing outline of himself, with tongues of light lapping from his projection, rather like close-up solar flares. Damon was nearly blinded, and knew he was meant to be. He clutched the silver flagon as if he were holding on to his own sanity. Maybe he was. He had a blank space in his mind, and then there were suddenly memories of trying to find Elena, or Shinichi, because Elena had abruptly been absent from his company, and it could only be the fault of the kitsune. "There's a modern bathroom here?" Damon asked Shinichi. "There's whatever you want. Just decide before you open a door and unlock it with this key. And now," Shinichi stretched, his golden eyes half shut. He ran a languid hand through his shiny black hair tipped with flame. "Now I think I'll go sleep under a bush." "Is that all you ever do?" Damon made no attempt to keep the biting sarcasm out of his voice. "And have fun with me, Sal, and fight, and go to the tournaments. Well, you'll have to come and see one for yourself." "I don't care to go anywhere." Damon didn't want to know what this fox and his sister considered fun. Shinichi reached out and took the miniature cauldron full of boiling water off the fire. He poured the boiling water over the collection of tree bark, leaves, and other detritus in the battered metal teapot. "Why don't you go find a bush? Now," Damon said, and it wasn't a suggestion. He'd had enough of the fox, who had served his purpose now anyway, and he didn't care a bit about whatever mischief Shinichi might make for other people. All he wanted was to be alone with Elena. "Remember, get her to drink it all if you want to keep her for a while. She's pretty much unsalvageable without it." Shinichi poured through a fine sieve the infusion of dark green tea. "Better try before she wakes up." "Will you just get out of here?" When Shinichi stepped through the dimensional crack, taking care to turn just the right way so as to reach the real world, and not some other globe, he was steaming. He wanted to go back and thrash Damon within an inch of his life. He wanted to activate the Malach inside Damon and cause him to, well, of course, not quite kill sweet Elena. She was a blossom with nectar untasted, and Shinichi was in no hurry to see her buried underground. But as for the rest of the idea, yes, he decided. Now he knew what he would do. It would be simply delicious to watch Damon and Elena make up, and then, during the Moonspire Festival tonight, to bring back the monster. He could let Damon go on believing they were allies, and then, in the middle of their little spree, let the possessed Damon loose. Show that he, Shinichi, had been in control all along. He would punish Elena in ways she had never dreamed about, and she would die in delicious agony. at Damon's hand. Shinichi's tails quivered a little ecstatically at the thought, but for now, let them laugh and joke together. Revenge only ripened with time, and Damon was really quite difficult to control when he was raging. It hurt to admit that just as his tail, the physical one in the center, hurt from Damon's abominable cruelty to animals. When Damon was in a passion, it took every ounce of Shinichi's concentration to control him. But at Moonspire, Damon would be calm, would be placid. He'd be pleased with himself as he and Elena would undoubtedly have laid some absurd plot to try to stop Shinichi. That would be when the fun would begin. Elena would make a beautiful slave, while she lasted. With the kitsune gone, Damon felt that he could behave more naturally. Keeping a firm grasp on Elena's mind, he picked up the cup. He tried a sip of the mixture himself before trying it on her, and found it tasted just slightly less nauseating than it smelled. However, Elena really had no choice. She could not do anything of her own volition, and little by little, the mixture went down. And then a dose of his blood went down. Again, Elena was unconscious, and had no choice in the matter. And then she'd gone to sleep by herself. Damon paced restlessly. He had a memory that was more like a dream floating around in his head. It was of Elena trying to throw herself out of a Ferrari going about 100 kilometers an hour to get away from... what? Him? Why? Not, in any case, the best of beginnings. But that was all he could remember. Damn it! Whatever came right before it was a total blank. Had he hurt Stefan? No, Stefan was gone. It had been the other boy with her, Mutt. What had happened? Damn it to hell. He had to figure out what had happened so he could explain it all to Elena when she woke up. He wanted her to believe him, to trust him. He didn't want Elena as a one-night bleeder. He wanted her to choose him. He wanted her to see how much better suited she was to him than to his mousy, milksop brother, his princess of darkness. That was what she was meant to be, with him as king, consort, whatever she wished. When she saw things more clearly, she would understand that it didn't matter, that nothing mattered, except them being together. He viewed her body, veiled under the sheet, with this passion, no, with positive guilt. Dio mio. What if he hadn't found her? He couldn't get the picture out of his mind of how she'd looked, stumbling forward like that, lying there breathless, kissing his hand. Damon sat down and pinched the bridge of his nose. Why had she been in the Ferrari with him? She'd been angry. No, not angry. Furious was closer, but so frightened. Of him. He could picture that clearly now, the moment of her throwing herself out of the speeding car. But he couldn't remember anything before it. Was he going out of his mind? What had been done to her? No. Damon forced his thoughts away from the easy question and made himself ask the real question. What had he done to her? Elena's eyes, blue with golden flecks like lapis lazuli, were easy to read even without telepathy. What had he done to her that was so frightening that she would jump out of a speeding car to get away from him? He'd been taunting the fair-haired boy. Mutt, Nat, whatever. The three of them had been together, and he and Elena had been... Damn! From there to his awakening at the steering wheel of the Ferrari, all was a shimmering blank. He could remember saving Bonnie at Caroline's house. He could remember being late for his 4:44 a.m. meeting with Stefan. But after that, things began to fragment. Shinichi. Maledicalo. That fox. He knew more about this than he was telling Damon. I have always been stronger than my enemies, he thought. I have always remained in control. He heard a slight sound and was by Elena in an instant. Her blue eyes were shut, but the lashes were fluttering. Was she waking up? He made himself turn down the sheet by her shoulder. Shinichi had been right. There was a lot of dried blood, but he could sense that the blood flow itself was more normal. But there was something horribly wrong. No, he wouldn't believe it. Damon barely kept himself from screaming in frustration. The damn fox had left her with a dislocated shoulder. Things were definitely not going well for him today. Now what? Call for Shinichi? Never. He felt he couldn't look at the fox again tonight without wanting to murder him. He was going to have to put her shoulder back in the socket alone. It was a procedure usually only attempted by 2 people. But what could he do? Still keeping Elena in an iron mind grip, making sure she couldn't awaken. He grasped her by the arm and began the painful business of dislocating the humerus even farther, pulling the bone away so that he could finally release pressure and hear the sweet pop that meant that the long arm bone had slipped back into the socket. Then he let go. Elena's head was tossing from side to side, her lips parched. He poured some more of Shinichi's magical bone-knitting tea into the battered cup, then lifted her head gently from the left side to put the cup to her lips. He let her mind have some freedom then, and she started to lift her right hand and then dropped it. He sighed and tilted her head, tipping the silver flagon so that the tea trickled into her mouth. She swallowed obediently. It all reminded him of Bonnie, but Bonnie hadn't been so terribly hurt. Damon knew he couldn't return Elena to her friends in this condition, not with her camisole and jeans shredded and dried blood everywhere. Maybe he could do something about that. He went to the second door of the bedroom, thought, bathroom, modern bathroom, and unlocked and opened the door. It was exactly what he'd imagined, a pristine, white, sanitary place with a large heap of towels piled, ready for guests, on the bathtub. Damon ran warm water over one of the washcloths. He knew better by now than to strip Elena and dump her in warm water. It was what she needed, but if anyone ever found out, her friends would have his beating heart torn out of his chest and staked on a pike. He didn't even have to think about that. He simply knew it. He went back to Elena and began to gently stroke dried blood off her shoulder. She murmured, shaking her head, but he kept it up until the shoulder at least looked normal, exposed as it was by torn cloth. Then he got another washcloth and went to work on her ankle. This was still swollen. She wasn't going to be running away anytime soon. Her tibia, the first of the 2 bones in the lower leg, had grown properly together again. It was more evidence that Shinichi and the Shi-no-shi had no need for money, or they could simply put this tea on the market and make a fortune.
"We look at things differently,"
Shinichi had said, fixing Damon with those strange golden eyes.
"Money doesn't mean much to us. What does? The deathbed agonies of an old rogue who fears he's going to hell. Watching him sweat, trying to remember encounters he's long forgotten. A baby's first conscious tear of loneliness. The emotions of an unfaithful wife when her husband catches her with her lover. A maiden's, her first kiss, and her first night of discovery. A brother willing to die for his brother. Things like that."
And many other things that couldn't be mentioned in polite company, Damon thought. A lot were about pain. They were emotional leeches, sucking up the feelings of mortals to make up for the emptiness of their own souls. He could feel the sickness inside him again as he tried to imagine, to calculate, the pain Elena must have felt, leaping out of his car. She must have expected an agonizing death, but it was still better than staying with him. This time, Before entering the door that had been a white-tiled bathroom, he thought, kitchen, modern, with plenty of ice packs in the freezer. Nor was he disappointed. He found himself in a strongly masculine kitchen, with chrome appliances and black and white tiling. In the freezer, 6 ice packs. He took 3 back to Elena and put 1 around her shoulder, 1 at her elbow, and 1 around her ankle. Then he went back into the kitchen's spotless beauty for a glass of ice-cold water. Tired. So tired. Elena felt as if her body were weighted with lead. Every limb, every thought, lapped in lead. For instance, there was something she was supposed to be doing, or not doing right now. But she couldn't make the thought come to the surface of her mind. It was too heavy. Everything was too heavy. She couldn't even open her eyes. A scraping sound. Someone was near, on a chair. Then there was liquid coolness on her lips. Just a few drops, but it stimulated her to try to hold the cup herself and drink. Oh, delicious water. It tasted better than anything she'd ever had before. Her shoulder hurt terribly, but it was worth the pain to drink and drink. No, the glass was being pulled away. She tried feebly to hang on to it, but it was pulled out of her grasp. Then she tried to touch her shoulder, but those gentle, invisible hands wouldn't let her. Not until they had washed her own hands with warm water. After that, they packed the ice packs around her and wrapped her like a mummy in a sheet. The cold numbed her immediate feelings of pain, although there were other pains, deep inside. It was all too difficult to think about. As the hands removed the ice packs again, she was shivering with cold now. She let herself lapse back into sleep. Damon treated Elena and dozed. Treated and dozed. In the perfectly appointed bathroom, he found a tortoiseshell hairbrush and comb. They looked serviceable. And one thing he knew for certain, Elena's hair had never looked like this in her life, or unlife. He tried to stroke the brush gently through her hair, and found that the tangles were much harder to get out than he'd imagined. When he pulled harder on the brush, she moved and murmured in that strange sleep language of hers. And finally, it was the hairbrushing that did it. Elena, without opening her eyes, reached up and took the brush from his hand, and then, when it hit a major tangle, frowned, reached up to grasp a fistful and try to get the brush through it. Damon sympathized. He'd had long hair at times during his centuries of existence, when it couldn't be helped, and though his hair was as naturally fine as Elena's, he knew the frustrated feeling that you were ripping your hair out by the roots. Damon was about to take the brush from her again, when she opened her eyes. "What?" she said, and then she blinked. Damon had tensed, ready to push her into mental blackout if it were necessary, but she didn't even try to hit him with the brush. What happened? What Elena was feeling was clear. She didn't like this. She was unhappy about another awakening with only a vague idea of what had been going on when she slept. As Damon, poised for fight or flight, watched her face, she slowly began to put together what had happened to her. "Damon?" She gave him that no-holds-barred, lapis gaze. It said, "Am I being tortured or treated? Or are you just an interested bystander enjoying somebody's pain while drinking a glass of cognac? They cook with cognac, princess. They drink Armagnac, and I don't drink either." Damon said. He spoiled the entire effect by adding hastily, "That's not a threat, I swear to you. Stefan left me as your bodyguard." This was technically true, if you considered the facts. Stefan had yelled, "You'd better make sure nothing happens to Elena, you double-dealing bastard, or I'm going to find a way to come back and rip off your—" The rest had been muffled in the fight, but Damon had gotten the gist. And now he took the assignment seriously. "Nothing else will hurt you, if you'll allow me to watch over you," he added, now getting into the area of the fictitious, since whoever had frightened or pulled her out of the car had obviously been around when he had. But nothing would get her in the future, he swore to himself. However, he had blundered this last time. From now on, there would be no further attacks on Elena Gilbert, or someone would die. He wasn't trying to spy on her thoughts, but as she stared into his eyes for a long moment, they projected with total clarity and utter mystery the words, "I knew I was right. It was someone else all along." And he knew that under her pain, Elena felt a huge sense of satisfaction. "I hurt my shoulder." She reached up with her right hand to grip it, but Damon stopped her. "You dislocated it," Damon said. "It's going to hurt for a while." "And my ankle?" "But I remember being in the woods and looking up, and it was you. I couldn't breathe, but you tore the creepers off me, and you picked me up in your arms." She looked at Damon in bewilderment. "You saved me?" The statement had the sound of a question, but it wasn't. She was wondering over something that seemed impossible. Then she began to cry. "A baby's first conscious tear of loneliness. The emotions of an unfaithful wife when her husband catches her with her lover. And maybe a young girl's weeping when she believes that her enemy has saved her from death." Damon ground his teeth in frustration. The thought that Shinichi might be watching this, feeling Elena's emotions, savoring them. It was impossible to bear. Shinichi would give Elena her memory back again. He was certain of that. But at a time and place most amusing to him. "It was my job," he said tightly. "I'd sworn to do it." "Thank you," Elena gasped between her sobs. "No, please. Don't turn away. I really mean it. Oh, is there a box of tissues or anything dry?" Her body was heaving with sobs again. The perfect bathroom had a box of tissues. Damon brought it back to Elena. He looked away as she used them, blowing her nose again and again as she sobbed. Here there was no enchanted and enchanting spirit, no grim and sophisticated fighter of evil, no dangerous coquette. There was only a girl broken by pain, gasping like a wounded doe, sobbing like a child. And undoubtedly, his brother would know what to say to her. He, Damon, had no idea of what to do, except that he knew he was going to kill for this. Shinichi would learn what it meant to tangle with Damon when Elena was involved. "How do you feel?" he asked brusquely. No one would be able to say he'd taken advantage of this. No one would be able to say he'd hurt her only to make use of her. "You gave me your blood," Elena said wonderingly, and as he looked quickly down at his rolled-up sleeve, she added, "No, it's just a feeling, I know. When I first came back to Earth after the spirit life, Stefan would give me his blood, and eventually I would feel this way, very warm, a little uncomfortable." He swung around and looked at her. "Uncomfortable?" "Too full. Here." She touched her neck. "You think it's a symbiotic thing? For vampires and humans who live together?" "For a vampire changing a human into a vampire, you mean?" he said sharply. "Except I didn't change when I was part spirit still. But then I turned back human." She hiccuped, tried a pathetic smile, and used the brush again. "I'd ask you to look at me and see that I haven't changed, but..." She made a helpless little motion. Damon sat and imagined what it would have been like, taking care of the spirit child, Elena. It was a tantalizing idea. He said bluntly, "When you said you were a little uncomfortable before, did you mean that I should take some of your blood?" She half glanced away, then looked back. "I told you I was grateful. I told you that I felt too full. I don't know how else to thank you." Damon had had centuries of training and discipline, or he would have thrown something across the room. It was a situation to make you laugh or weep. She was offering herself to him as thanks for rescue from suffering that he should have saved her from and had failed. But he was no hero. He wasn't like Saint Stephen to refuse this ultimate of prizes, whatever condition she was in. He wanted her. Chapter 30. Matt had given up on clues. As far as he could tell, something had caused Elena to bypass the Dunstan house and barn completely, hopping on until she got to a squashed and torn bed of thin, creeping vines. They hung limp from Matt's fingers, but they reminded him, disquietingly, of the feeling of the bug's tentacles around his neck. And from there on, there was no sign of human movement. It was as if a UFO had beamed her up. Now, from making forays to all sides until he had lost the patch of creepers, he was lost in the deep wood. If he wanted to, he could fantasize that all sorts of noises were all around him. If he wanted to, he could imagine that the light of the flashlight was no longer as bright as it had been, that it had a sickly yellowish tinge. All this time, while searching, he had kept as quiet as possible, realizing that he might be trying to sneak up on something that didn't want to be snuck up on. But now, somewhere inside him, something was swelling up, and his ability to stop it was weakening by the second. When it burst out of him, it startled him as much as it might have any possible listeners. Elena! From the time when he'd been a child, Matt had been taught to say his nighttime prayers. He didn't know much else about church, but he did have a deep and sincere feeling that there was someone or something out there that looked after people, that somewhere and somehow it all made sense, and that there were reasons for everything. That belief had been severely tested during the past year, but Elena's return from the dead had swept away all his doubts. It had seemed to prove everything that he'd always wanted to believe in. He wouldn't give her back to us for just a few days, and then take her away again, he wondered. And the wondering was really a form of praying. You wouldn't. Would you? Because the thought of a world without Elena, without her sparkle, her strong will, her way of getting into crazy adventures, and then getting out of them, even more crazily, well, it was too much to lose. The world would be painted in drab grays and dark browns again without her. There would be no fire engine reds, no flashes of parakeet green, no cerulean, no daffodil, no mercury silver, and no gold. No sprinkles of gold and endless blue lapis lazuli eyes. Elena! Damn you, you answer me! It's Matt, Elena! Elena! He broke off quite suddenly and listened. For a moment, his heart leaped, and his whole body started. But then he made out the words he could hear. Elena? Matt? Where are you? Bonnie? Bonnie, I'm here. He turned his flashlight straight up, slowly twisting it in a circle. Can you see me? Can you see us? Matt pivoted slowly, and yes, there were the beams of one flashlight, 2 flashlights, 3. His heart leaped to see 3 beams. I'm coming toward you, he shouted, and suited the action to the word. Secrecy had been long ago left behind. He was running into things, yanking at tendrils that tried to grab his ankles, but bellowing all the while, Stay where you are, I'm coming to you. And then the flashlight beams were right in front of him, blinding him, and somehow he had Bonnie in his arms, and Bonnie was crying. That at least lent the situation some normality. Bonnie was crying against his chest, and he was looking at Meredith, who was smiling anxiously, and at Mrs. Flowers? It had to be. She was wearing that gardening hat with the artificial flowers on it, as well as what looked like about 7 or 8 woolly sweaters. Mrs. Flowers, he said, his mouth finally catching up with his brain. But Where's Elena? There was a sudden droop in the three people watching him, as if they had been on tiptoes for news, and now they had slumped in disappointment. We haven't seen her, Meredith said quietly. You were with her. I was with her, yeah. But then Damon came. He hurt her, Meredith. Matt felt Bonnie's arms clench on him. He had her rolling on the ground, having seizures. I think he's going to kill her. And he hurt me. I guess I blacked out. When I woke up, she was gone. He took her away? Bonnie asked fiercely. Yeah, but I don't understand what happened next. Painfully, he explained about Elena, seemingly jumping out of the car, and the tracks that led nowhere. Bonnie shivered in his arms. And then some other weird stuff happened, Matt said. Slowly, faltering sometimes, he did his best to explain about Kristen and the similarities to Tammy. That is just plain weird, Bonnie said. I thought I had an answer, but if Kristen hadn't had any contact with any of the other girls... You were probably thinking something about the Salem witches, dear, said Mrs. Flowers. Matt still couldn't get used to Mrs. Flowers talking to them. She went on. But you don't really know with whom Kristen has been in the last few days, or with whom Jim has been, for that matter. Children have quite a lot of freedom in this day and age, and he might be, what do they call it, a carrier. Besides, even if this is possession, it may be an entirely different kind of possession, Meredith said. Kristen lives out in the old wood. The old wood is full of these insects. These Malach. Who knows whether it happened when she simply stepped outside her door? Who knows what was waiting for her? Now Bonnie was shaking in Matt's arms. They turned out all the flashlights but one to conserve energy. But it sure made for spooky surroundings. But what about the telepathy? Matt said to Mrs. Flowers. I mean, I don't believe for a minute that real witches were attacking those Salem girls. I think they were repressed girls who had mass hysteria when they all got together, and somehow everything got out of hand. But how could Kristen know to call me the same name that Tamara did? Maybe we've all got it all wrong, Bonnie said, her voice buried somewhere in Matt's solar plexus. Maybe it's not like Salem at all, where the hysteria spread out horizontally, if you see what I mean. Maybe there's somebody on top here who's spreading it wherever they want to. There was a brief silence, and then Mrs. Flowers murmured, Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. You mean you think that's right? But then who is it that's on top? Who's doing all of this? Meredith demanded. It can't be Damon, because Damon saved Bonnie twice, and me once. Before anyone could muster words to ask about that, she was going on. Elena was pretty sure that something was possessing Damon. So who else is it? Somebody we haven't met yet, Bonnie muttered ominously. Somebody we aren't going to like. With perfect timing, there was the crackle of a branch behind them. As one person, as one body, they turned to look. What I really want, Damon said to Elena, is to get you warm. And that either means cooking you something hot so you'll warm up from the inside, or putting you in the tub so you'll warm up from the outside. And considering what happened last time, I don't feel I can eat anything. Come on, it's an American tradition. Apple soup, Mom's homemade chicken pie. She chuckled in spite of herself, then winced. It's apple pie and Mom's homemade chicken soup. But you didn't do badly for a start. Well, I promise not to mix the apples and the chicken together. I could try some soup, Elena said slowly. And oh, Damon, I'm so thirsty just for plain water. Please. I know, but you'll drink too much, get pains. I'll make soup. It comes in little cans with red paper on them. Pull the tab on top to make it come off. Elena stopped as he turned to the door. Damon knew she had serious doubts about the entire project, but he also knew that if he brought her anything passably drinkable, she would drink it. Thirst did that to you. He was unliving proof of the example. As he went through the door, there was a sudden, horrendous noise, like a pair of kitchen choppers coming together. It nearly took off his rear from top to bottom by the sound of it. "Damon?" A voice crying weakly through the door. "Damon, are you all right? Damon, answer me!" Instead, he turned around, studied the door, which looked perfectly normal, and opened it. Anyone watching him open it would have wondered, because he put a key in the unlocked door, said, "Elena's room," and then unlocked and opened the door. When he got inside, he ran. Elena was lying in a hopeless tangle of sheets and blankets on the floor. She was trying to get up, but her face was blue-white with pain. "What pushed you off the bed?" he said. He was going to kill Shinichi, slowly. "Nothing. I heard a terrible sound just as the door shut. I tried to get you, but—" Damon stared at her. "I tried to get you, but—" This broken, hurting, exhausted creature had tried to rescue him? Tried so hard that she'd fallen off her bed? "I'm sorry," she said with tears in her eyes. "I can't get used to gravity. Are you hurt?" "Not as much as you are," he said, purposely keeping his voice rough, his eyes averted. "I did something stupid. Leaving the room and the house reminded me." "What are you talking about?" said the woebegone Elena, dressed only in sheets. "This key." Damon held it up for her to see. It was golden and could be worn as a ring, but two wings folded out and made a beautiful key. "What's wrong with it?" "The way I used it. This key has the power of the kitsune in it, and it will unlock anything and take you anywhere. The way it works is that you put it in a lock, say where you want to go, and then turn the key. I forgot to do that in leaving your room." Elena looked puzzled. "But what if a key doesn't have a lock in it? Most bedroom doors don't have locks. This key goes into any door. You might say it makes its own lock. It's a kitsune treasure, which I shook out of Shinichi when I was so angry about you being hurt. He'll be wanting it back soon." Damon's eyes narrowed, and he smiled faintly. "I wonder which of us will end up keeping it. I noticed another one in the kitchen. A spare, of course." "Damon, all this about magical keys is interesting, but if you could let me get off the floor." He was contrite at once. Then came the question of whether to put her on the bed or not. "I'll take the bath," Elena said in a small voice. She unsnapped the top of her jeans and tried to scoot out of them. "Wait a minute. You might faint and drown. Lie down and I promise to get you clean, if you're willing to try and eat." He had new reservations about the house. "Now undress on the bed and pull the sheet over you. I do wicked massages," he added, turning away. "Look, you don't have to not look. It's something I haven't understood since I came back," Elena said. "Modesty taboos. I don't see why anyone should be ashamed of their body." This came to him in a rather muffled voice. "I mean, for anyone who says God made us without clothes, even after Adam and Eve. If it's so important, why didn't he make us with diapers on?" "Yes, actually what you're saying reminds me of what I once said to the Dowager Queen of France," Damon said, determined to keep her undressing while he gazed at a crack in one of the wooden panels of the wall. "I said that if God were both omnipotent and omniscient, then he surely knew our destinies beforehand. And why were the righteous doomed to be born as sinfully naked as the damned?" And what did she say? Not a word. But she giggled and tapped me 3 times on the back of my hand with her fan, which I was later told was an invitation for an assignation. Alas, I had other obligations. "Are you on the bed still?" Yes, and I'm under a sheet, Elena said wearily. If she were Dowager Queen, I expect you were glad, she added in a half-bewildered voice. Aren't they the old mothers? No. Anne of Austria, Queen of France, kept her remarkable beauty to the end. She was the only redhead that... Damon stopped, groping wildly for words as he faced the bed. Elena had done as he had asked. He just hadn't realized how much she would look like Aphrodite arising from the ocean. The ruffled white of the sheet came up to the warmer milk white of her skin. She needed cleaning, certainly, but just knowing that under that thin sheet she was magnificently naked was enough to make him lose his breath. She had rolled her clothes into a ball and thrown them into the farthest corner of the room. He didn't blame her. He didn't think. He didn't give himself time. He simply held out his hands and said, "Lemon-thyme chicken consommé, hot, in a Mikasa cup, and plum flower oil very warm in a vial." Once the broth was duly consumed and Elena was lying on her back again, he began to gently massage her with the oil. Plum flower always made for a good start. It numbed the skin and the senses to pain, and it provided a basis for the other, more exotic oils he planned to use on her. In a way, it was much better than dumping her in a modern bath or jacuzzi. He knew where her injuries were. He could heat the oils to the appropriate temperature for any of them. And instead of a barely mobile jacuzzi head spouting water against a bruise, he could avoid anything too sensitive in the painful sense. He started with her hair, adding a very, very light coating of oil that would make the worst tangles easy to brush out. After the oiling, her hair shone like gold against her skin, honey on cream. Then he began with the muscles in her face, tiny strokes with his thumbs over her forehead to smooth it and relax it, forcing her to relax along with his movements. Slow, circular swirls at her temples with only the lightest of pressure. He could see the thin blue veins traced here, and he knew that deep pressure could put her to sleep. He then proceeded to upper arms, her forearms, her hands, taking her apart with ancient strokes and the correct ancient essences to go with them, until she was nothing but a loose, boneless thing under the sheet, sleek and soft and yielding. He flashed his incandescent smile for a moment while pulling a toe until it popped. And then the smile turned ironic. He could have what he wanted of her now. Yes, she was in no mood to refuse anything, but he hadn't counted on what the damned sheet would do to him. Everyone knew that a scrap of covering, no matter how simple, always drew attention to the taboo area as pure nakedness did not. And massaging Elena by inches this way only focused him on what lay beneath the snowy fabric. After a while, Elena said drowsily, "Aren't you going to tell the end of the story? About Anne of Austria, who was the only redhead to remain a natural redhead to the end of her life," Damon murmured. "Yes, it was said that Cardinal Richelieu was her lover." "Isn't that the wicked cardinal from the Three Musketeers?" "Yes, but perhaps not so wicked as he was portrayed there, and certainly an able politician. And some say the real father of Louis... Now turn over." "It's a strange name for a king." "Louis now turn over," Elena said, turning over and showing a flash of creamy thigh while Damon tried to eye various other parts of the room. "Depends on the naming traditions of the individual's native country," Damon said wildly. All he could see were replays of that glimpse of thigh. "What? What?" "I was asking you, are you warm now?" "All done," Damon said, and unwisely patted the highest curve of terrain under the towel. "Hey!" Elena reared up, and Damon, faced by an entire body of pale rose gold and perfumed and sleek and with muscles like steel under the silken skin, precipitately fled. He came back after an appropriate interval with a calming offering of more soup. Elena, dignified under her sheet, which she had made into a toga, accepted. She didn't even try to swat him on the bottom when his back was turned. What is this place? She wondered instead. Can't be the Dunstons. They're an old family with an old house. They used to be farmers. Oh, let's just call it the little pied-à-terre of my own in the woods. Ah, Elena said. I knew you weren't sleeping in trees. Damon found himself trying not to smile. He'd never been with Elena when the situation hadn't been life or death. Now, if he said he'd found he loved her mind after having massaged her naked under a sheet, no. No one would ever believe him. Feeling better. As warm as chicken apple soup. I'm never going to hear the end of that, am I? He made her stay on the bed while he thought up nightgowns, all sizes and styles, and robes, too, and slippers, all in the instant of walking to what had been a bathroom, and was pleased to find that it was now a walk-in closet with everything anyone could want in terms of night attire. From silky lingerie to good old-fashioned sleeping gowns to nightcaps, this wardrobe had it all. Damon emerged with a double armful and gave Elena her choice. She picked a high-necked white nightgown made out of some modest fabric. Damon found himself stroking a regal sky-blue gown, trimmed with what looked like genuine Valenciennes lace. Not my style, Elena said quickly, tucking it under some other robes. Not your style around me, Damon thought, amused. And a wise little lass you are, too. You don't want to tempt me into doing anything you might be sorry for tomorrow. All right. And then you can get a good night's sleep, he broke off, for she was suddenly looking at him with astonishment and distress. Matt! Damon, we were looking for Matt. I just remembered. We were looking for him, and I don't know, I got hurt. I remember falling, and then I was here. Because I carried you here, Damon thought. Because this house is just a thought in Shinichi's mind. Because the only permanent things inside it are we two. Damon took in a deep breath of air. Chapter 31. Let us at least have the dignity of walking out of your trap on your own 2 feet. Or should I say, using your own key, Damon thought to Shinichi. To Elena he said, Yes, we're looking for what's-his-face. But you took a bad fall. I would like to ask you that you stay here and recuperate while I go look for him. You think you know where Matt is? That was the entire sentence distilled for her. That was all she heard. Yes. Can we go now? Won't you let me go alone? No, Elena said simply. I have to find him. I wouldn't sleep at all if he went out alone. Please, can't we go now? Damon sighed. All right. There will be now, clothes that will fit you in the closet. Jeans and things. I'll get them, he said. As long as I really, really can't convince you to lie down and rest while I look for him. I can make it, Elena promised. And if you go without me, I'll just jump out a window and follow you. She was serious. He went and got the promised pile of clothes, and then turned his back while Elena put on an identical version of the jeans and Pendleton shirt she had been wearing, whole and unblood-stained. Then they left the house, Elena brushing her hair vigorously, but glancing back every step or so. What are you doing? Damon asked, just when he had decided to carry her. Waiting for the house to disappear. And when he gave her his best, what are you talking about look, she said. Armani jeans, just my size. La Perla camisoles, same. Pendleton shirts, 2 sizes too big, just like the one I was wearing. That place is either a warehouse or it's magic. My bet's on magic. Damon picked her up as a way to shut her up, and walked to the passenger's door of the Ferrari. He wondered if they were in the real world now, or in another of Shinichi's globes. Did it disappear? He asked. Yup. What a pity, he thought. He'd have liked to keep it. He could try to renegotiate the bargain with Shinichi, but there were other, more important things to think of. He gave Elena a slight squeeze, thinking, other. much, much more important things. In the car, he made sure of 3 small facts. First, that click which his brain automatically registered as passenger buckled up really did mean that Elena had her seatbelt properly fastened. Second, that the doors were locked from his master control. And third, that he drove quite slowly. He didn't think that anyone in Elena's shape would be throwing themselves out of cars again in the near future, but he wasn't taking any chances. He had no idea how long this spell was going to work. Elena must eventually come out of her amnesia. It was only logical, since he seemed to be, and he'd been awake much longer than she had. Pretty soon she would remember. What? That he'd taken her in the Ferrari against her will? Bad, but forgivable. He couldn't know she'd launch herself out. That he'd been teasing Mike or Mitch or whoever and her in the clearing. He himself had a vague picture of this. Or was it another dream? He wished he knew what the truth was. When would he remember everything? He'd be in a much stronger bargaining position once he did. And it was hardly possible that Mac was getting hypothermia in a midsummer snowstorm, even if he were still in that clearing right now. It was a chilly night, but the worst the boy could expect was a twinge of rheumatism when he was around 80. The vital thing was that they didn't find him. He might have some unpleasant truths to tell. Damon noticed Elena making the same gesture again, a touch to her throat, a grimace, a deep breath. Are you carsick? No, I'm... In the moonlight he could see her blush come and go, could sense her heat with detectors in his face. She flushed deeply. I explained, she said, about feeling too full. That's what it is now. What was a vampire to do? Say, I'm sorry, I've given it up for Moonspire? Say, I'm sorry, you'll hate me in the morning? Say, to hell with the morning, this seat reclines 2 inches? But what if they got to the clearing and found that something really had happened to Nat, the boy? Damon would regret it for the rest of the remaining 20 seconds of his life. Elena would call battalions of sky spirits down on his head. Even if no one else believed in her, Damon did. He found himself saying, as smoothly as ever he'd spoken to a Page or a Damaris, will you trust me? What? Will you trust me for another 15 or 20 minutes to go to a certain place I think what's his name might be? If he is, my bet is that you remember everything and you never want to see me again in your life. Then you'll be spared a long search. If he isn't, and the car isn't either, it's my lucky day and Mutt wins the prize of a lifetime. And then we go on looking. In place I think what's his name might be. If he is, my bet is that you remember everything and you never want to see me again in your life. Then you'll be spared a long search. If he isn't, and the car isn't either, it's my lucky day and Mutt wins the prize of a lifetime. And then we go on looking. Elena was watching him intently. Damon, do you know where Matt is? No. Well, that was true enough. But she was a bright little trinket, a pretty little pink. And more than all that, she was clever. Damon broke off his polyrhythmic contemplations on Elena's intelligence. Why was he thinking in poetry? Was he really going crazy? He'd wondered that before, hadn't he? Didn't it prove you weren't crazy if you wondered if you were? The truly insane never doubted their sanity, right? Right. Or did they? And surely all this talking to himself couldn't be good for anyone. Merda. All right then, I'll trust you. Damon let out a breath he didn't need and headed the car toward the clearing. It was one of the more exciting gambles of his life. On one hand, there was his life. Elena would find some way or other of killing him if he'd killed Mark, he was certain. And on the other hand, a taste of paradise, with a willing Elena, an eager Elena, an open Elena. He swallowed. He found himself doing the thing closest to praying that he'd done in half a millennium. As they rounded the corner on the road to the little lane, he kept himself in hyper-alertness, the engine a bare hum, the night air bringing all kinds of information to vampire senses. He was thoroughly aware that an ambush could have been set up for him, but the lane was deserted, and as he suddenly hit the accelerator to reveal the little clearing, he found it blessedly, bleakly, blankly empty of either cars or of college-aged young men whose names started with M. He relaxed against the seat back. Elena had been watching him. He thought he might be here. Yes. And now was the time for the real question. Without asking her this, the whole thing was a sham, a fraud. Do you remember this place? She glanced around. No. Should I? Damon smiled, but he took the precaution of driving on up another 300 yards into a different clearing, just in case she should have a sudden attack of memory. There were Malach in the other clearing, he explained easily. This one is guaranteed monster-free. Oh, what a liar I am, he rejoiced. Have I still got it or what? He'd been disturbed ever since Elena had come back from the other side. But if that first night it had discomfited him into literally giving her the shirt off his back, well, there were still no words for how he'd felt when she'd stood before him newly returned from the afterlife, her skin glowing in the dark clearing, naked, without shame or the concept of shame. And during her massage, where veins traced out lines of blue comet fire against an inverse sky, Damon was feeling something he hadn't felt for 500 years. He was feeling desire. Human desire. Vampires didn't feel that. It was all sublimated into the need for the blood, always the blood. But he was feeling it. He knew why, too. Elena's aura, Elena's blood. She'd brought back with her something more substantial than wings. And while the wings had faded, this new talent seemed to be permanent. He realized that it was a very long time since he'd felt this, and that therefore he might be quite wrong. But he didn't think so. He thought that Elena's aura would make the most fossilized of vampires stand up and blossom into virile young men once again. He leaned away as far as the crowded confines of the Ferrari would allow. Elena, there's something I should tell you. About Matt? She gave him a straightforward, intelligent glance. Matt? No, it's about you. I know you were surprised that Stefan would leave you in the care of somebody like me. There was no room for privacy in the Ferrari, and he was sharing her body warmth already. Yes, I was, she said simply. Well, it may have something to do with how we decided that my aura would give even old vampires the jigsies. From now on, I'll need strong protection because of that, Stefan said. Damon didn't know what the jigsies were, but he was prepared to bless them for getting a delicate point across to a lady. I think, he said carefully, that of all things, Stefan would want you to have protection from the evil folk drawn here from all over the globe. And above all other things, that you not be forced to jigsaw, if it was not your wish. And now he's left me, like a selfish, stupid, idealistic idiot, considering all the people in the world who might want to jigsaw me. I agree, Damon said, careful of keeping the lie of Stefan's willing departure intact. And I've already promised what protection I can offer. I really will do my best, Elena, to see that no one gets near you. Yes, said Elena. But then something like this. She made a little gesture, probably to indicate Shinichi, and all the problems brought about by his arrival, comes up and nobody knows how to deal with it. True, said Damon. He had to keep shaking himself and reminding himself of his real purpose here. He was here too. Well, he wasn't on St. Stephen's side. And the thing was, it was easy enough. There she was, brushing her hair out. A fair, pretty maiden sat brushing her hair out. The sun in the sky was none such so gold. Damon shook himself, hard. Since when had he gotten into ye old English folk songs? What was wrong with him? To have something to say, he asked, "How are you feeling?" Just as it happened, as she lifted her hand to her throat, she grimaced. "Not bad." And that made them look at each other. And then Elena smiled, and he had to smile back. At first just a quirk of the lip, and then a full smile. She was everything. Witty, enchanting, brave, smart, and beautiful. And he knew that his eyes were saying all that, and that she wasn't turning away. "We might take a little walk," he said. And bells rang, and trumpets played fanfares, and confetti came raining down, and there was a release of doves. "In other words," she said, "all right." They picked a little path off the clearing that looked easy to Damon's night-acquainted vampire eyes. Damon didn't want her on her feet too much. He knew that she still hurt, and that she didn't want him to know it, or to pamper her. Something inside him said, "Well then, wait until she says she's tired and help her to sit down." And something else beyond his control sprang out at the first little hesitation of her foot, and he picked her up, apologizing in a dozen different languages, and generally acting the fool until he had her seated on a comfortably carved wooden bench, with a back to it, and a very light traveling blanket over her knees. He kept adding, "You'll tell me if there's anything else you want." He accidentally sent to her a snippet of his thoughts of possible contenders, which were a glass of water, him sitting beside her, and a baby elephant, which he had earlier seen in her mind that she admired very much. "I'm very sorry, but I don't think I do elephants," he said, on his knees, making the footstool more comfortable for her, when he caught a random thought of hers, that he was not so different from Stefan as he seemed. No other name could have caused him to do what he did then. No other word or concept could have such effect on him. In an instant, the blanket was off, the footstool had disappeared, and he was holding Elena bent backward with the slender column of her neck fully exposed to him. "The difference," he told her, "between me and my brother is that he is still hoping somehow to slip in through some side door into heaven. I'm not such a moaning ninny about my fate. I know where I'm going, and I don't." He gave her a smile with all canines fully extended. "Give a damn about it." Her eyes were wide. He'd startled her, and startled her into an unintentional, thoroughly honest response. Her thoughts were projected toward him, easy to read. "I know. And I'm like that, too. I want what I want. I'm not as good as Stefan. And I don't know." He was enthralled. "What don't you know, sweetheart?" She just shook her head, eyes shut. To break the deadlock, he whispered into her ear, "What about this, then? Say I'm bold, and say I'm bad. Say, you, vanities, I'm vainer. But you, Irenes, just add, I kissed Elena." Her eyes flew open. "Oh, no, please, Damon," she was whispering. Please not now." And she swallowed miserably. "Besides, you asked me if I'd like a drink, and then suddenly it's no drink. I wouldn't mind being a drink if you'd like, but first I'm so thirsty. As thirsty as you are, maybe." She did a little tap, tap, tap under her chin again. Damon's insides melted. He held out his hand, and it closed around the stem of a delicate crystal glass. He swirled the splash of liquid in it expertly, tested it for bouquet, exquisite, then gently rolled it on his tongue. It was the real thing, black magic wine, grown from Clarion Loche black magic grapes. It was the only wine most vampires would drink, and there were apocryphal stories of how it had kept them on their feet when their other thirst could not be assuaged. Elena was drinking hers, her blue eyes wide above the deep violet of the wine as he told her some of its story. He loved to watch her when she was like this, investigating with all her senses fully aroused. He shut his eyes and remembered some choice moments from the past. Then he opened them again to find Elena, looking very much the thirsty child, eagerly gulping down. "Your second glass?" He discovered the first goblet at her feet. "Elena, where did you get another one?" "I just did what you did. Held out my hand. It's not as if it were hard liquor, is it? It tastes like grape juice, and I was dying for a drink." Could you really be that naive? True black magic wine didn't have the sharp odor or taste of most alcohol. It was subtle, created for the fastidious vampire palate. Damon knew that the grapes were grown in the soil, loche, that a grinding glacier leaves behind. Of course, that process was only for the long-lived vampires, as it took ages to build up enough loche. And when the soil was ready, the grapes were grown and processed from graft to foot-stomped pulp in ironwood vats, without ever seeing the sun. That was what gave it its black velvet, dark, delicate taste. And now, Elena had a grape juice mustache. Damon wanted very much to kiss it away. "Well, someday you can tell people you drank 2 glasses of black magic in under a minute and impress them," he said. But she was doing the tap, tap, tapping again under her chin. "Elena, do you want to have some of your blood drawn?" "Yes." She said it in the ringing bell tones of someone who has finally been asked the right question. She was drunk. She flung both arms backward, draping them against the bench, which conformed to accept her body's every new motion. It had become a black suede couch with a high back, a divan, and just now, Elena's slender neck was resting on the highest point of that back, her throat exposed to the air. Damon turned away with a little moan. He wanted to get Elena to civilization. He was worried about her health, mildly concerned about mutts, and now he couldn't have anything he wanted. He could hardly bleed her when she was drunk. Elena made a different sort of sound that might have been his name. "Damon," she mumbled. Her eyes had filled with tears. Just about anything that a nurse might have to do for a patient, Damon had done for Elena, but it seemed she didn't want to unswallow 2 glasses of black magic in front of him. "I'm sick," Elena got out, with a dangerous hiccup at the end. She gripped Damon's wrist. "Yes, this is not the kind of wine to guzzle. Wait, just sit up straight and let me try." And maybe, because he said the words without thinking of being rude, without thinking of manipulating her one way or another, it was all right. Elena obeyed him, and he put 2 fingers on either side of her temples and pressed slightly. For a split second, there was a near disaster, and then Elena was breathing slowly and calmly. She was still affected by the wine, but she wasn't drunk any longer, and the time was now. He had to tell her the truth at last. But first, he needed to wake up. "A triple espresso, please," he said, holding out his hand. It appeared instantly, aromatic and black as his soul. Shinichi says espresso alone is an excuse for the human race. Whoever Shinichi is, I agree with him, or her. "A triple espresso, please," Elena said to the magic that was this forest, this snowflake globe, this universe. Nothing happened. "Maybe it's only attuned to my voice right now," Damon said, flashing her a reassuring smile. And then he fetched her espresso with a wave. To his surprise, Elena was frowning. "You said Shinichi. Who's that?" Damon wanted nothing less than for Elena to get involved with the kitsune. But if he was really going to tell all, she was going to have to. He's a kitsune, a fox spirit, he said. And the person who gave me that web address that sent Stefan running. Elena's expression froze over. Actually, Damon said, I find that I would rather get you home before taking the next step. Elena lifted exasperated eyes to the sky, but let him pick her up and carry her back to the car. He had just realized where the best place to tell her was. It was just as well that they didn't urgently need to get to any place that was out of the old wood right now. They didn't find any road that did not lead to dead ends, little clearings, or trees. Elena seemed so unsurprised at finding the little lane that led to their small but perfectly appointed house that he said nothing as they entered, and he took new inventory of what they had. They had one bedroom with one large, luxurious bed. They had a kitchen and a living area, but any of these rooms could become any kind of room you chose simply by thinking of it before opening the door. Moreover, there were the keys, left behind by what Damon was realizing was a seriously shaken shinichi that allowed the doors to do more. Insert a key in a door and announce what you wanted, and there you were. Even, it seemed, if it should be outside Shinichi's territory in space-time. In other words, they seemed to link to the real outside world, but Damon wasn't entirely sure about that. Was it the real world, or just another of Shinichi's play traps? What they had right now was a long, spiraling stairway to an open-air observatory with a widow's walk around it, just like the roof of the boarding house. There was even a room just like Stefan's, Damon noted as he carried Elena up the stairs. We're going all the way up? Elena sounded bewildered. All the way. And what are we doing up here? Elena asked, when he had her settled in a chair with a footstool and a light blanket on the roof. Damon sat down on a rocker, rocking a little, his arms wrapped around one knee, his face tilted to the clouded sky. He rocked once more, stopped, and turned to face her. I suppose we're here, he said, in the light, self-mocking tone that meant he was very serious, so that I can tell you the truth. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Chapter 32. Who is it? A voice was saying from the forest darkness. Who's out there? Bonnie had seldom been as grateful to anyone as she was to Matt for holding on to her. She needed people contact. If she could only bury herself deep enough in other people, she would be safe somehow. She just barely managed not to scream as the dimming flashlight swung onto a surrealistic scene. Isabel? Yes, it really was Isabel. Not at the Ridgemont Hospital at all, but here, in the old wood. She was standing at bay, almost naked except for blood and mud. Right here, against this background, she looked like both prey and a sort of forest goddess. A goddess of vengeance, and of hunted things, and of punishment for any being who stood in her way. She was winded, breathing hard, with bubbles of saliva coming out of her mouth. But she wasn't broken. You only had to see her eyes shining red to see that. Behind her, stepping on branches and letting loose the occasional grunt or curse, were two other figures, one tall and thin, but bulbous on top, and one shorter and stouter. They looked like gnomes trying to follow a wood nymph. Dr. Alpert? Meredith seemed just barely able to sound like her ordinary controlled self. At the same time, Bonnie saw that Isabel's piercings were much worse. She'd lost most of her studs and hoops and needles, but there was blood, and already pus, coming out of the holes where they had been. Don't scare her, Jim's voice whispered out of the shadows. We've been tracking her since we had to stop. Bonnie could feel Matt, who had drawn in air to shout, suddenly choke it off. She could also see why Jim looked so top-heavy. He was carrying obasan, Japanese style, on his back, with her arms around his neck. Like a backpack, Bonnie thought. What happened to you? Meredith whispered. We thought you'd gone to the hospital. Somehow a tree fell across the road while we were letting you off, and we couldn't get around it to get to the hospital, or anywhere else. Not only that, but it was a tree with a hornet's nest or something inside it. Isabel woke up like that. The doctor snapped her fingers, and when she heard the hornets, she scrambled out and ran from them. We ran after her. I don't mind saying I would have done the same if I'd been alone. Did anybody see these hornets? Matt asked after a moment. No, it had just turned dark. But we heard them all right. Weirdest thing I ever heard. Sounded like a hornet, a foot long, Jim said. Meredith was now squeezing Bonnie's arm from the other side. Whether to keep her silent or to encourage her to speak, Bonnie had no idea. And what could she say? Fallen trees here only stay fallen until the police make the decision to look for them? Oh, and watch out for the hellish streams of bugs as long as your arm. And by the way, there's probably one inside Isabel right now. That would really freak Jim out. If I knew the way back to the boarding house, I would drop these three off there, Mrs. Flowers was saying. They're not part of this. To Bonnie's surprise, Dr. Alpert did not take exception to the statement that she herself was not part of it. Nor did she ask what Mrs. Flowers was doing with the two teenagers out in the old wood at this hour. What she said was even more astonishing. We saw the lads as you started shouting. It's right back there. Bonnie felt Matt's muscles tighten up against her. Thank God, he said. And then slowly, but that's not possible. I left the Dunstans about 10 minutes before we met, and that's right on the other side of the old wood from the boarding house. It would take at least 45 minutes to walk it. Well, possible or not, we saw the boarding house, Theophilia. All the lights were on from top to bottom. It was impossible to mistake. Are you sure you're not underestimating time? She added to Matt. Mrs. Flowers' name is Theophilia, Bonnie thought, and had to curb an urge not to giggle. Tension was getting to her. But just as she was thinking it, Meredith gave her another nudge. Sometimes she thought that she and Elena and Meredith had a sort of telepathy with each other. Maybe it wasn't true telepathy, but sometimes just a look, just a glance, could say more than pages and pages of argument. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, Matt or Stefan would seem to be a part of it. Not that it was like real telepathy, with voices as clear in your head as they would be in your ears, but sometimes the boys seemed to be on the girl's channel. Because Bonnie knew exactly what that nudge meant, it meant that Meredith had turned the lamp off in Stefan's room on the top of the house, and that Mrs. Flowers had turned the downstairs lights off as they left. So while Bonnie had a very vivid image of the boarding house with lights blazing, that image couldn't be reality. Not now. Someone is trying to mess with us, was what Meredith's nudge meant. And Matt was on the same wavelength, even if it was for a different reason. He leaned very slightly back at Meredith, with Bonnie in between. But maybe we should head back toward the Dunstans, Bonnie said in her most babyish, heart-rending voice. They're just normal people. They could protect us. The boarding house is just over that rise, Dr. Alpert said firmly. And I really would appreciate your advice on how to slow down Isabel's infections, she added to Mrs. Flowers. Mrs. Flowers fluttered. There was no other word for it. Oh, goodness, what a compliment. One thing would be to wash the dirt out of the wounds immediately. This was so obvious and so unlike Mrs. Flowers that Matt squeezed Bonnie hard, just as Meredith leaned in on her. Yee-haw, Bonnie thought. Do we have this telepathy thing going or not? So it's Dr. Alpert who's the dangerous one, the liar. That's it then. We head for the boarding house, Meredith said calmly. And Bonnie, don't worry, we'll take care of you. We sure will. Matt said, giving her one last hard squeeze. It meant, I get it. I know who's not on our side. Aloud, he added, in a fake, stern voice. It's no good going to the Dunstans anyway. I already told Mrs. Flowers and the girls about this, but they've got a daughter who's like Isabel. Piercing herself, Dr. Alpert said, sounding startled and horrified at the thought. No, she's just acting pretty strangely, but it's not a good place. Squeeze. I got it a long time ago, Bonnie thought in annoyance. I'm supposed to shut up now. Lead the way, please, murmured Mrs. Flowers, seeming more fluttery than ever. Back to the boarding house. And they let the doctor and Jim lead the way. Bonnie kept up a mumbling complaint in case anyone was listening, and she and Matt and Meredith all kept an eye on the doctor and Jim. Okay, Elena said to Damon. I'm dolled up like somebody on the deck of an ocean liner. I'm keyed up like an overstrung guitar, and I'm fed up with all this delay. So, what is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? She shook her head. Time had skipped and stretched for her. Damon said, In a way, we're in a tiny snow globe I made for myself. It just means they won't see or hear us for a few minutes. Now is the time to get the real talking done. So we better talk fast. She smiled at him encouragingly. She was trying to help him. She knew he needed help. He wanted to tell her the truth, but it was so far against his nature that it was like asking one hell of a wild horse to let you ride it, master it. There are more problems, Damon got out huskily, and she knew he'd read her thoughts. They tried to make it impossible for me to speak to you about this. They did it in grand old fairy tale style, by making up lots of conditions. I couldn't tell you inside the house, nor could I tell you outside. Well, a widow's walk isn't inside, but you can't say it's outside either. I couldn't tell you by sunlight or by moonlight. Well, the sun's gone down, and it's another 30 minutes before the moon rises. And I say that the condition is met. And I couldn't tell you while you were clothed or naked. Elena automatically glanced down at herself in alarm, but nothing had changed as far as she could tell. And I figured that that condition is met too, because even though he swore to me he was letting me out of one of his little snow globes, he didn't do it. We're in a house that's not a house. It's a thought in somebody's mind. You're wearing clothes that aren't real clothes. They're figments of imagination. Elena opened her mouth again, but he put 2 fingers to her lips and said, Wait. Just let me go on while I still can. I seriously thought that he might never stop with the conditions, which he had picked up out of fairy tale literature. He's obsessed with that, and with old English poetry. I don't know why, because he's from the other side of the world, from Japan. That's who Shinichi is. And he has a twin sister, Misao. Damon stopped breathing hard after that, and Elena figured that there must have been some internal conditions against him telling her. He likes it if you translate his name as Death first, or number 1 in the matters of death. They're both like teenagers, really, with their codes and their games, and yet they're thousands of years old. Thousands? Elena prodded gently as Damon coasted to a stop, looking exhausted, but determined. I hate to think of how many thousands of years the 2 of them have been doing mischief. Misao's the one who's been doing all the things to the girls in town. She possesses them with her Malach, and then she makes the Malach make them do things. You remember your American history, the Salem witches. That was Misao, or someone like her, and it's happened hundreds of times before that. You might look up the Ursuline nuns when you're out of this. They were a quiet convent who became exhibitionists and worse. Some went mad, and some who tried to help them became possessed. Exhibitionists? Like Tamara? But she's only a child. Misao's only a child. In her head. And where does Caroline come in? In any case like this, there's got to be an instigator. Someone who's willing to bargain with the devil, or a demon, really, for their own ends. That's where Caroline comes in. But for an entire town, they must be giving her something really big. An entire town? They're going to take over Fell's church? Damon looked away. The truth was that they were going to destroy Fell's church. There was no point in saying that. His hands were loosely fastened around his knees as he sat on a rickety old wooden chair on the widow's walk. Before we can do anything to help anyone, we have to get out of here. Out of Shinichi's world. This is important. I can block him for short periods of time from watching us. But then I get tired and need blood. I need more than you can regenerate, Elena. He looked up at her. He's put beauty in with the beast here, and he'll leave us to see which one will triumph. If you mean kill the other, he's in for a long wait on my end. That's what you think now. But this is a specially made trap. There's nothing in here, except the old wood, as it was when we started driving around it. It's also minus any other human habitations. The only house is this house. The only real living creatures are the two of us. You'll want me dead, soon enough. Damon, I don't understand. What do they want here? Even with what Stefan said about all the ley lines crossing under Fell's church and making a beacon, it was your beacon that drew them, Elena. They're curious, like kids, and I have a feeling that they may already have been in trouble, wherever it is they really live. It's possible they were here watching the end of the battle, watching you be reborn. And so they want to destroy us? To have fun? To take over the town and make us puppets? All three for a while. They could be having fun while someone else pleads their case in a high court in another dimension. And yes, fun to them means taking apart the town. Although I believe that Shinichi means to go back to his bargain with me for something he wants more than the town. So they may end up fighting each other. What bargain with you, Damon? For you. Stefan had you. I wanted you. He wants you. Despite herself, Elena felt cold pooling in her midriff, felt the distant shaking that began there and worked its way outward. And the original bargain was? He looked away from her. This is the bad part. Damon, what have you done? She cried, almost screaming it. What was the bargain? Her whole body was shaking. I made a bargain with a demon, and yes, I knew what he was when I did it. It was the night after your friends were attacked by the trees, after Stefan banished me from his room. That and, well, I was angry. But he took my anger and boosted it. He was using me, controlling me. I see that now. That's when he started with the deals and conditions. Damon? Elena began shakily, but he went on, speaking rapidly, as if he had to get through this, to see it to its conclusion, before he lost his nerve. The final deal was that he would help me get Stefan out of the way, so I could have you, while he got Caroline and the rest of the town to share with his sister, thus trumping Caroline's bargain for whatever she was getting from Misao. Elena slapped him. She wasn't sure how she managed, wrapped up as she was, to get a hand free and to make the lightning-fast movement, but she did. And then she waited, watching a bead of blood hanging on his lip, for him to retaliate, or for the strength to try to kill him. Chapter 33. Damon just sat there. Then he licked his mouth, and said nothing, did nothing. You bastard! Yes. You're saying that Stefan didn't really walk out on me? Yes, I mean, correct. Who wrote the letter in my diary, then? Damon said nothing, but looked away. Oh, Damon! She didn't know whether to kiss him or shake him. How could you? Do you know? She said in a choked and threatening voice. What I've gone through since he disappeared? Thinking every minute that he just suddenly decided to up and leave me? even if he intended to come back. Don't try to tell me you're sorry. Don't try to tell me you know what it feels like feeling that, because you don't. How could you? You don't have feelings like that. I think I've had some similar experience, but I wasn't going to try to defend myself, only to say that we have a limited time while I can block Shinichi from seeing us. Elena's heart was shattering into 1,000 pieces. She could feel each one pierce her. Nothing mattered anymore. You lied. You broke your promise about never harming each other. I know, and that should have been impossible. But it started that night when the trees closed in on Bonnie and Meredith and Matt! That night, when Stefan knocked me around and showed me his true power, it was because of you. He did it so I would stay away from you. Before that, he just hoped to keep you hidden. And that night I felt betrayed somehow. Don't ask me why that should make sense, when for years before I've knocked him down and made him eat dirt any time I wanted. Elena tried to make sense of what he was saying in her shattered condition, and she couldn't. But neither could she ignore a feeling that had just dropped down like an angel in chains grabbing hold of her. Try to look with your other eyes. Look inside, not outside for the answer. You know, Damon. You've already seen what is inside him. How long has it been there? Oh, Damon, I'm sorry. I know the answer. Damon, oh God, I can see what's wrong with you. You're more possessed than any of those girls. I have one of those things in me. Elena kept her eyes shut while she nodded. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she felt sick, even as she made herself do it. Gather enough human power to see with her other eyes. See as she had somehow learned to see inside people. The Malach that she had seen before inside Damon, and the one Matt had described, had been huge for insects. As long as an arm, maybe. But now, in Damon, she sensed something huge, monstrous. Something that inhabited him completely. Its transparent head inside his beautiful features. Its chitinous body as long as his torso. Its backward twisted legs inside his legs. For a moment she thought she would faint, but then she controlled herself. Staring at the ghostly image, she thought, what would Meredith do? Meredith would stay calm. She wouldn't lie, but she would find some way to help. Damon, it's bad, but there has to be some way to get it out of you soon. I'm going to find that way, because as long as it's in you, Shinichi can make you do anything. Will you listen to why I think it's grown so large? That night when Stefan dismissed me from his room, everyone else went home like good little boys and girls. But you and Stefan took a walk, a fly, a glide. For a long time it meant nothing to her, even though it had been the last time she'd seen Stefan. In fact, that was its only significance to her. It was the last time she and Stefan had... She felt herself freeze over inside. You went into the old wood. You were still the little spirit child who didn't really know what was right and what was wrong. But Stefan should have known better than to do that, on my own territory. Vampires take territory seriously. And in my own resting place, right in front of my eyes. Oh, Damon, no. Oh, Damon, yes. There you were, sharing blood. Too absorbed to have noticed me, even if I had leaped out and tried to pry you apart. You were wearing a high-necked white nightgown, and you looked like an angel. I wanted to kill Stefan right then. Damon, and it was right then that Shinichi appeared. He didn't need to be told what I was feeling. And he had a plan, an offer, a proposition. Elena shut her eyes again and shook her head. He prepared you beforehand. You were already possessed and ready to be full of anger. I don't know why. Damon went on as if he hadn't heard her, but I scarcely thought about what it would mean to Bonnie and Meredith and the rest of the town. All I could think of was you. All I wanted was you, and revenge on Stefan. Damon, will you listen? By then, you had already been deliberately possessed. I could see the Malach in you. You admit, as she felt him swelling up to speak out, that something was influencing you before that, forcing you to watch Bonnie and the others die at your feet that night. Damon, I think these things are even harder to get rid of than we imagine. For one thing, you wouldn't normally stay and watch people do private things, would you? Doesn't the fact that you did in itself prove that something was wrong? It's a theory, Damon granted, not sounding happy. But don't you see? That was what made you tell Stefan you only saved Bonnie out of whim. And that was what made you refuse to tell everyone that the Malach were making you watch the trees attack, hypnotizing you. That and your stupid, stubborn pride. Watch it on the compliments. I may dry up and blow away. Don't worry, Elena said flatly. Whatever happens to the rest of us, I have a feeling your ego will survive. What happened next? I made my deal with Shinichi. He would lure Stefan somewhere out of the way where I could see him alone. Then smuggle him out of this place to somewhere Stefan couldn't find you. Something bubbled up explosively again inside Elena. It was a tight, hard ball of compressed elation. Not kill him? She managed to get out. What? Stefan's alive? He's alive? He's really alive? Steady, Damon replied coldly. Steady on, Elena. We can't have you fainting. He held her by the shoulders. You thought I meant to kill him. Elena was trembling, almost too hard to answer. Why didn't you tell me before? I apologize for the omission. He's alive. For sure, Damon? You're absolutely sure. Positive. Without a thought of herself, without a thought of any kind, Elena did what she did best. Gave in to impulse. She threw her arms around Damon's neck and kissed him. For a moment, Damon just stood, rigid with shock. He had contracted with killers to hijack her lover and decimate her town, but Elena's mind would never see it that way. If he were dead, he stopped and had to try again. Shinichi's whole bargain depends on keeping him alive. Alive and away from you. I couldn't risk you killing yourself or really hating me. Again the note of distant coldness. With Stefan dead, what hold would I have over you, princess? Elena ignored all this. If he's alive, I can find him. If he remembers you. But what if every memory he had of you were taken away? What? Elena wanted to explode. If every memory of Stefan were taken away from me, she said icily, I would still fall in love with him the very moment I saw him. And if every memory of me were taken away from Stefan, he would wander all over the world looking for something without knowing what he was looking for. Very poetic. But oh, Damon, thank you for not letting Shinichi kill him. He shook his head at her, looking bewildered at himself. I couldn't seem to do that. Something about giving my word. I figured that if he were free and happy and didn't remember, that would satisfy enough. Of your promise to me? You figured wrong. But it doesn't matter now. It does matter. You've suffered for it. No, Damon. All that really matters is that he's not dead, and he didn't leave me. There's still hope. But Elena, Damon's voice had life now. It was both excited and inflexible. Can't you see? Past history aside, you have to admit that we're the ones that belong together. You and I are simply better suited to each other by nature. Deep down you know that. Because we understand each other. We're on the same intellectual level. So is Stefan. Well, all I can say is that he does a remarkable job of hiding it then. Can't you feel it? Don't you feel? His grip was becoming uncomfortable now. That you could be my princess of darkness. That something deep inside you wants to. I can see it if you can't. I can't be anything to you, Damon, except a decent sister-in-law. He shook his head, laughing harshly. No. You're only suited for the main role. Well, all I can say is that if we live through the fight with the twins, you'll see things in yourself that you've never seen before, and you'll know that we are more suited together. And all I can say is that if we live through this fight with the Bobbsey twins from hell, it sounds as if we're going to need all the spiritual power that we can get afterward, and that means getting Stefan back. We may not be able to get him back. Oh, I agree. Even if we drive Shinichi and Misao away from Fell's Church, the likelihood that we are going to be able to do away with them completely is about 0. You're no fighter. We're probably not even going to be able to hurt them very much. But even I don't know exactly where Stefan is. Then the twins are the only ones who can help us. If they still can help us. Oh, all right, I'll admit it. The Shi-no-Shi are probably complete frauds. They probably take a few memories from vampire chumps, memories of the coin of choice in the realm of the other side, and then send them away while the cash register is still jingling. They're frauds. The whole place is a giant slum and freak show, sort of like a run-down Vegas. But they're not afraid that the vampires they cheat will want revenge? Damon laughed, this time musically. A vampire who doesn't want to be a vampire is about the lowest object on the totem pole on the other side. Oh, except for humans. Along with lovers who've fulfilled suicide pacts, kids who jump off the roof because they think their Superman cape can make them fly. Elena tried to pull away from him, to reprove him, but he was surprisingly strong. It doesn't sound like a very nice place. It isn't. And that's where Stefan is? If we're lucky. So basically, she said, seeing things as she always did, in terms of plans A, B, C, and D. First, we have to find out where Stefan is from these twins. Second, we have to get the twins to heal the little girls they've possessed. Third, we have to get them to leave Fell's Church alone, for good. But before any of that, we have to find Stefan. He'll be able to help us, I know he will. And then we just hope we're strong enough for the rest. We could use Stefan's help, all right. But you missed the real point. For now, what we have to do is keep the twins from killing us. They still think you're their friend, yes? Elena's mind was flickering through options. Make them sure you are. Wait until a strategic moment comes, and then take the chance. Do we have any weapons against them? Iron. They do badly against iron. They're demons. And dear Shinichi is obsessed with you, although I can't say his sister will approve when she realizes it. Obsessed? Yes. With you and with English folk songs, remember? Although I can't fathom why. The songs, I mean. Well, I don't know what we can make of that, but I'll bet that his obsession with you will make Misao angry. It's just a hunch, but she's had him to herself for thousands of years. Then we set them against each other. Pretend that he's going to get me. Damon, what? Elena added in tones of alarm as he tightened his grip on her as if concerned. He's not going to get you, Damon said. I know that. I don't quite like the idea of anyone else getting you. You are meant to be mine, you know. Damon, don't. I've told you, please. Meaning, please don't make me hurt you. The truth is that you can't hurt me unless I let you. You can only hurt yourself against me. Elena could at least pull their upper bodies farther apart. Damon, we just made an agreement, made plans. Now what are we doing, throwing them all away? No. But I thought of another way to get you a grade A superhero, right now. You've been saying I should take more of your blood for ages. Oh, yes. It was true. Even if that had been before he admitted to her the terrible things he'd done. And, Damon, what happened with Matt in the clearing? We went looking all over for him, but we didn't find him, and you were glad. He didn't bother to deny it. In the real world, I was angry at him, Elena. He seemed to be just another rival. Part of the reason we're here is so I can remember exactly what happened. Did you hurt Matt, Damon? Because now you're hurting me. Yes. Damon's voice was light, and indifferent suddenly, as if he found it amusing. I suppose I did hurt him. I used psychic pain on him, and that stopped a lot of hearts from beating. But your mutt's tough. I like that. I made him suffer more and more, and yet he still went on living, because he was afraid to leave you alone. Damon! Elena wrenched herself back, only to find that it did no good. He was far, far stronger than she was. How could you do that to him? I told you, he was a rival. Damon laughed suddenly. You really don't remember, do you? I made him abase himself for you. I made him eat dirt, literally, for you. Damon, are you crazy? No, I'm just now finding my sanity. I don't need to convince you that you belong to me. I can take you. No, Damon, I won't be your princess of darkness or anything else of yours without asking. At the most, you'll have a dead body to play with. Maybe I'd like that. But you forget I can enter your mind, and you still have friends, at home getting ready for supper or bed, you hope. Don't you? Friends with all their limbs, who've never known real pain. It took Elena a long time to speak. Then she said quietly, I take back every decent thing I ever said about you. You're a monster. Do you hear that? You're an abomin... Her voice wound slowly down. They're making you do this, aren't they? She said finally, flatly. Shinichi and Misao. A nice little show for them, just like they made you hurt Matt and me before. No, I do only what I want to. Was that a flash of red Elena saw in his eyes? The briefest flaring of a flame? Do you know how beautiful you are when you are crying? You're more beautiful than ever. The gold in your eyes seems to rise to the surface and spill down in tears of diamond. I would love to have a sculptor carve a bust of you weeping. Damon, I know you're not really saying this. I know that the thing they put inside you is the one saying it. Elena, I assure you, it's all me. I quite enjoyed it when I made him hurt you. I liked to hear the way you cried out. I made him tear your clothes. I had to hurt him a lot to get him to do it. But didn't you notice that your camisole had been torn, and that you were barefooted? That was all mutt. Elena forced her mind back to the moment she had come to herself leaping out of the Ferrari. Yes, then, and in the time afterward, she had been barefooted and bare-armed, wearing only a camisole. Quite a bit of the fabric of her jeans had been left on the roadside after that, and in the surrounding vegetation. But it had never occurred to her to wonder what had happened to her boots and socks, or how her camisole had been torn in strips at the bottom. She'd simply been so grateful for help, to the one who had hurt her in the first place. Oh, Damon must have thought that ironic. She suddenly realized she herself was thinking of Damon and not of the possessor, not of Shinichi and Misao. But they weren't the same, she told herself. I've got to remember that. Yes, I enjoyed making him hurt you, and I enjoyed hurting you. I made him bring me a willow rod, just the right thickness, and then whipped you with it. You enjoyed that too, I promise you. Don't bother to look for marks, because they're all gone like the others. But all three of us enjoyed hearing your cries. You, and me, and Mutt, too. In fact, of all of us, he may have enjoyed it most. Damon, shut up. I won't listen to you talk about Matt that way. I wouldn't let him see you without your clothes on, though, Damon confided, as if he hadn't heard a word. That was when I had him dismissed, put into another snow globe. I wanted to hunt you as you tried to get away from me, in an empty globe that you could never get out of. I wanted to see that special look in your eyes that you get when you fight with everything you have, and I wanted to see it, defeated. You're no fighter, Elena. Damon laughed suddenly, an ugly sound, and to Elena's shock, his arm shot out, and he punched through the wall of the widow's walk. Damon! She was sobbing by now. And then I wanted to do this. With no warning, Damon's fist forced her chin up, jerking her head back, his other hand tangled in her hair, bringing her neck back to the exact position he wanted her to be in. And then Elena felt him strike, quick as a cobra, and felt the 2 tearing wounds in the side of her neck and her own blood spurting out of them. Ages later, Elena woke up, sluggishly. Damon was still enjoying himself, clearly lost in the experience of having Elena Gilbert, and there was no time to make different plans. Her body simply took over by itself, startling her almost as much as it startled Damon. Even as he lifted his head, her hand plucked the magical house key off his finger. Then she gripped, twisted, lifted her knees as high as she could, and kicked outward, sending Damon smashing through the splintered, rotted wood that formed the outside railing of the Widow's Walk. Chapter 34. Elena had once fallen off that balcony, and Stefan had jumped and caught her before she could hit the ground. A human falling from that height would be dead on impact. A vampire in full possession of his or her reflexes would simply twist in the air like a cat and land lightly on their feet. But one in Damon's particular circumstances tonight. From the sound of it, he had tried to twist, but had only ended up landing on his side and breaking bones. Elena deduced the latter from his cursing. She didn't wait to listen for more specifics. She was off like a rabbit, down to the level of Stefan's room, where instantaneously and almost unconsciously she sent out a wordless plea, and then down the stairs. The cabin had turned completely into a perfect duplicate of the boarding house. Elena didn't know why, but instinctively she ran to the side of the house that Damon would know the least, the old servants' quarters. She got that far before she dared whispering things to the house, asking for them rather than demanding them, and praying that the house would obey her as it had obeyed Damon. "Aunt Judith's house," she whispered, thrusting the key into a door. It went in like a hot knife into butter, and turned almost of its own volition, and then suddenly she was there again, in what had been her home for 16 years, up until her first death. She was in the hallway, with her little sister Margaret's open door showing her lying on the floor of the bedroom, staring with wide open eyes over a coloring book. "It's Tag, sweetie," she announced, as if ghosts appeared every day in the Gilbert household, and Margaret was supposed to know how to deal with it. "You go running to your friend Barbara's, and then she has to be it. Don't stop running until you get there, and then go see Barbara's mom. But first, you give me 3 kisses. And she lifted Margaret and hugged her tightly, and then almost threw her at the door. "But Elena, you're back!" "I know, darling, and I promise to see you again another day, but now, run, baby." "I told them you would come back. You did before." "Margaret, run." Choking on tears, but maybe recognizing in her childlike way the seriousness of the situation, Margaret ran, and Elena followed, but zagging toward a different staircase when Margaret zigged. And then she found herself confronted by a smirking Damon. "You take too long to talk to people," he said, as Elena frantically counted her options. "Go over to the balcony into the entryway? No. Damon's bones might still hurt a little, but if Elena jumped even 1 story, she would probably break her neck. What else? Think." And then she was opening the door into the china closet at the same time, shouting out, "Great Aunt Tilda's house!" unsure if the magic would still work. And then she was slamming the door in Damon's face. And she was in her Aunt Tilda's house, but the Aunt Tilda's house of the past. No wonder they accused poor Auntie Tilda of seeing strange things, Elena thought, as she saw the woman turning while holding a large glass casserole dish full of something that smelled mushroomy, and screaming and dropping the dish. "Elena?" she cried. "What? It can't be you. You're all grown up." "What's the trouble?" demanded Aunt Maggie, who was Aunt Tilda's friend, coming in from the other room. She was taller and fiercer than Aunt Tilda. "I'm being chased," cried Elena. I need to find a door, and if you see a boy after me. And just then, Damon stepped out of the coat closet, and at the same time Aunt Maggie tripped him neatly and said, "Bathroom door beside you," and picked up a vase and hit the rising Damon over the head with it, hard. And Elena dashed through the bathroom door, crying, "Robert E. Lee High School last fall, just as the bells rung." And then she was swimming against the flow, with dozens of students trying to get to their classes on time. But then one of them recognized her, and then another, and while apparently she'd successfully traveled to a time when she wasn't dead, no one was screaming ghost. Neither had anyone at Robert E. Lee ever seen Elena Gilbert wearing a boy's shirt over a camisole, with her hair falling wildly over her shoulders. "It's a costume for a play," she shouted, and created one of the immortal legends about herself before she had even died by adding, "Caroline's house," and stepping into a janitor's closet. An instant later, the most gorgeous boy that anyone had ever seen appeared behind her and rocketed through the same door saying words in a foreign language. And when the janitor's closet opened, neither boy nor girl was there. Elena landed running down the hallway and almost crashed into Mr. Forbes, who looked rather wobbly. He was drinking what seemed to be a large glass of tomato juice that smelled like alcohol. "We don't know where she's gone, all right," he shouted before Elena could say a word. "She's gone right out of her mind, as far as I can tell. She was talking about the cemetery at the Widow's Walk, and the way she was dressed. Parents don't have any control over children anymore." He slumped against the wall. "I'm so sorry," murmured Elena. "The ceremony." Well, black magic ceremonies were usually held at moonrise or midnight, and it was just a few minutes before midnight, but in those minutes, Elena had just come up with Scheme B. "Excuse me," she said, taking the drink out of Mr. Forbes's hand and dashing it directly into the face of Damon, who had appeared out of a closet. Then she shouted, "Someplace their kind can't see," and stepped into limbo? Heaven? Someplace their kind couldn't see. At first, Elena wondered about herself, because she couldn't see much of anything at all. But then she realized where she was. Deep in the earth, beneath Honoria Fell's empty tomb. Once, she had fought down here to save the lives of Stefan and Damon. And now, where there should have been nothing but darkness and rats and mildew, was a tiny, shining light, like a miniature Tinkerbell. Just a speck. It hovered in the air, not leading her, not communicating, but protecting, Elena realized. She took the light, which felt bright and cool in her fingers, and around her she traced a circle, big enough for a full-grown person to lie down in. When she turned back, Damon was sitting in the middle. He looked strangely pale for someone who had just fed, but he said nothing, not a word, just gazed at her. Elena went to him and touched him on the neck. And a moment later, Damon was again drinking deep, deep of the most extraordinary blood in the world. Usually he would be analyzing by now. Taste of berry, taste of tropical fruit, smooth, smoky, woody, rounded with a silken aftertaste. But not now, not this blood, which far surpassed anything for which he had words. The blood that was filling him with power such as he had never known before. Damon. Why was he not listening? How had he come to be drinking this extraordinary blood that tasted somehow of the afterlife? And why was he not listening to the donor? Please, Damon. Please fight it. He ought to recognize that voice. He'd heard it enough times. I know they're controlling you, but they can't control all of you. You're stronger than they are. You're the strongest. Well, that was certainly true. But he was getting more and more confused. The donor seemed to be unhappy, and he was a past master at making donors happy. and he didn't quite remember. He really should remember how this had started. "Damon, it's me. It's Elena. And you're hurting me." So much pain and bewilderment. From the beginning, Elena had known better than to outright fight the tapping of her veins. That would only cause agony, and it wouldn't do her the slightest bit of good except to stop her brain from working. So she was trying to make him fight off the horrible beast inside him. Well, yes, but the change had to come from inside. If she forced him, Shinichi would notice and just possess him again. Besides, the simple Damon be strong gig wasn't working. Was there nothing to do but die then? She could at least fight that, although she knew that Damon's strength would make it pointless. With every swallow he took of her new blood, he got stronger. He changed more and more into what? It was her blood. Maybe he would answer its call, which was also her call. Maybe, somehow inside, he could beat the monster without Shinichi noticing. But she needed some new power, some new trick. And even as she thought it, Elena felt the new power moving in her, and she knew that it had always been there, just waiting for the right occasion to use it. It was a very specific power, not to be used for fighting or even for saving herself. Still, it was hers to tap. Vampires who preyed on her got only a few mouthfuls, but she had an entire blood supply filled with its enormous vigor, and calling upon it was as easy as reaching toward it with an open mind and open hands. As soon as she did, she found new words coming to her lips, and most strangely of all, new wings springing from her body, which Damon was holding bent sharply back from the hips. These ethereal wings were not for flying, but for something else, and when they fully unfurled, they made a huge, rainbow-colored arch, whose very tip circled back again, surrounding and enfolding Damon and Elena both. And then she said it, telepathically, "Wings of redemption." And inside, soundlessly, Damon screamed. Then the wings opened slightly. Only one who had learned a great deal about magic would have seen what was happening inside them. Damon's anguish was becoming Elena's anguish, as she took from him every painful incident, every tragedy, every cruelty that had ever gone into making up the stony layers of indifference and unkindness that encased his heart. Layers, as hard as the stone at the heart of a black dwarf star, were breaking up and flying away. There was no stopping it. Great chunks and boulders fractured, fine pieces shattered. Some dissolved into nothing more than a puff of acrid-smelling smoke. There was something at the center, though, some nucleus that was blacker than hell and harder than the horns of the devil. She couldn't quite see what happened to it. She thought, she hoped, that at the very end even it blasted open. Now, and only now, could she call for the next set of wings. She hadn't been sure that she would live through the first attack. She certainly didn't feel as if she could live through this one. But Damon had to know. Damon was kneeling on one knee on the floor, with his arms clasped tightly around him. That should be all right. He was still Damon, and he'd be a lot happier without the weight of all that hatred and prejudice and cruelty. He wouldn't keep remembering his youth and the other young blades who'd mocked his father for being an old fool, with his disastrous investments and his mistresses younger than his own sons. Neither would he endlessly dwell on his own childhood, when that same father had beaten him in drunken rages when he neglected his studies or took up with objectionable companions. And finally, he would not go on savoring and contemplating the many terrible things he'd done himself. He had been redeemed, in heaven's name and in heaven's time, by words put into Elena's mouth. But now, there was something that he needed to remember. If Elena was right, if only she were right. "Where is this place? Are you hurt, girl?" In his confusion, he couldn't recognize her. He had knelt Now she knelt beside him. He gave her a keen glance. Are we at prayer, or were we making love? Was it the watch or the Gonzalgos? Damon, she said. It's me, Elena. It's the 21st century now, and you are a vampire. Then, gently embracing him with her cheek against his, she whispered, Wings of remembrance. And a pair of translucent butterfly wings, violet, cerulean, and midnight blue in color, sprouted from her backbone, just above her hips. The wings were decorated with tiny sapphires and translucent amethysts in intricate patterns. Using muscles she had never used before, she easily drew them up and forward until they curled inside out, and Damon was shielded within them. It was like being enclosed in a dim, jewel-studded cave. She could see in Damon's fine-bred features that he didn't want to remember anything more than he did right now. But new memories, memories connected with her, were already welling up inside him. He looked at his lapis lazuli ring, and Elena could see tears come to his eyes. And slowly, his gaze turned on her. Elena? Yes. Someone possessed me, and took the memories of the times I was possessed, he whispered. Yes, at least I think so. And someone hurt you. Yes. I swore to kill him or make him your slave 100 times over. He struck you. He took your blood by force. He made up ludicrous stories about hurting you in other ways. Damon, yes, that's true, but please. I was on his track. If I'd met him, I might have run him through, might have ripped his beating heart out of his chest, or I might have taught him the most painful lessons I've heard tales of. And I've heard a lot of tales. And at the end, through the blood in his mouth, he would have kissed your heel, your slave, until he died. This wasn't good for him. She could see it. His eyes were white all around, like a terrified colt's. Damon, I beg you, and the one who hurt you was me, not you by yourself. You said it yourself. You were possessed. You feared me so much you stripped yourself for me. Elena remembered the original Pendleton shirt. I didn't want you and Matt fighting. You let me bleed you when it was against your true will. This time she could find nothing to say, but yes, dear God, I use my powers to afflict you with terrible grief. If you mean an attack that causes hideous pain and seizures, then yes. And you were worse to Matt. Matt wasn't on Damon's radar scope. And then I kidnapped you. You tried. And you jumped out of a speeding car rather than take your chances with me. You were playing rough, Damon. They had told you to go out and play rough, maybe even to break your toys. I've been looking for the one who made you jump from the car. I couldn't remember anything before that. And I swore to take out his eyes and his tongue before he died in agony. You couldn't walk. You had to use a crutch to get to the forest. And just when help should have come, Shinichi drew you into a trap. Oh yes, I know him. You wandered into his snow globe, and would be wandering still if I hadn't broken it. No, Elena said quietly. I would have been dead a long time ago. You found me at the point of suffocation, remember? Yes. A moment of fierce joy on his face. But then the trapped, horrified look returned. I was the tormentor, the persecutor, the one you were so terrified of. I made you do things with Matt. Oh, God, he said, and it was clearly an invocation to the deity, not just an exclamation, because he looked up, holding his clenched hands to heaven. I thought I was being a hero for you. Instead, I'm the abomination. What now? By rights, I should be dead at your feet already. He looked at her with wide, feral, black eyes. There was no humor in them, no sarcasm, no holding back. He looked very young and very wild and desperate. If he'd been a black leopard, he'd have been pacing his cage frantically, biting at the bars. Then he bowed his head to kiss her bare foot. Elena was shocked. I'm yours to do what you please with, he said in that same stunned voice. "You can order me to die right now. After all my clever talk, it turns out that I'm the monster." And then he wept. Probably no other set of circumstances could have brought tears to Damon Salvatore's eyes, but he had boxed himself in. He never broke his word, and he'd given his word to break the monster, the one who had done all this to Elena. The fact that he had been possessed, at first a little, and then more and more, until his entire mind was simply another of Shinichi's toys, to be picked up and put down at leisure, didn't make up for his crimes. "You know that I'm damned," he told her, as if perhaps that might go a small way toward restitution. "No, I don't," Elena said, "because I don't believe that's true. And Damon, think of how many times you fought them. I'm sure they wanted you to kill Caroline that first night you said you felt something in her mirror. You said you almost did it. I'm sure they want you to kill me. Are you going to do it?" He bent toward her foot again, and she hastily grabbed him by the shoulders. She couldn't stand to see him in such pain. But now Damon was looking this way and that, as if he had a definite purpose. He was also twisting the lapis lazuli ring. "Damon, what are you thinking? Tell me what you're thinking." "That he may pick me up as a puppet again, and that this time there may be a real birch rod. Shinichi, he's monstrous beyond your innocent belief, and he can take me over at a moment's notice. We've seen that. He can't if you'll let me kiss you." "What?" He looked at her as if she hadn't been following the conversation properly. "Let me kiss you, and strip out that dying Malach inside you." "Dying? It dies a little more each time you gain enough strength to turn your back on it. Is it very big? As big as you are by now?" "Good," he whispered. "I only wish I could fight it myself." "Pour le sport," Elena answered, showing that her summer in France last year hadn't been entirely wasted. "No, because I hate the bastard's guts, and I'd happily suffer 100 times its pain as long as I knew I was hurting it." Elena decided this was no time for delay. He was ready. "Will you let me do this one last thing? I told you before, the monster who hurt you is your slave now." "All right." They could argue about that point later. Elena leaned forward and tilted her head up, lips pursed slightly. After a few moments, Damon, the Don Juan of darkness, got the point. He kissed her very gently, as if afraid to make too much contact. "Wings of purification." Elena leaned forward and tilted her head up, lips pursed slightly. After a few moments, Damon, the Don Juan of darkness, got the point. He kissed her very gently, as if afraid to make too much contact. "Wings of purification," Elena whispered against his lips. These wings were as white as untrammeled snow, and lace-like, barely existing in some places at all. They arched high above Elena, shimmering with an iridescence that reminded her of moonlight on frosted cobwebs. They encased mortal and vampire in a web made of diamond and pearl. "This is going to hurt you," Elena said, not knowing how she knew. The knowledge seemed to come moment by moment as she needed it. It was almost like being in a dream where great truths are understood without needing to be learned, and accepted without astonishment. And that was how she knew that wings of purification would seek out and destroy anything foreign inside Damon, and that the feeling could be very unpleasant for him. When the Malach didn't seem to be coming out of its own accord, she said, prompted by her inner voice, "Take off your shirt. The Malach is attached to your spine, and it's closest to the skin at the back of your neck where it entered. I'm going to have to strip it out by hand." "Attached to my spine?" "Yes. Did you ever feel it? I think it would have felt like a bee sting at first as it entered you, just a sharp little drill and a blob of jelly that attached to your spine. Oh, the mosquito bite. Yes, I felt that. And then later, my neck began to ache, and at last my whole body. Was it growing inside me? Yes, and taking over more and more of your nervous system. Shinichi was controlling you like a marionette. Dear God, I'm sorry. Let's make him be sorry instead. Will you take off your shirt? Silently, like a trusting child, Damon took off his black jacket and shirt. Then, as Elena motioned him into position, he lay across her lap, his back hard with muscle and pale against the dark ground on either side. I'm sorry, she said. Getting rid of it this way, pulling it out through the hole where it entered, will really hurt. Good, grunted Damon. And then he buried his face in his lithe, flat-muscled arms. Elena used the pads of her fingers, feeling at the top of his spine for what she was looking for. A squishy point, a blister. When she found it, she pinched it with her fingernails until blood suddenly spurted. She almost lost it then, as it tried to go flat, but she was pursuing it with sharp nails, and it was too slow. At last she had it held firmly between thumbnail and 2 fingernails. The Malach was still alive and aware enough to feebly resist her. But it was like a jellyfish trying to resist, only jellyfish broke apart when you pulled. This slick, slimy, man-shaped thing retained its shape as she slowly pulled it through the breach in Damon's skin. And it was hurting him, she could tell. She started to take some of the pain into herself, but he gasped, "No!" with such vehemence that she decided to let him have his way. The Malach was much larger and more substantial than she had realized. It must have been growing a long time, she thought, the little blob of jelly that had expanded until it controlled him to the fingertips. She had to sit up, then scoot away from Damon, and back again before it lay on the ground, a sickly, stringy, white caricature of a human body. Is it done? Damon was breathless. It really had hurt then. Yes. Damon stood and looked down at the flabby white thing, barely twitching, that had made him persecute the person he cared most about in the world. Then, deliberately, he trampled on it, crushing it under the heels of his boots until it lay torn in pieces, and then trampling the pieces. Elena guessed that he didn't dare blast it with power for fear of alerting Shinichi. At last, all that was left was a stain and a smell. Elena didn't know why she felt so dizzy then, but she reached for Damon, and he reached for her, and they went to their knees holding each other. I release you from every promise you made while in the possession of that Malach, Elena said. This was strategy. She didn't want to release him from the promise of caring for his brother. Thank you, Damon whispered, the weight of his head on her shoulder. And now, said Elena, like a kindergarten teacher who wants to move quickly on to another activity, we need to make plans, but to make plans in utter secrecy. We have to share blood. But Elena, how much have you donated today? You look white. You said you'd be my slave. Now you won't take a little of my blood? You said you released me. Instead, you're going to hold that over me forever, aren't you? But there's a simpler solution. You take some of my blood. And in the end, that was what they did, although it made Elena feel slightly guilty, as if she were betraying Stefan. Damon cut himself with the minimum of fuss, and then it began to happen. They were sharing minds, melting seamlessly together. In much shorter a time than it would take to speak the sentences aloud, it was done. Elena had told Damon of what her friends had found about the epidemic among the girls of Fell's church, and Damon had told Elena everything he knew about Shinichi and Misao. Elena concocted a plan for scaring out any other possessed youngsters like Tammy, and Damon promised to try to find out where Stefan was from the Kitsune twins. And finally, when there was nothing more to say, and Damon's blood had restored faint color to Elena's cheeks, they made plans as to how to meet again. At the ceremony. and then there was only Elena in the room, and a large raven winging its way toward the old wood. Sitting on the cold stone floor, Elena took a moment to put all she now knew together. No wonder Damon had seemed so schizophrenic. No wonder he had remembered, and then forgotten, and then remembered that he was the one she was running from. He remembered, she reasoned, when Shinichi was not controlling him, or at least was keeping him on a very loose rein. But his memory was spotty, because some of the things he'd done were so terrible that his own mind had rejected them. They had seamlessly become part of the possessed Damon's memory. For when possessed, Shinichi was controlling every word, every deed. And in between episodes, Shinichi was telling him that he had to find Elena's tormentor and kill him. All very amusing, she supposed, for this Kitsune Shinichi. But for both her and Damon it had been hell. Her mind refused to admit that there had been moments of heaven mixed in with the hell. She was Stefan's alone. That would never change. Now Elena needed one more magical door, and she didn't know how to find one. But there was the twinkling fairy light again. She guessed it was the last of the magic that Honoria Fell had left to protect the town she had founded. Elena felt a little guilty, using it up. But if it wasn't meant for her, why had she been brought here? To try for the most important destination she could imagine. Reaching for the speck with one hand and clenching the key in the other, she whispered, with all the force at her command. Somewhere I can see and hear and touch Stefan. Chapter 35. A prison, with filthy rushes on the floor and bars between her and the sleeping Stefan. Between her and Stefan. It was really him. Elena didn't know how she could know. Undoubtedly they could twist and change your perceptions here. But just now, perhaps because nobody had been expecting her to drop into a dungeon, no one was prepared with anything to make her doubt her senses. It was Stefan. He was thinner than before, and his cheekbones stuck out. He was beautiful, and his mind felt just right. Just the right mixture of honor and love and darkness, and light and hope, and grim understanding of the world he lived in. Stefan! Oh, hold me! He woke and half sat up. At least leave me my sleep, and meanwhile go away and put on another face, bitch. Stefan, language! She saw muscles in Stefan's shoulders freeze. What did you say? Stefan, it's really me. I don't blame you for cursing. I cursed this whole place and the two who put you here. 3, he said warily, and bent his head. You'd know that if you were real. Go and let them teach you about my traitor brother and his friends who sneak up on people with Kekai crowns. Elena couldn't wait to debate about Damon now. Won't you look at me at least? She saw him turn slowly, look slowly, then saw him leap up from a pallet made of sickly-looking hay, and saw him stare at her as if she were an angel dropped down from the sky. Then he turned his back on her and put his hands over his ears. No bargains, he said flatly. Don't even mention them to me. Go away. You've gotten better, but you're still a dream. Stefan, I said, go away. Time was wasting, and this was too cruel after what she had been through just to speak to him. You first saw me just outside the principal's office the day you brought your papers into school and influenced the secretary. You didn't need to look at me to know what I looked like. Once I told you that I felt like a murderer because I said, Daddy, look, and pointed to something outside, just before the car accident that killed my parents. I've never been able to remember what that something was. The first word I learned when I came back from the afterlife was Stefan. Once you looked at me in the rearview mirror of the car and said that I was your soul. Can't you stop torturing me for 1 hour? Elena, the real Elena, would be too smart to risk her life by coming here. Where's here? Elena said sharply, frightened. I need to know if I'm supposed to get you out. Slowly, Stefan uncovered his ears. Even more slowly, he turned around again. "Elena," he said, like a dying boy who has seen a gentle ghost in his bed. "You're not real. You can't be here." "I don't think I am. Shinichi made a magic house, and it takes you wherever you want if you name it and open the door with this key." I said, "Somewhere I can hear and see and touch Stefan." "But," she looked down, "you say I can't be here. Maybe it's all an illusion anyway. Hush." Now Stefan was clenching the bars on his side of the cell. "Is this where you've been? Is this the Shi-no-shi?" He gave a little laugh. Not a real one. Not exactly what either of us expected, is it? And yet, they didn't lie in anything they said, Elena. "Elena." I said, Elena, you're really here." Elena couldn't bear to waste any time. She took the few steps through damp, crackly straw and scampering creatures to the bars that separated her from Stefan. Then she tilted up her face, clutching bars in either hand, and shut her eyes. "I will touch him. I will. I will. I'm real. He's real. I'll touch him." Stefan leaned down. To humor her, she thought, and then warm lips touched hers. She put her arms through the bars because they were both weak at the knees. Stefan in astonishment that she could touch him, and Elena in relief and sobbing joy. But there was no time. "Stefan, take my blood now. Take it." She looked desperately for something to cut herself with. Stefan might need her strength, and no matter what Damon had taken from her, she would always have enough for Stefan. If it killed her, she would have enough. She was glad now that in the tomb Damon had persuaded her to take his. "Easy, easy, little love. If you mean it, I can bite your wrist, but do it now," Elena Gilbert, the princess of Fell's Church, ordered. She had even gotten the strength to pull herself off her knees. Stefan gave her half a guilty glance. "Now," Elena insisted. Stefan bit her wrist. It was an odd sensation. It hurt a little more than when he pierced the side of her neck as usual. But there were good veins down there, she knew. She trusted Stefan to find the largest so that this would take the least amount of time. Her urgency had become his. But when he tried to pull back, she clutched a handful of his wavy dark hair and said, "More, Stefan. You need it." "Oh, I can tell, and we don't have time to argue." The voice of command. Meredith had told her once that she had it, that she could lead armies. Well, she might need to lead armies to get into this place to save him. "I'll get an army somewhere," she thought fuzzily. The starving blood fever that Stefan had been in, they obviously hadn't fed him since she had last seen him, was dying into the more normal blood-taking that she knew. His mind melted into hers. "When you say you'll get an army, I believe you. But it's impossible. No one's ever come back." "Well, you will. I'm bringing you back." "Elena, Elena." "Drink," she said, feeling like an Italian mother. "As much as you can without being sick." "But how did—" "No, you told me how you got here. That was the truth. The truth. I always tell you the truth. But, Stefan, how do I get you out?" "Shinichi and Nisao. You know them. Enough. They each have half a ring. Together it makes a key. Each half is shaped like a running fox. But who knows where they may have hidden the pieces. And as I said, just to get into this place, it takes an army. I'll find the pieces of the fox ring. I'll put them together. I'll get an army. I'll get you out." "Elena, I can't keep drinking. You'll collapse." "I'm good at not collapsing. Please, go on." "I can hardly believe it's you." "No kissing. Take my blood." "Ma'am." "But Elena, truly, I'm full now. Overfull. And tomorrow, I'll still be overfull." Stefan pulled away, a thumb on the places where he had pierced veins. "Truly, I can't, love. And the next day, I'll manage." "You will, because I brought this." "Hold me, Stefan," she said, several decibels softer. Hold me through the bars. He did, looking bewildered, and she hissed in his ear. Act like you love me. Stroke my hair, say nice things. Elena, lovely little love. He was still close enough mentally to say telepathically, act like I love you. But while his hands were stroking and squeezing and tangling in her hair, Elena's own hands were busy. She was transferring from under her clothes to under his, a flask full of black magic wine. But where did you get it? Stefan whispered, seeming thunderstruck. The magic house has everything. I've been waiting for my chance to give it to you if you needed it. Elena. What? Stefan seemed to be struggling with something. At last, eyes on the ground, he whispered. It's no good. I can't risk you getting killed for the sake of an impossibility. Forget me. Put your face to the bars. He looked at her but didn't ask any questions, obeying. She slapped him across the face. It wasn't a very hard slap, although Elena's hand hurt from colliding with the iron on either side. Now, be ashamed, she said, and before he could say anything else, listen. It was the baying of hounds, far away, but getting closer. It's you they're after, Stefan said, suddenly frantic. You have to go. She just looked at him steadily. I love you, Stefan. I love you, Elena. Forever. Oh, I'm sorry. She couldn't go. That was the thing. Like Caroline talking and never leaving Stefan's apartment. She could stand here and speak about it, but she couldn't do it. Elena, you have to. I don't want you to see what they do. I'll kill them. You're no killer. You're not a fighter, Elena, and you shouldn't see this. Please. Remember once you asked me if I'd like to see how many times you could make me say please. Well, each counts for 1,000 now, please. For me, will you go? One more kiss. Her heart was beating like a frantic bird inside her. Please. Blind with tears, Elena turned around and grasped hold of the cell door. Anywhere outside the ceremony where no one will see me, she gasped, and wrenched the door to the corridor open and stepped through. At least she'd seen Stefan. But for how long that would last to keep her heart from shattering again? Oh my God, I'm falling! She didn't know. Elena realized that she was outside the boarding house somewhere, at least some 80 feet high, and plummeting rapidly. Her first panicked conclusion was that she was going to die. And then instinct kicked in, and she reached out with arms and hands and kicked in with legs and feet, and managed to arrest her fall after 20 agonizing feet. I've lost my flying wings forever, haven't I? She thought, concentrating on a single spot between her shoulder blades. She knew just where they should be, and nothing happened. Then, carefully, she inched her way closer to the trunk, pausing only to move to a higher twig, a caterpillar that was sharing the branch with her. And she managed to find a sort of place where she could sit by sidling and then pushing backward. It was far too high a branch for her personal taste. As it was, she found that she could look down and see the widow's walk quite clearly, and that the longer she looked at any particular thing, the clearer her vision got. Vampire Vision Plus, she thought. It showed her that she was changing, or else, yes, somehow here the sky was getting lighter. What it showed her was a dark and empty boarding house, which was disturbing because of what Caroline's father had said about the meeting and what she had learned telepathically from Damon about Shinichi's plans for this Moonspire night. Could this be not the real boarding house at all, but another trap? We made it, Bonnie cried as they approached the house. She knew her voice was shrill, was over-shrill, but somehow the sight of that brightly lit boarding house, like a Christmas tree with a star on top, comforted her. Even if she knew that it was all wrong, she felt she could cry in relief. Yes, we did, Dr. Alpert's deep voice said. All of us. Isabel's the one who needs the most treatment, the fastest. Theophilia, get your nostrums ready. and somebody else take Isabel and run her a bath.
I'll do it,
Bonnie quavered after a brief hesitation.
She's going to stay tranquilized like she is now, right? Right?
I'll go with Isabel, Matt said. Bonnie, you go with Mrs. Flowers and help her. And before we go inside, I want to make one thing clear. Nobody goes anywhere alone. We all travel in 2s or 3s. There was the ring of authority in his voice. Makes sense, Meredith said crisply, and took up a place by the doctor. You'd better be careful, Matt. Isabel is the most dangerous. That was when the high, thin voices began outside the house. It sounded like 2 or 3 little girls singing.
Isa-chan, Isa-chan, drank her tea and ate her gran.
Tammy? Tammy Bryce? Meredith demanded, opening the door as the tune began again. She darted forward. Then she grabbed the doctor by the hand and dragged her along beside her as she darted forward again. And yes, Bonnie saw, there were 3 little figures, 1 in pajamas and 2 in nightgowns, and they were Tammy Bryce and Kristen Dunstan and Ava Zorinsky. Ava was only about 11, Bonnie thought, and she didn't live near either Tammy or Kristen. The 3 of them all giggled shrilly. Then they started singing again, and Matt went after Kristen. "Help me!" Bonnie cried. She was suddenly hanging on to a bucking, kicking bronco that lashed out in every direction. Isabel seemed to have gone crazy, and she went crazier every time that tune was repeated. "I've got her," Matt said, closing in on her with a bear hug, but even the 2 of them couldn't hold Isabel still. "I'm getting her another sedative," Dr. Alpert said, and Bonnie saw the glances between Matt and Meredith, glances of suspicion. "No, no. Let Mrs. Flowers make her something," Bonnie said desperately. But the hypodermic needle was already almost at Isabel's arm. "You're not giving her anything," Meredith said flatly, dropping the charade, and with one chorus girl kick, she sent the hypodermic flying. "Meredith, what's wrong with you?" the doctor cried, wringing her wrist. "It's what's wrong with you that's the matter. Who are you? Where are we? This can't be the real boarding house."
"Oh, Basan! Mrs. Flowers, can't you help us?"
Bonnie gasped, still trying to hold on to Isabel. "I'll try," Mrs. Flowers said determinedly, heading toward her.
"No, I meant with Dr. Albert, and maybe Jim. Don't you know any spells to make people take on their true forms?" "Oh," Obasan said, "I can help with that. Just let me down, Jim dear. We'll have everyone in their true forms in no time."
Janila was a sophomore with large, dreamy dark eyes that were generally lost in a book. But now, as it neared midnight and Grandma still hadn't called, she shut her book and looked at Ty. Tyrone seemed big and fierce and mean on the playing field, but off it he was the nicest, kindest, gentlest big brother a girl could want. "You think Grandma's okay?" Tyrone had his nose in a book, too, but it was one of those help-you-get-into-the college of your dreams books. As a senior-to-be, he was having to make some serious decisions. "Of course she is." "Well, I'm going to check on the little girl at least." "You know what, Jay?" He poked her teasingly with one toe. "You worry too much." In moments, he was lost again in Chapter 6, How to Make the Most of Your Community Service. But then the screams started coming from above him. Long, loud, high screams. His sister's voice. He dropped the book and ran.
"Obasan,"
Bonnie said.
"Just a moment, dear,"
Grandma Saito said. Jim had put her down, and now she was facing him squarely. She looking up and he looking down, and there was something very wrong about it. Bonnie felt a wave of pure terror. Could Jim have done something evil to Obasan as he carried her? Of course he could. Why hadn't she thought of that? And there was the doctor with her syringe, ready to tranquilize anyone who got too hysterical. Bonnie looked at Meredith, but Meredith was trying to deal with the 2 squirming little girls and could only glance helplessly back. All right then, Bonnie thought. I'll kick him where it hurts most and get the old lady away from him. She turned back to Obasan and felt herself freeze.
Just one thing I have to do,
Obasan had said, and she was doing it. Jim was bent at the waist, folded in half toward Obasan, who was on her tiptoes. They were locked in a deep, intimate kiss. Oh, God! They had met 4 people in a wood and assumed that 2 were sane and 2 insane. How could they tell which were the insane ones? Well, if 2 of them see things that aren't there. But the house was there. Bonnie could see it too. Was she insane? Meredith, come on, she screamed, her nerve breaking completely. She began to run away from the house toward the forest. Something from the skies plucked her up as easily as an owl picks up a mouse and held her in an unrelenting iron grip. Going somewhere? Damon's voice asked from above her as he glided in the last few yards to a stop, with her neatly tucked under one steely arm. Damon! Damon's eyes were slightly narrowed, as though at a joke only he could see. Yes, the evil one himself. Tell me something, my fiery little fury. Bonnie had already exhausted herself, trying to make him let go. She hadn't even succeeded in tearing his clothes. What? She snapped. Possessed or not, Damon had last seen her when she had called him to save her from Caroline's insanity. But according to Matt's reports, he had done something awful to Elena. Why do girls love to convert a sinner? Why can you feed them almost any line if they feel that they've reformed you? Bonnie didn't know what he was talking about, but she could guess. What did you do with Elena? She said ferociously. Gave her what she wanted, that's all, Damon said, his black eyes twinkling. Is there anything so awful about that? Bonnie, frightened by that twinkle, didn't even try to run again. She knew it was no use. He was faster and stronger, and he could fly. Anyway, she had seen it in his face, a sort of distant remorselessness. They were not just Damon and Bonnie here together. They were natural predator and natural prey. And now here she was back with Jim and Obasan. No, with a boy and girl she'd never seen before. Bonnie was in time to watch the transformation. She saw Jim's body shrink and his hair turn black. But that wasn't the striking thing about it. The striking thing was that all around the edges, his hair was not black, but crimson. It was as if flames were licking up from the tips into darkness. His eyes were golden and smiling. She saw Obasan's doll-like old body grow younger and stronger and taller. This girl was a beauty, Bonnie had to admit it. She had gorgeous, slow black eyes and silky hair that fell almost to her waist. And her hair was just like her brother's, only the red was even brighter, scarlet instead of crimson. She was wearing a barely there laced black halter that showed how delicately built she was on top. And of course, low-rise black leather pants to show the same thing on the bottom. She was wearing expensive-looking black high-heeled sandals, and her toenails were enameled the same brilliant red as the tips of her hair. At her belt, in a sinuous circle, was a curled-up whip with a scaly black handle. Dr. Alpert said slowly, "My grandchildren?"
They don't have anything to do with this,
the boy with the strange hair said charmingly, smiling.
As long as they mind their own business, you don't have to worry about them a bit.
It's suicide or an attempt suicide or something, Tyrone told the police dispatcher, almost weeping. I think it was a guy named Jim who went to my high school last year. No, this has nothing to do with any drugs. I came here to watch my little sister Janila. She was babysitting. Look, just come over, will you? This guy's chewed off most of his fingers, and as I came in, he said, I'll always love you, Elena, and he took a pencil and... No, I can't tell if he's alive or dead. But there's an old lady upstairs, and I'm sure she's dead. Because she's not breathing. Who the hell are you? Matt was saying, eyeing the strange boy belligerently. And what the hell are you doing here?
I'm the hell Shinichi,
the boy said in a much louder voice, looking annoyed to be interrupted. When Matt just stared at him, he added in an annoyed voice,
I'm the Kitsune, the werefox, you could say, who's been messing with your town, idiot. I came halfway around the world to do it, and I think you'd at least have heard of me by now. And this is my lovely sister Misao. We're twins.
I don't care if you're triplets. Elena said somebody besides Damon was behind this. And so did Stefan before he... Hey, what did you do to Stefan? What did you do to Elena? While the two strange males were bristling at each other, quite literally in Shinichi's case, since his hair was almost standing on end, Meredith was picking out Bonnie, Dr. Alpert, and Mrs. Flowers by eye. Then she glanced at Matt and touched herself lightly on the chest. She was the only one strong enough to woman-handle him, although Dr. Alpert gave a quick nod that said she would be helping. And then, while the boys were working up to shouting volume, Misao was giggling at the ground, and Damon was leaning against her door with his eyes shut. They moved. With no signal at all to unite them, they were running, instinctively, as one group. Meredith and Dr. Alpert grabbed Matt from either side and simply lifted him off his feet. Just as Isabel quite unexpectedly jumped on Shinichi with a guttural scream. They hadn't expected anything from her, but it was certainly convenient, Bonnie thought, as she hurtled over obstacles without even seeing them. Matt was still shouting and trying to run the other way and take out some primitive frustration on Shinichi, but he couldn't quite manage to get free to do it. Bonnie could scarcely believe it when they made it into the wood again. Even Mrs. Flowers had kept up, and most of them still had their flashlights. It was a miracle. They had even escaped Damon. The thing now was to be very quiet and to try to get through the old wood without disturbing anything. Maybe they could find their way back to the real boarding house, they decided. Then they could figure out how to save Elena from Damon and his two friends. Even Matt finally had to admit that it was unlikely that they would be able to overcome the three supernatural creatures by force. Bonnie just wished they'd been able to take Isabel with them. Well, we have to go to the real boarding house anyway, Damon said, as Misao finally got Isabel subdued and semi-conscious. That's where Caroline will be. Misao stopped glaring at Isabel and seemed to start slightly.
Caroline? Why do we want Caroline?
It's all part of the fun, isn't it? Damon said in his most charming, flirtatious voice. Shinichi immediately stopped looking martyred and smiled.
That girl? She's the one you've been using as a carrier, right?
He looked mischievously at his sister, whose smile seemed slightly strained.
Yes, but...
The more the merrier, Damon said, more cheerful with every minute. He didn't seem to notice Shinichi smirking at Misao behind his back.
Don't sulk, darling,
he said to her, tickling her under the chin while his golden eyes gleamed.
I've never set eyes on the girl. But of course if Damon says it'll be fun, it will be.
The smirk became a full-fledged, gloating smile. And there's no chance of any of them actually getting away at all, Damon said, almost absently, staring into the darkness of the old wood.
Give me a little credit, please,
the Kitsune snapped.
You're a vampire, aren't you? You're not supposed to hang out in the woods at all.
It's my territory, along with the cemetery, Damon was beginning mildly, but Shinichi was determined to finish first this time.
I live in the woods, he said. I control the bushes, the trees, and I've brought a few of my own little experiments along with me. You'll all see them soon enough. So, to answer your question, no, not one of them is going to escape.
That was all I asked, Damon said, still mildly, but locking gazes with the golden eyes for another long moment. Then he shrugged and turned away, eyeing the moon that could be seen between swirling clouds on the horizon.
We've got hours before the ceremony yet, Shinichi said behind him. We're hardly going to be late.
We'd better not, Damon murmured. Caroline can do an awfully good impression of that pure squirrel in hysterics when people are late. As a matter of fact, the moon was riding high in the sky as Caroline drove her mother's car to the porch of the boarding house. She was wearing an evening dress that looked as if it had been painted on her in her favorite colors, bronze and green. Shinichi looked at Misao, who giggled with one hand covering her mouth and looked down. Damon walked Caroline up the porch steps to the front door and said, "This way to the good seats." There was some bewilderment as people got themselves sorted out. Damon spoke cheerfully to Kristen and Tammy and Ava. "The peanut gallery for you three, I'm afraid. That means you sit on the ground, but if you're good, I'll let you come sit up with us the next time." The others followed him with more or less exclamation. But it was Caroline who looked annoyed, saying, "Why do we want to go inside? I thought they were supposed to be outside." "Closest seat's not in danger," Damon said briefly. "We can get the best view from up there. Royal box seats. Come on now." The Fox twins and the human girl followed him, switching on lights in the darkened house all the way up to the widow's walk on the roof. "And now where are they?" Caroline said, peering down.
"They'll be here any minute,"
Shinichi said, with a glance that was both puzzled and reproving. It said, "Who does this girl think she is?" He didn't spout any poetry. "And Elena? She'll be here too." Shinichi didn't answer that at all, and Misao just giggled. But Damon put his lips close to Caroline's ear and whispered. After that, Caroline's eyes shone green as a cat's, and the smile on her lips was the one of a cat who has just put its paw on the canary. Chapter 36. Elena had been waiting in her tree. It wasn't, as a matter of fact, all that different from her 6 months in the spirit world, where she had spent most of her time watching other people and waiting, and watching them some more. Those months had taught her a patient alertness that would have astounded anyone who knew the old Wildfire Elena. Of course, the old Wildfire Elena was still inside her too, and occasionally it rebelled. As far as she could see, nothing was happening in the dark boarding house. Only the moon seemed to move, creeping slowly higher into the sky. Damon said this Shinichi had a thing about 4:44 in the morning or evening, she thought. Maybe this black magic was working to a different schedule than any she'd heard of. In any case, it was for Stefan. And as soon as she thought that, she knew that she would wait here for days if that's what it took. She could certainly wait until daybreak, when no self-respecting black magic worker would ever think of beginning a ceremony. And in the end, what she was waiting for came to rest right below her feet. First came the figures, walking sedately out of the old wood and toward the gravel pathways of the boarding house. They weren't hard to identify, even at long range. One was Damon, who had a je ne sais quoi about him that Elena couldn't miss at a quarter of a mile, and then again there was his aura, which was a very good facsimile of his old aura, that unreadable, unbreachable ball of black stone. A very good imitation, in fact. Actually, it was almost exactly like the one. It was then Elena later realized that she felt her very first qualm. But right now she was so caught up in the moment that she brushed the uneasy thought away. The one with the deep gray aura with crimson flashes would be Shinichi, she guessed. And the one with the same aura as the possessed girls, a sort of muddy color slashed with orange, must be the twin sister Misao. Only those two, Shinichi and Misao, were holding hands, even occasionally nuzzling each other, as Elena could see as they came up close to the boarding house. They certainly weren't acting like any brother and sister that Elena had seen. Moreover, Damon was carrying a mostly naked girl over his shoulder, and Elena couldn't imagine who that might be. Patience, she thought to herself. Patience. The major players are here at last, just as Damon promised they would be. And the minor players? Well, first following Damon and his group were 3 little girls. She recognized Tammy Bryce instantly from her aura, but the other two were strangers. They hopped, skipped, and frisked out of the wood into the boarding house, where Damon said something to them, and they came around to sit in Mrs. Flower's kitchen garden, almost directly below Elena. One look at the auras of the strange girls was enough to identify them as more of Misau's pets. Then, up the driveway came a very familiar car. It belonged to Caroline's mother. Caroline stepped out of it and was helped into the boarding house by Damon, who had done something, Elena had missed what, with his burden. Elena rejoiced as she saw lights coming on as Damon and his 3 guests traveled up the boarding house, lighting their way as they went. They came out on the very top, standing in a row on the widow's walk, looking down. Damon snapped his fingers, and the backyard lights went on as if it were a cue for a show, but Elena didn't see the actors, the victims of the ceremony that was about to begin, until just then. They were being herded around the far corner of the boarding house. She could see them all, Matt and Meredith and Bonnie, and Mrs. Flowers, and strangely, old Dr. Alpert. What Elena didn't understand was why they weren't fighting harder. Bonnie was certainly making enough noise for all of them, but they acted as if they were being pushed forward against their will. That was when she saw the looming darkness behind them. Huge, dark shadows, with no features that she could identify. It was at that point that Elena realized, even over Bonnie's yelling, if she held herself still inside and focused hard enough, she could hear what everyone on the widow's walk was saying, and Misau's shrill voice cut through the rest.
"Oh, lucky. We got all of them back,"
she squealed, and kissed her brother's cheek, despite his brief look of annoyance.
"Of course we did. I said so,"
he was beginning, when Misau squealed once more.
"But which of them do we start with?"
She kissed her brother, and he stroked her hair, relenting.
"You pick the first one,"
he said.
"You, darling,"
Misau cooed shamelessly. These two, Elena thought, are real charmers. Twins, huh?
"The little noisy one,"
Shinichi said firmly, pointing to Bonnie.
"Urusei, brat."
"Shut up," he added as Bonnie was pushed, or carried forward by the shadows. Now Elena could see her more clearly, and she could hear Bonnie's heart-rending pleas to Damon not to do this to the others.
"I'm not begging for myself,"
she cried as she was dragged into the light.
"But Dr. Alpert is a good woman. She has nothing to do with this. Neither does Mrs. Flowers, and Meredith and Matt have already suffered enough. Please."
There was a ragged chorus of sounds as the others apparently tried to fight and were subdued. But Matt's voice rose above it all. "You touch her, Salvatore, and you'd better make damn sure you kill me, too." Elena's heart jerked as she heard Matt's voice sounding so strong and well. She'd found him at last, but she couldn't think of a way to save him.
"And then we have to decide what to do with them to start with,"
Misau said, clapping like a happy child at her birthday party.
"Take your pick."
Shinichi caressed his sister's hair and whispered into her ear. She turned and kissed him on the mouth, not hastily either. What's going on?" Caroline said. She had never been shy, that one, Elena thought. Now she had moved forward to cling to Shinichi's unoccupied hand. For just an instant, Elena thought he would throw her off the widow's walk and watch her plunge to the ground. Then he turned, and he and Misau stared at each other. Then he laughed.
Sorry, it's so hard when you're the life of the party," he said. "What do you think, Caroline?"
Caroline was staring at him. "Why is she holding you that way?"
"In the she no she, sisters are precious,"
Shinichi said.
"And, well, I haven't seen her in a long time. We're getting reacquainted."
But the kiss he planted on Misau's palm was hardly brotherly.
"Go on,"
he added quickly to Caroline.
"You choose the first act in the Moonspire Festival. What shall we do with her?"
Caroline began to imitate Misao, kissing Shinichi's cheek and ear. "I'm new here," she said flirtatiously. "I don't really know what you want me to pick."
Silly Caroline. Naturally. How she did...
Shinichi was suddenly smothered by a great hug and kiss from his sister. Caroline, who had obviously wanted the attention of choice put to her, even if she didn't understand the subject, said huffily, "Well, if you don't tell me, I can't choose. And anyway, where's Elena? I don't see her anywhere." She seemed about to say more, when Damon glided over and whispered in her ear. Then she smiled again, and they both looked at the pine trees surrounding the boarding house. That was when Elena had her second qualm. But Misao was already speaking, and that required Elena's full attention.
Lucky, then I'll pick.
Misao leaned forward, peeking over the edge of the roof at the humans below, her dark eyes wide, summing up the possibilities in what looked like a barren clearing. She was so delicate, so graceful as she got up to pace and think. Her skin was so fair, and her hair so glossy and dark, that even Elena couldn't take her eyes off her. Then Misao's face lit up, and she spoke.
Spread her on the altar. You brought some of your half-breeds.
The last was not so much a question as an excited exclamation.
My experiments? Of course, darling, I told you so,
Shinichi replied, and added, staring into the forest.
2 of you, men, and Old Faithful.
And he snapped his fingers. There were several minutes of confusion during which the humans around Bonnie were struck, kicked, thrown to the ground, trampled on, and crushed as they fought with the shadows. And then, the things that had shambled forward before shambled farther forward with Bonnie held in between them, dangling limply from each by a slim arm. The half-breeds were something like men, and something like trees with all the leaves stripped off them. If they had been made, it looked as if they had been made specifically to be grotesque and asymmetrical. One had a crooked, knobby left arm that reached almost to its feet, and a right arm that was thick, lumpy, and only waist-high. They were hideous. Their skin was similar to the chitin-like skin of the insects, but much bumpier, with knotholes and burls and all the outward aspects of bark on their branches. They had a shaggy, unfinished look in places. They were terrifying. The way their limbs were twisted, the way they walked, shambling forward like apes, the way their bodies ended on top with tree-like caricatures of human faces, surmounted by a tangle of thinner branches sticking out at odd angles. They were calculated to look like creatures of nightmare. And they were naked. They had nothing in place of clothes to disguise the ghastly deformities of their bodies. And then Elena really knew what terror meant. As the 2 shambling Malach carried the limp Bonnie to a sort of roughly hewn stump of tree like an altar, laid her on it, and began to pluck at the many layers of her clothing, clumsily, pulling at them with stick-like fingers that broke off with little crackling sounds even as cloth tore. They didn't seem to care that they broke their fingers off, as long as they accomplished their task. And then they were using bits of torn cloth, even more clumsily, to tie Bonnie, spread-eagled, to 4 knobby posts snapped off their own bodies and hammered into the ground around the trunk with 4 powerful blows by the thick-armed one. Meanwhile, from somewhere even farther away in the shadows, a 3rd man-tree shuffled forward, and Elena saw that this one was undeniably, unmistakably male. For a moment, Elena worried that Damon might lose it, go mad, turn around and attack both the werefoxes, revealing his true allegiance now. But his feeling about Bonnie had obviously changed since he had saved her at Caroline's. He appeared perfectly relaxed beside Shinichi and Misao, sitting back and smiling, even saying something that made them laugh. Suddenly, something inside Elena seemed to plummet. This wasn't a qualm. It was full-blown terror. Damon had never looked so natural, so in tune, so happy with anyone as he did here with Shinichi and Misao. They couldn't possibly have changed him, she tried to convince herself. They couldn't have possessed him again so quickly, not without her, Elena, knowing it. But when you showed him the truth, he was miserable, her heart whispered. Desperately miserable, miserably desperate. He might have reached for possession as a defiant alcoholic reaches for a bottle, wanting only forgetfulness. If she knew Damon, he had willingly invited the darkness back in. He couldn't stand to stand in the light, she thought, and so now, he's able to laugh even at Bonnie's suffering. And where did that leave her? Was Damon defected to the other side, no longer ally but enemy? Elena began to tremble with anger and hatred, yes, and fear, too, as she contemplated her position. All alone to struggle against three of the strongest enemies she could imagine, and their army of deformed, conscienceless killers. Not to mention Caroline, the cheerleader of spite. As if to corroborate her fears, as if to show her how slim her chances really were, the tree she was clinging to seemed suddenly to let go of her, and for a moment, Elena thought she would fall, spinning and screaming all the way to the ground. Her handholds and footholds seemed to disappear all at once, and she only saved herself by a frantic and painful scrambling through serrated pine needles up to the grooved, dark bark. "You are a human girl now, my dear," the strong, resinous smell seemed to be telling her, "and you are up to your neck in the powers of the undead and of sorcery. Why fight it? You've lost before you've begun. Give in now, and it won't hurt so much." If a person had been telling her this, trying to hammer it in, the words might have sparked some kind of defiance from the flint of Elena's character. But instead, this was just a feeling that came over her, an aura of doom, a knowledge of the hopelessness of her cause, and the inadequacy of her weapons that seemed to settle over her as gently and as inescapably as a fog. She leaned her throbbing head against the trunk of the tree. She had never felt so weak, so helpless, or so alone. Not since she had been a newly wakened vampire. She wanted Stefan, but Stefan hadn't been able to beat these three, and because of that, she might never see him again. Something new was happening on the roof, she realized wearily. Damon was looking down at Bonnie on the altar, and his expression was petulant. Bonnie's white face was staring up at the evening sky in determination, as if refusing any longer to weep or beg again. "But are all the hors d'oeuvres so predictable?" Damon asked, seeming genuinely bored. "You bastard. You turn on your best friend for amusement," Elena thought. "Well, just you wait." But she knew the truth was that without him, she couldn't even put together Plan A, much less fight against these kitsune, these were-foxes. "You told me that in the Shinoshi, I would see acts of genuine originality," Damon was going on. "Maidens hypnotized to cut themselves." Elena ignored his words. She concentrated all her energy on the thudding pain in the center of her chest. She felt as if she were drawing blood from her tiniest capillaries, from the far reaches of her body, and collecting it here at her center. The human mind is infinite, she thought. It is as strange and as infinite as the universe and the human soul. The three youngest of the possessed began dancing around the spread-eagled Bonnie, singing in falsely sweet little girl voices. "You are going to die in here. When you die in here, out there, they throw dirt right on your face." How delightful, Elena thought. Then she tuned back into the drama unfolding on the roof. What she saw startled her. Meredith was now up on the widow's walk, moving as if she were underwater, entranced. Elena had missed how she'd gotten there. Was it by some sort of magic? Misao was facing Meredith, giggling. Damon was laughing too, but in mocking disbelief. "And you expect me to believe that if I give this girl a pair of scissors," he said, "she would actually cut her own—"
"Try and see for yourself,"
Shinichi interrupted, with one of his languid gestures. He was leaning against the cupola in the middle of the widow's walk, still trying to out-lounge Damon.
"Didn't you see our prize winner, Isabel? You carried her all the way here. Didn't she ever try to speak?"
Damon held out a hand. "Scissors," he said, and a dainty pair of nail scissors rested in his palm. It seemed that as long as Damon had Shinichi's magic key, the magic field around them would continue to obey him, even in the real world. He laughed. "No, adult-sized scissors for gardening. The tongue's made of strong muscles, not paper." What he held in his hand then were large pruning shears, definitely not toys for children. He hefted them, feeling their weight. And then, to Elena's utter shock, he looked straight up at her in the treetop refuge, not needing to search for her there at all, and winked. Elena could only stare back in horror. He knew, she thought. He knew where I was all the time. That was what he had been whispering to Caroline about. It hadn't worked. The wings of redemption hadn't worked, Elena thought, and it felt as if she were falling, and would fall forever. I should have realized it would be no good. No matter what's done to him, Damon will always be Damon. And now he's offering me a choice. See my two best friends tortured and killed, or step forward and stop this horror by agreeing to his terms. What could she do? He had arranged the chess pieces brilliantly, she thought. The pawns on two different levels, so that even if Elena could somehow climb down to try to save Bonnie, Meredith would be lost. Bonnie was tied to 4 strong posts and guarded by tree men. Meredith was closer, up on the roof. But to get her off, Elena would have to get to her, and then through Misao, Shinichi, Caroline, and Damon himself. And Elena had to choose whether to step forward now or be pushed forward by the anguish of one of the two who were almost a part of her. She seemed to catch a faint strain of telepathy as Damon stood beaming there, and it said, "This is the best night of my life." "You could always just jump," came the fog-like hypnotic whisper of annihilation once again. "End the dead-end road you're on, end your suffering, end all the pain, just like that." "Now it's my turn," Caroline was saying, brushing past the twins to face Meredith herself. "It was supposed to be my choice in the first place, so it's my turn now." Misao was laughing hysterically, but Meredith was already stepping forward, still in a trance. "Oh, have it your own way," Damon said, but he didn't move, still staring curiously as Caroline said to Meredith, "You've always had a tongue like an adder's. Why don't you make it forked for us, right here, right now, before you cut it into pieces?" Meredith held out her hand without a word, like an automaton. Still with her eyes on Damon, Elena breathed in slowly. Her chest seemed to be going into spasms, as it had when the sucker plants had wound their way around her and cut off her breath. But not even sensations in her own body could stop her. How could I choose? She thought. Bonnie and Meredith, I love both of them. And there's nothing else to do, she realized numbly, the feeling draining from her hands and her lips. I'm not even sure if Damon can save both of them. Even if I agree to submit to him. These others, Shinichi, Misao, even Caroline, they want to see blood. And Shinichi not only controls trees, but just about everything in the old wood, including those monstrous tree men. Maybe this time Damon has overreached himself, taken on more than he could handle. He wanted me, but he went too far to get me. I can't see any way out. And then she did see. Suddenly everything fell into place and was brilliantly clear. She knew. Elena stared down at Bonnie, almost in a state of shock. Bonnie was looking at her too. There was no expectation of rescue in that small, triangular face. Bonnie had already accepted her fate, agony and death. No, Elena thought, not knowing whether Bonnie could hear her. Believe, she thought to Bonnie. Not blindly, never blindly, but believe in what your mind tells you is the truth, and what your heart tells you is the right path. I would never let you go, or Meredith either. I believe, Elena thought, and her soul was rocked by the force of it. She felt a sudden surge within herself, and she knew that it was time to go. One word was ringing in her mind as she stood and let go of her handholds on the tree trunk. And that one word echoed in her mind as she dove head first from her 60-foot perch in the tree. Believe. Chapter 37. As she fell, it all rushed through her mind. First time she had seen Stefan. She had been a different person then, ice cold outside, manic inside. Or was it the other way around? Still numb from the death of her parents so long ago, jaded by the world and by anything to do with boys, a princess in an icy tower, with a lust only for conquest, for power, until she'd seen him. Believe. Then the world of the vampires, and Damon, and all the wicked wildness she'd found inside herself, all the passion. Stefan was her linchpin, but Damon was the fiery breath beneath her wings. However far she went, Damon seemed to lure her on just a little farther, and she knew that one day it would be too far, for both of them. But for now, all she had to do was simple. Believe. And Meredith and Bonnie and Matt. She had changed relations with them, most definitely. At first, not knowing what she had done to deserve friends like these three, she hadn't even bothered to treat them as they deserved. Yet they had all stuck by her. And now she did know how to appreciate them, knew that if it came to that, she would die for them. Below, Bonnie's eyes had followed her dive. The audience on the Widow's Walk looked too, but it was Bonnie's face that she stared into. Bonnie, startled and terrified and disbelieving and about to scream, and realizing at the same time that no screaming would save Elena from a headlong dive to her death. Bonnie, believe in me. I'll save you. I remember how to fly. Chapter 38. Bonnie knew that she was going to die. She had had a clear premonition of it just before those things, the trees that moved like humans, with their hideous faces and their thick, knotted arms, had surrounded the little band of humans in the old wood. She had heard the howl of the black were-dog, turned, and just caught a glimpse of one vanishing in the glare of her flashlight. The dogs had a long history in Bonnie's family. When one of them howled, a death was soon to come. She guessed then that it would be hers. But she hadn't said anything, even when Dr. Alpert had said, "What in the name of heaven was that?" Bonnie was practicing being brave. Meredith and Matt were brave. It was something built into them, an ability to keep going when any sane person would run away and hide. They both put the group's good ahead of their own. And of course Dr. Alpert was brave, not to mention strong. And Mrs. Flowers seemed to have decided that the teenagers were her own special charges to take care of. Bonnie had wanted to show that she could be brave too. She was practicing holding her head up and listening for things in the bushes, while simultaneously listening with her psychic senses for any sign of Elena. It was hard to juggle the two kinds of hearing. There was a lot to hear with her real ears, all kinds of quiet chucklings and whisperings from the bushes that didn't belong there. But from Elena, there wasn't a sound. Not even when Bonnie called her name over and over. Elena! 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 She's human again, Bonnie had realized sadly at last. She can't hear me, or make contact. Out of all of us, she's the only one who didn't miraculously escape. And it was then that the first of the tree men loomed up in front of the group of searchers. Like something out of a nursery tale nightmare. It was a tree, and then, suddenly, it was a thing. A tree-like giant that suddenly moved swiftly toward them, its upper branches bunching together to become long arms. And then everyone was screaming and trying to get away from it. Bonnie would never forget how Matt and Meredith had tried to help her run then. The tree man wasn't fast. But when they turned and ran from it, they found that there was another one behind them, and more to the right and the left. They were surrounded, and then, like cattle, like slaves, they were herded. Any of them that tried to resist the trees were slapped and cuffed by hard and sharp-thorned branches. And then, with a lithe branch wound around the neck, were dragged. They'd been caught, but they hadn't been killed. Instead, they were being taken somewhere. It wasn't hard to imagine why. In fact, Bonnie could imagine a whole lot of different whys. It was just a matter of picking which was the scariest. In the end, after what seemed like hours of forced walking, Bonnie began to recognize things. They were going back to the boarding house again, or rather they were going back to the real boarding house for the first time. Caroline's car was outside. The house was again lit from top to bottom, but there were dark windows here and there, and their captors were waiting for them. And now, after her outburst of weeping and pleading, she was trying to be brave once more. When that boy, with the strange hair, had said that she would be the first, she'd understood exactly what he meant and how she was going to die. And suddenly she wasn't brave at all inside. But she wouldn't scream again. She could just see the widow's walk and the sinister figures on it. But Damon had laughed when the tree men had begun to pluck her clothes off. Now he was laughing as Meredith held the garden shears. She wouldn't beg him again, not when it wouldn't make any difference anyway. And now she was on her back, with her arms and legs tied so she was helpless, clothed in strips and rags. She wanted them to kill her first, so she wouldn't have to watch Meredith cut her own tongue to pieces. But as she felt a last scream of fury welling up inside her like a snake climbing a pole, she had seen Elena, high above her in a white pine tree. "Wings of the wind," Elena whispered as the ground rushed up toward her very fast. The wings unfolded instantly from somewhere inside Elena. They weren't real. They spanned some 40 feet and were made of golden gossamer, the color ranging from deepest Baltic amber at her back to ethereal pale citrine at the tips. They were almost still, barely rising and falling, but they held her up, the wind rushing under them, and they got her to exactly where she needed to go. Not to Bonnie. That was what they would all be expecting. From her height, she just might be able to snatch Bonnie free, but she had no idea how to cut Bonnie's bonds, or whether she could lift off again. Instead, Elena swerved toward the widow's walk at the last moment, snatched the pruning shears out of Meredith's upraised hand, and then caught a handful of long, silky black and scarlet hair. Misao shrieked. And then That was when Elena really needed some belief. So far, she had really just been gliding, not flying. But now she needed uplift. She needed the wings to work. And once again, although there was no time, she was with Stefan and feeling the first time she had kissed him. Other girls might have waited until it was the other way around, letting the boy take the lead. But not Elena. Besides, at first Stefan had thought that all kissing meant was seducing prey. The first time he had kissed her, understanding that it wasn't a predatory relationship. And now she needed to really fly. I know I can. But Misao is just so heavy, and Elena's memory was faltering. The great golden wings trembled and became still. Shinichi was trying to climb a creeper to get to her, and Damon was holding Meredith motionless. And, too late, Elena realized that it wasn't going to work. She was alone, and she couldn't fight this way. Not against so many. She was alone, and pain that made her want to shriek was lancing through her back. Misao was somehow making herself heavier, and in another minute, she would be too heavy for Elena's trembling wings to hold up. She was alone, and like the rest of the humans, she was going to die. And then, through the agony that was causing fine sweat to break out all over her body, she heard Stefan's voice. "Elena, let go, fall, and I'll catch you." How strange, Elena thought, as if in a dream. His love and panic had distorted his voice somehow, making him sound different, making him sound almost like, "Elena, I'm with you," like Damon. Shaken out of her dream, Elena looked below her, and there was Damon, standing protectively in front of Meredith, looking up at her with his arms held out. He was with her. "Meredith," he went on, "girl, this is no time to be sleepwalking. Your friend needs you. Elena needs you." Slowly, dully, Meredith turned her face up, and Elena saw life and animation restored to it as her eyes focused on the trembling of the great golden wings. "Elena," she shouted, "I'm with you. Elena." How did she know to say that? The answer was that she was Meredith, and Meredith always knew what to say. And now the cry was being taken up by another voice, Matt's. "Elena," he shouted in a sort of acclamation. "I'm with you, Elena." And Dr. Alpert's deep voice, "Elena, I'm with you, Elena." And Mrs. Flowers, surprisingly strong, "Elena, I'm with you, Elena." And even poor Bonnie, "Elena, we're with you, Elena." While deep in her heart, the real Stefan whispered, "I'm with you, my angel. We're all with you, Elena." She didn't drop Misao. It was as if the great golden wings had caught an updraft. In fact, they almost lifted her straight up out of control, but somehow she managed to keep herself steady. She was still looking down, and she saw the tears spill from her eyes and fall toward Damon's outstretched arms. Elena didn't know why she was crying, but part of it was sorrow for ever having doubted him, because Damon wasn't just on her side. Unless she was wrong, he was willing to die for her, was courting death for her. He threw himself into the entangling creepers and vines, all reaching for Meredith or for Elena. It had only taken an instant to get hold of Misao, but Shinichi was already leaping toward Elena in fox form, lips drawn back, aiming to tear her throat out. These were no ordinary foxes. Shinichi was almost as big as a wolf, certainly the size of a large dog, and as vicious as a wolverine. Meanwhile, the entire Widow's Walk burst into a maze of vines, creepers, and fibrous tendrils, and Shinichi was being lifted by them. Elena didn't know which way to dodge. She needed time, and she needed a clear shot out of here. All Caroline was doing was screaming. and then Elena saw her opening, a gap in the creepers that she threw herself at, knowing in her subconscious that she was throwing herself over the railing as well, and somehow keeping her hold on Misau's hair. In fact, it must have been an extremely painful experience for the female kitsune as she swung back and forth like a pendulum below Elena. The one glance Elena was able to give over her shoulder showed Damon, still moving faster than anything Elena had ever seen. He had Meredith in his arms now, and was hurrying her through a gap that led to the cupola door. As soon as she stepped in, she appeared down on the ground and ran toward the altar where Bonnie was lying, only to slam into one of the tree men. For a moment, as Damon glanced toward Elena, their gazes met, and something electric passed between them. It made Elena tingle all over, that look did. Then she refocused. Caroline was screaming again. Misau was using her whip to get a grip on Elena's leg, and was calling on tree men to give her a lift. Elena needed to fly higher. She had no idea how she was controlling her golden gossamer wings, but nothing seemed to snarl them, and they obeyed her slightest whim as though she had always had them. The great trick was to not think of how to get somewhere, but just to imagine being there. On the other hand, the tree men were growing. It was like some childhood nightmare of giants, and at first it made Elena feel that it was she who was shrinking. But the hideous creatures were actually overtopping the house now, and their upper, snake-like branches slashed into her legs, while Misau lashed out with her whip. Elena's jeans were in shreds now. She swallowed a cry of pain. I have to fly higher. I can do it. I'm going to save you all. I believe. Faster than the swoop of a hummingbird, she was darting up in the clear air again, still holding Misau by her long black and red hair. And Misau was screaming, screams that Shinichi echoed even as he fought with Damon. And then, just as she and Damon had planned, just as she and Damon had hoped, Misau turned into her true form, and Elena was holding a large and heavy, writhing vixen by the scruff of its neck. There was a difficult moment while Elena got the balance right. She had to remember that there was more weight in back, because Misau had 6 tails, and was heaviest where a real fox would be lightest. But then she had swooped back to her perch in the tree, and she stood there, able to look down on the scene below, the tree men too slow to keep up. The plan had gone perfectly, except that Damon, of all people, had forgotten what he was suppliest where a real fox would be lightest. But then she had swooped back to her perch in the tree, and she stood there, able to look down on the scene below, the tree men too slow to keep up. The plan had gone perfectly, except that Damon, of all people, had forgotten what he was supposed to be doing. Far from retreating into possession, he had fooled Shinichi and Misau beautifully, and Elena too. Now, according to their plan, he was supposed to be taking care of any innocent bystanders, letting Elena lure Shinichi on. Instead, something inside him seemed to have snapped, and he was methodically beating the human-shaped Shinichi's head against the house, shouting, "Damn you! Where is my brother?"
I could kill you right now,
Shinichi shouted back, but he was short of breath. He wasn't finding Damon an easy opponent. "Do it," Damon returned immediately, and then she, pointing to the perching Elena, "will cut your sister's throat." Shinichi's contempt was scathing.
You expect me to believe that a girl with an aura like that will kill?
There comes a time when you have to make a stand. And for Elena, blazing with defiance and glory, this was that time. She took a deep breath, begged the universe's forgiveness, and leaned down, positioning the pruning shears. Then she squeezed as hard as she could. And a red-tipped black vixen's tail fell, twisting to the ground, while Misao shrieked in pain and rage. As the tail fell, it writhed, and it lay in the middle of the clearing, squirming like a snake that wasn't quite defeated yet. Then it became transparent and faded away. That was when Shinichi really screamed.
Do you know what you've done, you ignorant bitch? I'll bring this place down on top of you. I'll tear you apart.
Oh, yes, of course you will, but first, Damon spoke each word deliberately. You have to get past me. Elena barely registered their words. It hadn't been easy for her to squeeze those shears. It had meant thinking about Meredith with the shears in her own hands, and Bonnie lying on the altar, and Matt earlier, writhing on the ground, and Mrs. Flowers and the 3 lost little girls, and Isabel, and a great deal about Stefan. But as for the first time in her life, she drew another's blood with her own hands. She had a sudden strange sense of responsibility, of new accountability, as if an icy wind had blown her hair back sharply and said into her frozen, gasping face, never without reason, never without necessity, never unless there's no other solution available. Elena felt something inside her grow up all at once. Too fast to say goodbye to childhood. She had become a warrior. You all thought I couldn't fight, she called to the assembled group. You were wrong. You thought I was powerless? You were wrong there too. And I'll use the last drop of my power in this fight because you twins are real monsters. No, you're abominations. And if I die, I'll rest with Honoria Fell, and I'll watch over Fell's church again. Fell's church will rot and die, writhing with maggots, a voice near her ear said. And it was a deep, bass voice, nothing like Misao's shrill screaming. Elena knew even as she turned that it was the white pine tree, a hard, scaly bough, laden with those serrated, resin-sticky needles, slammed into her midriff, throwing her off balance, and making her involuntarily open her hands. Misao promptly escaped, and burrowed into the Christmas tree-like branches. Bad trees, go to hell! Elena cried, throwing her entire body weight into digging the shears she held into the base of the branch that had tried to crush her. It tried to pull away, and she twisted the shears in the wounded dark bark, relieved when a large piece fell off, with only a long string of resin left to show where it had been. Then she looked for Misao. The fox wasn't finding it as easy as she might have thought, navigating a tree. Elena looked at the cluster of tails. Strangely, there was no stump, no blood, no sign that the fox had been injured. Was that why she wasn't turning human? The loss of a tail? Even if she were naked when she changed back to her human self, as some stories of werewolves had it, she'd be in better condition to climb down. Because Misao seemed finally to have chosen the slow but sure method of descent, to have branch after branch take hold of her fox body and pass it down to the next, which meant she was only about 10 feet below Elena, and all Elena had to do was to coast over the needles down to her, and then, by wings or other means, stop. If she believed in her wings, if the tree didn't throw her off. You're too slow, Elena shouted. Then she began the coast to overcome the distance, not far in human body lengths, to her goal, until she saw Bonnie. Bonnie's slight body was still lying on the altar, pale and cold-looking, but now 4 of the hideous tree men had hold of her, 1 at each hand and 1 at each foot. They were already pulling so hard that she was lifted up into the air, and Bonnie was awake, but not screaming, not making a noise to attract attention to herself. And Elena realized with a rush of love and horror and desperation that that was why she hadn't been making a fuss before. She wanted the major players here to fight their fight without the bother of rescuing her. The tree men leaned back. Bonnie's face contorted in agony. Elena had to get to Misao. She needed the double fox key to free Stefan, and the only people who could tell her where it was were Misao and Shinichi. She looked up at the darkness above and noticed that it seemed a little less dark than when she had last seen it, the sky a dark swirling gray instead of dead black. There was no help there. She looked down, Misao making a little better time with her escape. If Elena let her get away, Stefan was her love. But Bonnie was her friend, ever since childhood. And then she saw Plan B. Damon was fighting Shinichi, or trying, but Shinichi was always an easy centimeter away from where Damon's fist was. Shinichi's fists, on the other hand, always connected solidly with their targets. And right now, Damon's face was a bloody mask.
"Use wood!"
Misao was coaching in a shriek, her childlike manner having suddenly vanished.
"You men, you idiots! All you think of is your fists!"
Shinichi broke a pillar support from the widow's walk one-handed, showing his true strength. Damon smiled beatifically. He was, Elena knew, going to enjoy this, even though it meant all the many little wounds those wooden splinters would entail. It was in the middle of this that Elena shouted, "Damon, look down!" Her voice seemed weak over the cacophony of shrieks and sobs and screams of fury all around. "Damon, look down! At Bonnie!" Nothing so far had been able to break Damon's concentration. He seemed determined to find out where Stefan was being kept, or to kill Shinichi trying. Now, to Elena's slight surprise, Damon's head jerked around immediately. He looked down.
"A cage!"
shouted Shinichi.
"Build me a cage!"
And tree branches leaned in from all sides to pin him and Damon into their own little world, a lattice to keep them contained. The tree men leaned back farther, and despite herself, Bonnie screamed.
"You see?"
laughed Shinichi.
"Each of your friends will die in that agony or worse. One by one, we will take you."
That was when Damon really seemed to go crazy. He began moving like quicksilver, like a leaping flame, like some animal with reflexes far faster than Shinichi's. Now there was a sword in his hand, undoubtedly conjured up by the magical house key, and the sword slashed through the branches even as the branches reached out to trap him. And then he was airborne, leaping over the railing for the second time that night. This time Damon's balance was perfect, and far from breaking bones. He made a graceful, cat-like landing just beside Bonnie. And then his sword was flashing in an arc, sweeping all around Bonnie, and the tough, finger-like tips of the branches that held her were cut cleanly away. A moment later, Bonnie was being lifted, being held by Damon as he leaped easily off the rough-hewn altar and was lost in the shadows near the house. Elena let out the breath she'd been holding and turned back to her own affairs. But her heart was beating more strongly and faster, with joy and with pride and with gratitude, as she slid down the painful, cutting-edged needles and almost flashed past Misao, who was being whisked out of her way, not quite in time. She got a good grip on the nape of the fox's neck. Misao keened a strange animal lament and sank her teeth into Elena's hand, so hard that it felt as if they were going to meet. Elena bit her lip until she felt blood come, trying not to scream. "Be crushed and die, and turn to loam," the tree said in Elena's ear. "Your kind can feed my kin for once." The voice was ancient, malevolent, and very, very frightening. Elena's legs reacted without pausing to consult her mind. They pushed off hard, and then the golden butterfly wings unfurled again, not beating, but undulating, holding Elena steady above the altar. She pulled the snarling vixen's muzzle up, not too close, to her own face. "Where are the 2 pieces of the fox key?" she demanded. "Tell me or I'll take off another tail. I swear I will." "Don't fool yourself. It's not just your pride that you're losing, is it? Your tails are your power. What would it feel like to have none at all?"
"Like being a human. Except you freak."
Now Misao was laughing again in her panting dog way, her fox ears flat to her head. "Just answer the question."
"As if you would understand the answers I could give. If I told you that one was inside the silver nightingale's instrument, would that give you any kind of idea?"
"It might if you explained it a little more clearly."
"If I told you that one was buried in Bloodwed's ballroom, would you be able to find it?"
Again the panting grin as the fox gave clues that led nowhere, or everywhere. "Are those your answers?"
"No!"
Misao shrieked suddenly and kicked with her feet, as if they were dog's legs scrabbling in the dirt, except that the dirt was Elena's midriff, and the scrabbling legs felt as if they might well puncture her entrails. She felt her camisole tear. "I told you I'm not playing around here," Elena cried. She lifted the vixen with her left arm. Even though it ached with tiredness, with her right hand she positioned the shears. "Where is the first part of the key?" Elena demanded.
"Search for yourself. You only have the whole world to look through and every thicket besides."
The fox went for her throat again, white teeth actually scoring Elena's flesh. Elena forced that arm to hold Misao higher. "I warned you, so don't say that I didn't, or that you have any reason to complain." She squeezed the shears. Misao gave a squeal that was almost lost in the general commotion. Elena, feeling more and more tired, said, "You're a complete liar, aren't you? Look down if you want. I didn't cut anywhere close to you. You just heard the shears click and screamed." Misao very nearly got a claw into Elena's eye. Oh well. Now, for Elena, there were no more moral or ethical issues. She wasn't causing pain. She was simply draining power. The shears went snap, snap, snap. And Misao screamed and cursed her. But below them the tree men were shrinking. "Where is the first part of the key?"
"Let me go and I'll tell."
Suddenly Misao's voice was less shrill. "On your honor, if you can say that without laughing."
"On my honor and my word as a kitsune, please. You can't leave a fox without a real tail. That's why the ones you cut didn't hurt. They're badges of honor. But my real tail is in the middle. It's tipped with white, and if you cut me there, you'll see blood, and it will leave a stump."
Misao seemed thoroughly cowed, thoroughly ready to cooperate. Elena knew about judging people and intuition, and both her mind and her heart were telling her not to trust this creature. But she wanted so much to believe, to hope. Making a slow curving descent, so that the vixen was close to the ground, she would not give in to the temptation to drop her from 60 feet up. Elena said, "Well, on your honor, what are the answers?" 6 tree men came to life around her and plunged at her with greedy, grasping finger branches. But Elena wasn't taken completely off guard. She hadn't let go of her grip on Misao, only slackened it. Now she tightened the grip again. A wave of strength buoyed her so that she lifted fast and swept by the widow's walk and a furious Shinichi and weeping Caroline. Then Elena met Damon's eyes. They were filled with hot, fierce pride in her. She was filled with hot, fierce passion. "I am not an angel," she announced to any of the group who hadn't quite managed to grasp this yet. "I am not an angel, and I am not a spirit. I'm Elena Gilbert, and I've been to the other side, and right now I'm ready to do whatever needs to be done, which seems to include kicking some ass." There was a clamor below that at first she couldn't identify. Then she realized it was the others. It was her friends. Mrs. Flowers and Dr. Alpert, Matt and even Wild Isabel. They were cheering, and they were visible because suddenly the backyard was in daylight. Am I doing that? Elena wondered, and realized that somehow she was. She was lighting up the clearing in which Mrs. Flower's house stood, while leaving the woods around dark. Maybe I can extend it, she thought. Make the old wood into something younger and less evil. If she had been more experienced, she would never have attempted it. But right here and right now, she felt that she could take anything on. She looked at the four directions of the old wood around her quickly, and she cried, "Wings of purification," and watched the huge, frosty, iridescent butterfly wings spread high and wide, and then wider, and then spread some more. She was aware of a silence, of being so enwrapped in something she was doing that even Misao's struggles didn't matter. It was a silence that reminded her of something, of all the most beautiful strains of music coming together into one single powerful chord. And then the power blasted out from her, not destructive power like that Damon had sent many times, but a power of renewal, of springtime, of love, youth, and purification. And she watched as the light spread farther and farther, and the trees grew smaller and more familiar, with more clearings in between thickets. Thorns and hanging creepers disappeared. On the ground, spreading out like a circle expanding, flowers of all colors bloomed, sweet violets in clumps here, and banks of Queen Anne's lace there, and wild roses climbing everywhere. It was so beautiful that it made her chest ache. Misao hissed. Elena's trance was finally broken, and she looked around to see that the shambling, hideous tree-men had disappeared in the full sunlight, and in their place was a wide patch of sorrel dotted with fossilized trees in odd shapes. Some looked almost human. For a moment, Elena regarded the scene, puzzled, and then she realized what else was different. All the real humans were gone. "I never should have brought you here." And that, to Elena's surprise, was Misao's voice. She was speaking to her brother. "You spoiled everything because of that girl. Shinichi no baka! Idiot yourself!" Shinichi shouted at Misao. "Honore! You're reacting just the way they want. What else am I supposed to do?" "I heard you giving the girl clues," Shinichi snarled. "You do anything for the sake of your looks, you selfish! You can say that to me, while you haven't lost even one tail yourself? Just because I'm faster—" Misao cut him off. "That's a lie, and you know it. Take it back. You're too weak to fight. You should have run long ago. Don't come crying to me about it. Don't you dare speak to me like that." And Misao leaped from Elena's grasp and attacked Shinichi. He had been wrong. She was a good fighter. In a second, they were a destruction zone, rolling over and over as they fought, changing forms all the while. Black and scarlet fur flew. Out of the ball of turning bodies came scraps of speech. "Still won't find the keys. Not both of them anyway. Even if they did, what would it matter? Still have to find the boy. I say it's only sporting to let them try." Misao's horrible shrill giggle. "And see what they find. In the she no she." Abruptly the fight ended, and they both became human. They were battered. But Elena felt that there was nothing more that she could do if they chose to fight again. Instead, Shinichi said, "I'm breaking the globe. Here," he turned to Damon and shut his eyes, "is where your precious brother is. I'm putting it into your mind. If you can decode the map, and once you get there, you'll die. Don't say I didn't warn you." To Elena he bowed and said, "I regret that you'll be dying too. But I've memorialized you in an ode. Wild rose and lilac, bee's balm and daisy. Elena's smile chases the winter away. Bluebell and violet, foxglove and iris, watch where she treads, and then watch the grass sway. Wherever her feet pass, white flowers part the grass." "I'd rather hear a straight explanation of where the keys are," Elena said to Shinichi, knowing that after that song she wouldn't get any more from Misao. Frankly, I'm sick and tired of all your bullshit. She noticed that once again everyone was staring at her, and she could feel why. She could feel a difference in her voice, in her stance, in her patterns of speech. But mostly inside, what she felt was freedom.
We'll give you this much, Shinichi said. We won't move them. Find them from the clues, or by other means if you can.
He winked at Elena and turned away to meet a pale and trembling nemesis. Caroline. Whatever else she'd been doing for the last few minutes, she had been crying and rubbing her eyes and wringing her hands, or so Elena guessed from the distribution of her makeup. You too? She said to Shinichi. You too? Shinichi smiled his lazy smile.
And what two am I?
He held up 2 fingers in the V symbol to differentiate his 2 from Caroline's. You've fallen for her too? Making up songs, giving her clues to find Stefan?
They're not very good clues,
Shinichi said comfortingly and smiled again. Caroline tried to hit him, but he caught her fist. And you think you're leaving now? Her voice was pitched at a scream, not as high as Misao's glass-splintering shriek, but with its own fearsome vibrato. I know we're leaving, he glanced at the sullen Misao, after one more item of business, but not with you. Elena tensed up, but Caroline was trying to attack Shinichi again. After what you said to me? After all that you said? Shinichi looked her up and down, seeming to actually see her for the first time. He also looked genuinely bewildered.
Said to you?
He asked.
Have we spoken before tonight?
There was a high-pitched giggle. Everyone turned. Misao was standing, giggling, her hands over her mouth.
I used your image,
she said to her brother, her eyes on the floor as if confessing to a minor fault.
And your voice, in the mirror when I would give her orders. She was on the rebound from some guy who dumped her. I told her I'd fallen in love with her and that I wanted to get revenge on her enemies. If she'd just do a few little things for me.
Like spreading Malach through little girls, Damon said grimly. Misao giggled again.
And a boy or two. I know what it feels like to have those Malach inside you. It doesn't hurt at all, they're just there.
Have you ever had one force you to do something you didn't want to? Elena demanded. She could feel her blue eyes blazing. Do you think that would hurt, Misao? It wasn't you. Caroline was still looking at Shinichi. She obviously couldn't keep up with the script. It wasn't you? He sighed, smiling slightly.
Not me. Golden hair is my undoing, I'm afraid. Golden? Or fiery red against black, he added hastily, glancing at his sister.
So it was all a lie, Caroline said, and for a moment, desperation was written on her face larger than anger, with sadness larger than both. You're just another Elena fan. Look, Elena said bluntly, I don't want him. I hate him. The only guy I care about is Stefan. Oh, he's the only guy, is he? Damon asked with a glance toward Matt, who had carried Bonnie up close to them while the fox fight was going on. Mrs. Flowers and Dr. Alpert had followed. You know what I mean, Elena told Damon. Damon shrugged. Many a golden-haired lassie ends as the rough yeoman's bride. Then he shook his head. Why am I spouting dreck like this? His compact body seemed to tower over Shinichi.
It's just a residual effect. From being possessed, you know.
Shinichi fluttered his hands, his eyes still on Elena. My thought patterns. It looked as if another fight was brewing, but then Damon just smiled and said narrow-eyed. So you let Misao have her way with the town while you went after Elena and me. And Mutt, Damon said hastily and automatically. I was going to say Stefan, Elena said. No, I would guess that Matt was the victim of one of Misao and Caroline's little schemes before he and I ran into you when you were completely possessed. And now you think you can just walk away? Caroline said in a shaking, menacing voice.
We are walking away,
Shinichi said stiffly. Caroline, wait, Elena said. I can help you. With wings of purification. You're being controlled by a Malach. I don't need your help. I need a husband. There was utter silence on the roof. Not even Matt stepped up to the plate on this one. Or at least a fiancé, Caroline muttered, one hand on her abdomen. My family would accept that. We'll work it out, Elena said softly. Then firmly, Caroline, believe it. I wouldn't believe in you if... Caroline's answer was obscene. Then she spat in Elena's direction. And then she was silent, by her own choice, or because the Malach inside her wanted it.
Back to business,
Shinichi said.
Let's see. Our price for the service of the clues and the location is a little block of memory. Let's say from the time I first met Damon until now. Taken from Damon's mind.
He smiled nastily. You can't do that. Elena felt panic shoot through her, starting in her heart and flying out to the farthest reaches of every limb. He's different now. He's remembered things. He's changed. If you take that memory away...
So will all the sweet changes go, Shinichi told her. Would you rather I took your memory?
Yes.
But you are the only one who heard the clues about the key. And in any case, I don't want to see things from your eyes. I want to see you through his eyes.
By now, Elena was ready to start another fight on her own. But Damon said, distancing himself already, Go ahead and take what you like. But if you don't get out of this town right after I take off your head with these shears.
Agreed.
No, Damon, do you want Stefan back? Not at that price.
Too bad,
Shinichi put in.
There is no other bargain.
Damon, please, think about it. I have thought. It's my fault that the Malach spread so far in the first place. It's my fault for not investigating what was going on with Caroline. I didn't care what happened to humans as long as the new arrivals kept away from me. But I can fix some of the things I did to you by finding Stefan. He half turned to her, the old devil-may-care smile on his lips. After all, taking care of my brother is my job. Damon, listen to me. But Damon was looking at Shinichi. Agreed, he said. You have yourself a deal. Chapter 39. We won the battle, but not the war, Elena said sadly. She thought it was the day after their fight with the Kitsune twins. She couldn't be sure of anything except that she was alive, that Stefan was gone, and that Damon was back to his old self again. Maybe because we didn't have my precious brother, he said, as if to prove it. They were driving in the Ferrari, trying to find Elena's Jaguar, in the real world. Elena ignored him. She also ignored the soft but vaguely annoying hiss that came from some device he'd installed that was not a radio, that just seemed to play voices and static. A new kind of Ouija board? Audio instead of all that tedious spelling? Elena felt herself shiver inside. You did give your word to go with me and find him. I swear it by the other world. You tell me that I did, and you're not a liar. No, not to me. I can read your facial expressions now that you're a human. If I gave my word, I gave my word. Human? Elena thought. Am I? What am I? With the kind of powers I have. Even Damon can see that the old wood has changed in the real world. It's not an ancient, half-dead forest anymore. There are spring flowers in midsummer. There's life everywhere. And in any case, it will give me plenty of time to be alone with you, My princess of darkness. And we're back to that again, Elena thought wearily. But he'd leave me here stranded if I once suggested that we had laughed and walked in a clearing together, with him on his knees to adjust my footstool. Even I'm beginning to wonder if it was real. There was a slight bump, as nearly as one could tell from Damon's style of driving. Got it, he cheered himself, and then, when Elena turned, ready to wrench the wheel to make him stop, he added coolly, "It was a piece of tire, for your information. Not many animals are black, arched, and a few tenths of an inch thick." Elena said nothing. What was there to say to Damon's quips? But deep down she felt relieved that Damon wasn't given to running over furry little animals as an amusement. We're going to be alone together for quite some time, she thought, and then realized that there was another reason she couldn't just tell Damon to dry up and die. Shinichi had put the location of Stefan's cell into Damon's mind, not hers. She needed him desperately to take her to the location and to fight whoever was keeping Stefan captive. But it was fine if he had forgotten that she had any powers, something to save for a rainy day. At just that moment, Damon exclaimed, "What the?" and leaned forward to adjust dials on the not radio. "Repeating, all units, be on the lookout for one Matthew Honeycutt, male Caucasian, 5'11", blonde hair, blue eyes." "What is that?" Elena demanded. "A police scanner. If you want to be able to really live in this great land of freedom, it's best to know when to run." "Damon, don't get me started on your lifestyle. I meant, what was that about Matt?" "It looks as if they've decided to bring him in at last. Caroline didn't get much revenge yesterday night. I guess she's taking a shot at it now." "And we've got to get to him first. Anything could happen if he stays in Fell's church." "But he can't take his car, and he won't fit in this one. What are we going to do?" "Leave him to the police? Don't, please. We have to—" Elena was beginning when in the clearing to the left, like some vision sent to approve her scheme, the Jaguar appeared. "That's the car we're taking," she told Damon flatly. "At least it's roomy. If you want your police scanner doohickey in it, then you better start uninstalling it from this one. But I'll go get Matt. I'm the only one he'll listen to. Then we'll leave the Ferrari in the wood, or dump it in the creek if you want." "Oh, the creek, by all means." "Actually, we may not have time for that. We'll just leave it in the wood." Matt stared at Elena. "No, I won't run." Elena turned the full intensity of her blue eyes on him. "Matt, get in the car. Now. You have to. Caroline's dad is related to the judge who signed the order to get you. It's a lynching, Meredith says. Even Meredith is telling you to run. No, you don't need clothes. We'll get clothes. But it's not true. They'll make it true. Caroline will weep and sob. I never thought a girl would do this to get revenge. But Caroline is in a class of her own. She's gone nuts. But I said get in. They'll be here any minute. They've already been to your house and Meredith's house. What are you doing at Bonnie's anyway?" Bonnie and Matt glanced at each other. Just having a look at Bonnie's mom's car," Matt said. "It's on the fritz again, and—" "Never mind. Come with me." "Bonnie, what are you doing? Calling Meredith back?" Bonnie jumped slightly. "Yes." "Tell her goodbye, and we love her. And goodbye. Take care of the town. We'll be in touch." As the red Jaguar pulled away, Bonnie said into the phone, "You were right. She's pulling us straight A away. I don't know whether Damon's going. He wasn't in the car." She listened for a moment and then said, "Okay, I will. I'll see you." She hung up and got into action. Dear Diary, today I ran away from home. I guess you can't really call it running away when you're almost 18 and you can take your own car, and when nobody knew you were home in the first place. So I'll just say tonight I'm on the run. The other slightly shocking thing is that I ran away with 2 different guys. And neither of them is my guy. I say that, but I can't help remembering things. The look in Matt's eyes in the clearing. I honestly think he was prepared to die to protect me. I can't help but think about what we once were to each other. Those blue eyes. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me. And Damon, I know now that there's living flesh under the layers and layers of stone he's wrapped around his soul. It's deeply hidden, but it's there. If I'm being honest with myself, I have to admit that he touches something deep inside me that makes me shiver. A part of myself even I don't understand. Oh, Elena, stop right now. You can't go near that dark part of yourself, especially now that you have power. You don't dare go near it. Everything is different now. You have to be more responsible, something you're not at all good at. And Meredith won't be here to help me be responsible either. How is this ever going to work out? Damon and Matt in the same car? On a road trip together? Can you imagine? Tonight it was so late, and Matt was so stunned by the situation that he couldn't really take anything in, and Damon only smirked. But he'll be in demonic form tomorrow, I know he will. I still think it was a great pity that Shinichi had to take wings of redemption from Damon along with his memories. But I firmly believe that, deep down, there's a tiny part of Damon that remembers how he was when we were together. And now he has to be worse than ever to prove that what he remembers was all a lie. So while you're reading this, Damon, I know you'll get a hold of it somehow and snoop. Let me tell you that you were nice for a while. Actually nice. And it was fun. We talked together, we even laughed at the same jokes. And you were gentle. And now you're going, nah, it's just another Elena plot to get me to think I can turn around, but I know where I'm going and I don't care. Does that ring a bell, Damon? Have you said those words to someone recently? And if not, how do I know them? Could it be that for once I'm telling the truth? Now I'm going to forget that you're totally besmirching your honor by reading secret things that don't belong to you. What else? First, I miss Stefan. Second, I didn't really pack for this. Matt and I swung by the boarding house and he grabbed the money Stefan left for me while I grabbed an armful of clothes out of the closet. Heaven knows what I've got. Bonnie's tops and Meredith's pants and not a decent nightgown to my name. But at least I also got you, precious friend. A present Stefan was saving for me. I never really liked typing in a file marked diary anyway. Blank books like you are my style. Third, I miss Stefan. I miss him so badly that I'm crying while I'm writing about clothes. It looks as if that's what I'm crying about, which makes me seem insanely shallow. Oh, sometimes I just want to scream. Fourth, I want to scream now. It was only when we got back to Fell's Church that we found what horrors the Malach had left for us. There is a fourth little girl, I think, maybe possessed, like Tammy, Kristen, and Ava. I couldn't really tell, so I couldn't do anything. I have a feeling that we definitely haven't heard the last of this possession thing. Fifth, but worst is what happened in the Saito house. Isabel is in the hospital with raging infections in all her piercings. Obasan, as everyone calls Isabel's grandmother, was not dead as the first paramedics who got there thought. She was in a deep trance, reaching out to us. Whether some of the courage I got, some of the belief in myself, was really due to her, is something I'll never know. But in the den was Jim Bryce. He had, I can't write it. He was the captain of the basketball team. But he had eaten away at himself, his whole left hand, most of his right hand fingers, his lips, and he had put a pencil through his ear into his brain. They say, I heard this through Tyrone Alpert, the doctor's grandson, that it's called Leschnayen syndrome. spelling I only heard it said, and that it's rare, but there are others just like him. That's what the doctors say. I say it was a Malach making him do it, but they wouldn't let me in to try to take it out of him. I can't even say he's alive. I can't say if he's dead. He's going to a sort of institution where they keep long-term cases. We failed there. I failed. It wasn't really Jim Bryce's fault. So he was with Caroline just one night, and from there he passed the Malach to his girlfriend Isabel and to his little sister Tammy. Then both Caroline and little Tammy passed it along to others. They tried to give it to Matt, but he wasn't about to let them. 6, the 3 little girls that most definitely did get it, were all under the orders of Misao, from what Shinichi said. They say that they don't remember anything about decorating themselves or propositioning strangers. They don't seem to remember anything about the time of their possession, and they act like very different little girls now. Nice, calm. If I thought Misao gave up easily, then I would be sure they'll be all right. Worse is the thought of Caroline. She was a friend once, and now, well, now I think she needs help more than ever. Damon got to her diaries. She kept her own diary by recording herself on video. And we watched her talk to the mirror, and watched the mirror talk back. Mostly it was her own image that showed, but sometimes, at the beginning or end of a session, it was Shinichi's face. He's good-looking, if a little wild. I can see how Caroline might fall for him and agree to be his carrier of Malach in the town. That's all over. I used the last of whatever power I know I have, taking the Malach out of those girls. Caroline, of course, wouldn't let me near her. And then there were those fateful words of Caroline's. I need a husband. Any girl knows what that means. Any girl feels sorry for another who says it, even if they're unfriends. Caroline and Tyler Smallwood were going together until about 2 weeks ago. Meredith says Caroline dropped him, and that kidnapping her for Klaus was Tyler's revenge. But if, before that, they'd been sleeping together with no protection, and Caroline is dumb enough to do it, she could certainly have known she was pregnant and been looking for another guy by the time Shinichi turned up, which was just before I returned to life. Now she's trying to pin it on Matt. It was pure bad luck that she said it happened on the same night the Malach attacked Matt, and that the old man from the neighborhood watch saw Matt drive home and pass out at the steering wheel as if he were drunk or on drugs. Or maybe it wasn't just luck. Maybe that was all part of Misao's game, too. I'm going to sleep now. Too much thinking. Too much worry. And I miss Stefan. He would help me deal with the worry in his own gentle but keen-sighted way. I'm sleeping inside the car with the doors locked. Guys are sleeping outside it. At least that's how we're starting, at their insistence. At least they agreed on that. I don't think Shinichi and Misao will stay away from Fell's Church for long. I don't know if they'll leave it alone for a few days, or weeks, or a few months. But Misao will heal, and they'll come back for us eventually. That means that Damon, Matt, and I, we're fugitives in 2 worlds. And I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Elena.